law and really respect it when upheld, you're fully willing to bypass it when given the opportunity.
I have an issue on the choice of South Africans.
For what?
Ban them all.
More so than the president executing his will as he sees fit, the choice of South Africans. And it's not because they're white, and it's not because they're refugees, it's not because they're immigrants, and it's not because otherwise they would have come here illegally. It's because South Africans for the past, 400 years have been operating in enclaves inside of the nation of South Africa. And there's no implication that they would ever assimilate anywhere they go. They would just continue being South Africans.
Even the ones that make tech companies?
That's the great thing about living in a melting pot is that people don't need to fully assimilate. They just need to be proud to be an American.
Well, that loses meaning, though, if there is no, right? Because an identity, the more things in common, the more that identity is. But if
not if your identity stems from an identity of diversity.
That is specifically and literally a lack of identity.
No, It's not. It's
yes,
pride.
It is.
It's pride in the diversity that your country has.
You, madam, do not have diversity. You may support it, but you cannot identify as being diverse. That's retarded. Stop it.
I've encountered many different cultures in my life, and I didn't even have to leave Canada.
But which one are you part of?
Yeah, what did you participate in?
Yeah.
Oh, several. Some of them being
not participate. Not participate. That's different. I can go to Quinceañera and participate in Hispanic culture, but I'm not part of the Hispanic community. Which one are you a part of? Where is the diversity community? What is it like?
I identify as Latinx.
Well, do you think a national identity comes down to an individual identity?
No one said anything about nations. We said something about identity and yours and how you identify it.
No. What I said is that you live in a melting pot, and taking pride in that is taking
You're
pride.
dodging and investing yourself in the question. Answer the question. It's simple. What do you identify as? How do you identify? What is your personal identity?
I'm a white ass Heinz 57 bitch.
That's racist.
And I'm an A1 motherfucker myself, so but as somebody who identifies as
our strength, do you guys not understand?
What's our strength?
Diversity.
Oh, diversity. Yeah. Yeah. Diversity means that everything is in, right?
No, not everything.
Sure. I'm okay. You're okay.
Not everything. Like in a biodiverse ecosystem, the different parts of it actually work together for a greater whole.
So, for example, if you hate America, you should definitely immigrate here because diversity is our strength.
Well,
diversity has some benefits, but it is not a unity community strength is not one of them.
Okay, so what specifically is American identity?
So I would say that let me point out an easier one. Loation. I believe it or not, for some reason in Missouri, specifically Columbia, Missouri, where I went to college, there's a huge population from Laos. You wouldn't expect it. Those people, a Laotian when you see one, when you hear one. They have their stores, their restaurants. They have distinct customs, practices, languages, beliefs, worldviews. Right, that's the in-group thing.
What benefits are inherent to diversity? You just made that statement, Flo. I don't know if you meant to on purpose.
Oh, okay. So the benefit would be in not being overly homogenous, right?
What's the problem with being homogenous?
Think about it like an immune system, right? We are
not viruses, dude. We're
no, but the concept, it's the same concept though. If you have a million people who all think exactly the same way, which my understanding of China.
There you go. Echo chamber. Now you're getting to the point.
That's terrible for innovation. That's terrible for innovation and growth.
What if your group is right? Is there anything wrong with being homogenous?
Right.
Yeah, with innovation and growth. Innovation growth.
Right.
What if everybody was for
innovation? Yeah, exactly. Define right.
The question doesn't make sense because you can't. Right and wrong doesn't apply to innovation, right?
Yes, thank you.
But according to your own logic, you just included diversity, which means we have to include people who are against innovation and growth, therefore making
No,
you
which means
stronger.
that you have to accept the
You're
fact
right
that
here.
like chaos will come into your plate. No matter what you do to avoid it, it will come back to bite you.
I don't know that I think chaos is a negative either. Like I quite enjoy.
I'm sorry,
well,
but you can't avoid it.
I don't want to avoid it.
Tell me where
Like
you can avoid
This is
Did you
chaos.
just admit to being a chaos agent?
it.
Confirmed.
No,
This is
in general,
chaos.
tell me where you can like
Those are
purposely
rocks, dude. That's not
throughout your
chaos.
life. I
This is
love this.
chaos.
Is that crawfish? No, what are you
Sifting
doing?
out the bullshit. See that?
Is that
It's sifting
gold?
out the bullshit.
Are you
That's
fucking
order.
sifting
That's
for
the
gold?
definition of order. You just defined order, sifting out the
Well,
bullshit.
kind of. Yeah, get inside here. That's the order. Get inside
Chaos
here.
would
We're
be
Yeah, are you
introducing
sifting for
more
gold?
bullshit.
the chaos is inside here. Right? Just look at it like, but yeah, imagine you're in this. We're sifting out the bullshit here on flow stage today, tonight,
So-
wherever you're from.
So with it
is
in mind,
chaos
that-
our strength, introducing
good.
it into order?
well, no, because diversity doesn't necessarily equal chaos. Because as I pointed out, the sum of different parts of a system can work together for a greater whole. So with
Yep.
that in mind, shouldn't it also mean something that someone who comes to America more often than not wants to be American in some way? They appreciate those freedoms, so they probably will try to reciprocate them. Or, they're coming from a place with less than, so they're going to appreciate having more. Is that hard to wrap your head around in any way?
I have no issue with that. They
Yeah.
came here for whatever reason. They had a reason to come here, right? And I don't have any issue with that.
As long as they bend the knee to Emperor Phi, I'm cool with it.
See, this is where we're going to disagree because I'm clearly going to be the Pope of the world.
But you need diversity,
you
so
know,
you
fair.
get to be Pope, I get to be Emperor, and you crown me Emperor, and we all get along just fine. What's
You
the
boys.
problem?
You little boys, you're not gonna like it in the Mad Max world. It's happening quite quickly. You know that, right?
I think
Witness
that I'd be
me.
okay. I mean,
I'm not
relatively,
gonna totally lie. Yeah, Flo, you'll probably be okay.
I think I'll be fine. I think that you'll probably be okay too.
I'll be the
Probably.
dude with
Solid,
the flame
you know
guitar.
I hope that you got a lot of bottled water in your bunker.
I'm gonna be the dude with the guitar with flame shooting out of it. That's Emperor Phi. Witness me,
Yeah,
shiny
we're going full Mad
chrome.
Max at this point.
I'll be the guy that rewrites the religion, takes away all of the religion we don't want. I'll rewrite us a new one.
Again?
I'm already
Oh, man.
I'm
Again.
already doing that. I've already got a pitch down. My tithing is only 0.5%. For half the price, you get half of the guilt and shame.
We've already got one gay pope. How many more gay popes do we need?
I'll
Dave?
just be the yes man. I'll just be the yes man,
I-
and I'll be proud of it.
Can we just point out really quick, like maybe the first time ever we have a man sitting in a lake bed, fucking sifting for gold. You were sifting for gold, correct, sir?
A whole man. A whole man.
With a squirt. With a
I
squirt.
mean,
Squirt.
he's just taking the fact that we're all
Get
metaphorically
the shit.
sifting. He's just taking the fact that we're all metaphorically sifting
couldn't
for gold
afford the
around here
Fresca?
and making it literal.
Oh, I like that. I like that, Mel. Thank you.
I'm just waiting for the mushroom cloud to go off behind the trees there.
Yeah.
No, man.
I mean,
as
inevitably-
you have been taught to expect. I've decided. I've come to the conclusion that there will never ever be a nuclear bomb in our lifetimes. They're gonna drag the fear out forever.
But-
yes.
But the neocons told me
Right.
that Iranians were on the verge of nuking us any second now, so
But
that's why we
I
had
know.
to bomb them.
If I think about the expanse of the land, especially between the U.S. and Canada, to like literally nuke us out in that sense is impossible.
You must be an Iranian agent trying to
No,
subvert
honey, I'm not.
He
us.
probably
Okay,
is.
though. No, I know how to live in the woods, and I think you should learn how to too. Turn off the computer. Get your
Bitch, I'm
turn
talking
off
to you
your
from a bunker in
girlfriend.
my woods.
I know you like to fuck your little,
I'm an
synthetic
Eagle
waste.
Scout. I got this shit down.
I'm off-grid and self-sufficient. Where are you at?
I'm a little bit older now and a little bit rusty on my survival skills. Sleeping in a bag in the woods does not sound like fun to me anymore.
That's not what
I
I'm
got-
saying. That's not what
I'll
I'm
bring the
saying.
meat.
I have way better
I'll
solutions.
bring the
to
meat.
sleep. You don't have to sleep on a bag in the woods.
You say you'll bring the meat, but
No
all
one's
she wants
telling
is
you.
the bone.
Bow, 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 bow,
All
bow,
right, I'll
bow.
leave that there, but that's not what I said. What I meant.
Speaking of trees, those trees in his background is my backyard, so that's where I'm coming from.
Dude, David just
It's
needs
a
a
good
pole right
place.
now, and that's like fucking the life.
You know, the
Where's dinner?
best survival or prepper things that you can have is knowledge and connections. And I just feel like you're pretty low on at least one of them, probably.
Don't forget,
And
don't live in
plenty
a
of
blue state.
possums. You make sure there's plenty of possums running around. You always got to eat.
Possums are freaky, nasty little fucking devil monkeys.
Chewy.
You're gonna want to eat one when the shit hits the fan. You're gonna be like, "Hey, Dave,
Yo,
bring the
I gotta
possum
do what I
up."
gotta do.
This is the best rat burger I've ever had. Taco Bell.
You guys are hilarious.
Until you've had possum bacon, don't talk to me.
I have not.
I believe that you've had possum bacon, though. I believe you have.
I feed
Probably
possums
only
to
you.
my
Maybe Ren Rogue. No, probably only.
They
No,
have that
there's
kind
not,
of
there's not really
backstrap. Like,
possums in my
normally
part of
that's
the
not backstrap.
But there's
I've got
armadillos, and those are
alligators.
just armored possums.
Wait.
That's totally
I
different.
actually, I have heard of armadillo steak, and that would be backstrap, right? No. I've heard it's not that bad.
Have you ever seen an armadillo in real life?
Yes,
Yes.
actually.
They're
I've got
nasty
a
little
funny
fuckers.
Have
My-
you guys
my-
discovered the
my
technology
work
called
husband
fish
knows.
and chicken and pigs and cows? They're
All those
delicious.
are perfectly good eating. But in an apocalypse situation, like the cows are probably going to be gone pretty quick. Chickens, I can't keep chickens alive. Tried it. And
Dude. Flo, my poor
Yeah.
boyfriend is like randomly just pieces everywhere. Wakes up one morning everywhere. Like fucking bullshit.
The thing about chickens is like, and you won't know this if you've never had them. Like their survival instinct doesn't exist. These
No,
are
you
the
are. You
Right.
are the survival instinct.
right. Like we have
That's what makes them
bred
delicious.
all self-preservation out of these motherfuckers.
You have a bear and you have a dumb friend.
Wait, true story.
Ren, I've got your mic turned all the way up, and you are quiet as hell still.
Yeah, there's like a weird muffling.
Yeah,
It's like-
you sound like somebody's got a TV on in the background. You're that quiet.
All right, I don't know why.
A little better.
Is that better now?
Yeah, it's better,
Yeah.
but
Check
not-
where your fingers are on the phone. Make sure don't have your finger over the mic or something.
I've got a headset on.
And pull the bag off your head.
It's
Damn.
I could relog in via the browser and see if that works better.
Yeah, try it.
Audio on the app is sometimes.
We got a dono from Chuck. He says, Ezra channel. Oh, name
Chanel.
change. This is a name change. I got you.
Chanel.
I will
That's
gladly
brother.
accept that.
It's great because it works on so many levels.
I
Right?
think he was trying to buy her Chanel.
Well, if you
No,
guys don't know,
here you go, Chuck. I know you said to the wood nymph, but I changed it to the wood nympho. I can if you don't like the modification, you can tell me and I'll change it back.
and actually, some of you don't know that Mr. Caucasian Sasquatch is my wood husband. I am his wood wife.
Just
I
because
actually
I
did know
could.
that already. But first dono of the night gets bombs if I find them.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down. The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
That was a live feed from Iran via Trump cam.
fuck?
Okay.
Because he's the president of peace. He should get a Nobel Peace Prize for all the peace he's been spreading.
Flo should get 50 members tonight, minimum.
Oh yeah, I believe that I will.
Buy those memberships, ladies and gentlemen.
I really should have done. I meant to figure out how to do the OBS thing so I could have a timer up there, because that'd be a way better visual thing. But I didn't do it. So
What kind of timer would you like to have, bruh?
Flo, I have a really strong question for you.
let me answer the simple one first. Just a countdown timer, like this much time left.
For how long?
So right now, like if you look at the
this
ticker,
beautiful face.
right now the stream would end at 12:30 in 12. I guess it would be 1:30 your time. So whatever that is. So that I can just add. Then when people give memberships or whatever, you can just add.
Get out, dog.
Yeah.
Don't be out here.
We have a new woodwife in display. Why did you shut your face off? It was gorgeous. Just want
Because my
everybody to know.
internet's a little sketchy.
Okay, good, but still, no, it's not. You look perfect.
Yeah, you're
no
coming
delay.
through now.
Is my audio
Very
good now?
well.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
All right, cool.
So what's been going on with you down there?
I don't mean I'm not
Oh.
judging you. You don't know this about me, and I apologize. I would put my camera up if I could, but I am actually 6'1". So Vikings unite. I'm not saying that that's your exact disposition. I'm just saying that woodwives unite, and that's who I am to Mr. Squatch. So
I don't reject, being
okay, I was
included in
hoping
that
not.
category.
I felt like you would reciprocate that. Like
Is
you would chop some
he
trees down with me. You know what I'm
is
saying? Like-
Sasquatch as tall as you? I think you might have an inch on Sasquatch.
I'll give you an extra inch. It's fine.
Wait.
I'll give her all 4.
Sir?
Put
Am I a
your
little
shirt on.
taller than you? I'm
You come
also a
from the
little
land
taller
of
than my
ice and
current
snow?
boyfriend, so it's okay.
No.
I've just
You
been
need-
down here in the desert being antisocial. You know me.
Can I get baptized on your while I'm on your panel, Flo?
You
Amen.
can. If you want to get in that water, then we will absolutely get you baptized. Oh wait, you're in the water. You're in the fucking water.
Wait,
I'm so in
you're
it.
baptizing
phone is-
tonight? Yes.
My
Hold
phone
on.
is cringing.
We got to do this
Dude,
right. We
David,
got to
you're
do this
the
right. I'll
shit.
bring everybody back up in a second. I got this is between me and Wayne and the Lord, Sasquatch. Where's my hat?
Yes. Yes.
All right, I put my headphones on after the hat, so we'll have to do this. This is a little
Get my
awkward,
hat.
but ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever. What's my religion called? I don't know. We'll figure out a name later. Welcome to the first ever baptism for a religion that is too new to even have a name yet. Brother David here. Brother David here is deciding to commit his life and his afterlife and his soul to the tenets of our religion, which are still getting hammered out. The details are still getting hammered out.
And my wiener.
And his wiener.
Don't forget my wiener.
It's unnecessary for him to commit that, but he can do so if he wants. I don't really know
Can I leave
what
my
you say during
sunglasses on?
baptism. Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to say during these things because I haven't been baptized since I was 8 or so. So
I'll just go under. I'll just go under and then
all
you
right.
freestyle.
All right.
Don't kill me.
Okay.
Okay. Ready?
All right. Whenever you're ready, we're ready.
3, 2, 1.
Oh my goodness. Look at all those demon bubbles. Those are the demons escaping him. That's the evilness leaving his life right now. He will when he comes back up, hopefully he does. When he comes back up, he'll be a new man. He's not coming back up. He's been down there a long time. Been down there a while. But probably just getting extra, saved. He's still alive, but there's just a lot of sin to work out and stuff. All right, are you back up? Okay, congratulations. This is powerful. This is moving. Do you feel that energy in the air?
I went there. I went to wherever your heaven is. I can't. I gotta go.
Okay.
No. Hey, I did see boobies. I did see
Oh,
boobies.
nice. There are lots of
It's
boobies.
worth
in
it.
heaven, that's
It's
true.
worth it. I suggest
worth it.
everyone do it.
You just say
Lord,
no.
Lauren said check your Cash App, and you need to keep somebody's dropping memberships.
Okay.
Oh man, I didn't know that was going to happen.
Hold on, that's the Southern Baptist thing, sir.
It's okay. We can incorporate different
So powerful.
Well,
honestly, we can incorporate
my
whatever
lungs.
y'all like. If y'all like speaking in tongues or pray into
It
a
filled my
square
lungs.
or whatever, just bring your it's a potluck of practice.
Hey,
I do
Luke,
like
It doesn't
tongues.
work. Oh,
What
the
say
lake
Luke
is
gifted
possessed now.
gifted 5 Powder Dusty memberships. Thank you for the first membership donos of the stream. Let's do Talcadia, and then we'll add. So what's 3 times 5? 15. We'll add 15 minutes to that. Where?
Oh yeah, all men and women have the
I love it.
Oh my god. Oh my god, is that it?
That's way better than your past, like from the first
Oh, you
one.
hadn't seen the new one?
I think you got a Mexican backstage too.
A what? Did I not bring everyone up?
I don't know. Is he up?
He's just not spoken yet,
Oh, okay.
which is unusual.
Did y'all hear the rumor that Talcott's a communist? I didn't believe it.
That ain't
He
no rumor. Ask Flo.
He's
Flo,
definitely-
I don't believe that day when Jack said there was going to be re-education camps.
How can we? Yeah, absolutely. He's a communist. He won't probably admit to it normally because he knows that it's got connotations. But
I know, dude. It's sarcasm.
oh
We're
yeah.
supposed to get it.
Yeah.
Lauren, thank you for the $3. Says sent the Trump. Okay, sent things to Discord. Right on.
Shout out to Lauren. Fucking love you, gorgeous.
Show us some boobs there, Ezra.
I'm gonna set up a camera. I will actually have my gimbal set up. I've had it for a year.
Yeah, baby.
IRL.
Did you say nipple? What?
Yeah.
Shut up, Chuck.
Mild
Let
nipple.
me handle
Like,
this.
like just like cold from the temperature, you know?
I want to see pics of the underwater boobs that Dave saw. Are they mermaid
Oh
boobs
my goodness.
or what?
You gotta let the water go all the way into the lungs, and then it's there.
that's where the sin is really the deep. Yeah, you gotta cleanse those lungs out.
But not what comes out of the man or something. It's what goes into him or something like that. But
Are you sure?
Hey, I gotta go.
COVID or something?
I'm headed to the. I gotta get to the house and burn a few books, and I'll be back. All right.
Congratulations on
every one
being
of
the
y'all.
first saved person in the cosmos.
Stay warm.
Well, I'm gonna go anoint my entire house. I appreciate y'all.
Just don't smoke while doing it. Oil burns, sir.
Sending thoughts and prayers.
He knows. Everybody,
That's
like
good.
he doesn't know
That's
what an
good.
oil
Thank you.
burner is. Come on. if you get it, you
I'll be
get
back
it.
a
And if
little
you
bit.
don't, you're a good kid.
I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, this
Keep
ain't an
buying them
airport.
memberships.
Yeah, dude, that guy's deep country. He knows.
I was a little bit surprised to hear you be the first one to cackle up at that. Ezra.
Like I'm not that deep country. Like you know me, Flo. But I'm not,
Well,
that
you got the reference.
deep.
Oh,
Holy, and we got the first whale. And
Whoa.
Mike 23 says, Father Flo, I need to confess my sins. I've been
Wow.
drinking too much champagne, and I've been spending my hard-earned cash when I get too drunk on the powdered dusty. Oh, blessed Father, I must have a spending problem. Please, Father Flo, cleanse me from my sins. Actually, you're in luck, Mike, because funny enough, giving me too much money is not actually a sin at all. It's actually how you go to heaven. It's the requirement, basically.
oh, wait a minute. You can buy your way in?
Fuck yes, you can. This is my religion.
Only way.
Oh, shit.
This is my religion we're talking about. You can buy, yes, salvation is for sale.
How much does the Xenu knowledge cost?
And we got to do the whale song.
How much does
This
it
is
cost
where'd
to
that
learn
go?
about
the
Xenu?
That wasn't the whale song.
No, it wasn't. I think Sasquatch and I clicked the whale song at the same time. Did we do that?
No, I haven't touched anything. I'll let you do that unless you're not.
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. Known all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even known all the ice and the Sprite. You just try to get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog. He makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots could learn how to log. Get money.
Look, Mike forgot this is a membership drive.
Well, I mean, let's not be too hard on the guy.
Okay. Yeah, he is sinning, so.
Way to choose the thing to criticize, Chuck.
Yeah, duh.
Get the thing out of here.
This isn't the first time I've had to say something to you about criticizing people for doing the right thing.
Ruh-roh.
Just call me Lindsay. Just
I'd
call
like
me
to,
Lindsay.
hello everyone. Hello everyone. Nice to hear you all. Nice
that
to not
Bex?
see any chatters. I hate most of you. Anyways, I was thinking about this church thing, this religion you're starting, Flo, and with your experience as a banker and a businessman, and since some of us may have very valuable souls, I was wondering if maybe, selling off a piece at a time might make the market value of future shares in the soul better, like sell an eighth now. Like, do you think you'll contemplate?
Are you trying to sell a timestamp to your soul? Is that what I'm hearing?
Perhaps. I mean, I am willing to negotiate. I don't want to sell the whole thing. I'm kind of attached
Pussy's
to it.
only $45 an hour.
That's the whole, not the soul. The
mean,
soul is worth. People's souls are actually. It's like cryptocurrency. It's a bunch of hype over nothing. It's not a bad idea, though.
Are you saying the NFT of my seashell isn't worth $1 billion?
Damn.
Oh man.
They can't even replicate that one.
There goes my retirement plan.
I mean, that high-pitched voice does nothing for you, hi-fi.
Besides, I think Christianity already has taken advantage of that sort of scheme with the whole
what?
You've been saved, but you still need to be saved. That dynamic.
And if you join Flo's religion, it'll help your balls drop there, hi-fi.
Yeah, shut up. Are you at war with the Ortho Bros, dude? I saw your recent videos. You're taking on the Ortho Bro debates or something.
You're kind of late.
It's getting. I'm getting more and more agitated. The more I interact with the Ortho Bros, and actually, John Mosman explained some things to me, so I want to clarify. I don't think I'm talking about about Orthodox Christianity at all. Actually, I think I'm talking about the self-identified sect of internet bros who claimed whatever you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Jay Dyer. I'm talking about Jay Dyer.
He's an ortho bro.
Yeah, yes. Wait, just him specifically, because that doesn't define the ortho.
No, not him specifically, but him especially.
Like Jim Bob?
Huh?
You might be able to get the Crucible gang.
I
over
like
here.
Jim Bob and Andrew enough that I'm gonna give them sort of a suspicious pass at this time. I won't say that it's helping them any, that affiliation, but they're not. No baby's going out with the bathwater there.
I get that, but right, like you actually are good friends with some of the people from that seg a little bit more on the Jim Bob sector, and I think you can respect it.
Right, and like wrongful rage is another example of somebody who's an Orthodox Christian who is like not in the shit list with the Ortho Bros, right? But
you should arrange a debate, have it on this channel, and have them super.
They will not accept. I have invited. I have taunted. I have made several streams explicitly taunting Jay Dyer. I've addressed Tag. And on Sarah's the other day, when I started getting into it, I was up there for all of 10 minutes before somebody paid $120 to have me kicked off the whole night.
Right. So I was just getting warmed up on that shit too. That was good. That was a good approach. The sandwich, the holy sandwich of creation, was the most visceral exhibition of flaunting I've seen in a minute.
It might be worth reviewing, actually.
Does she have a buyback on?
Yes, she does. I'm not sure exactly she does it, but there's like a brief window, right? $100 gets somebody off for the night, but she does give like a brief window for people to buy back. But like I said, I'd been on for all of 10 minutes. My restream had 8 people watching. So I sat backstage for, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes. But...
It was probably him, just so you know, through someone else.
Which him?
Well, I don't know. Whoever that you had 10 minutes with. I didn't.
Yeah, what was his name? We'll pull it up because it was a pretty good argument. And I've gotten good feedback about it from several people, including one of the guys who I kept kicking off. When I joined the panel, it was full, so I just bought spots for me and Sasquatch. And one of the guys that I chose to kick, I ran into him on a different panel earlier today, and he said that actually my points were very helpful because he wasn't quite sure what the argument was being made that I was arguing against until I started responding to it. So
you got your foot in the door. That's the important part.
My foot's been in the door.
My foot's been up your ass.
It has.
Flo, you don't like you're actually more solid than that. You want to do
what?
Than just like juxtaposing to bullshit. I mean, like you know what I mean by that. Like you're better than that. You're gonna either
then what? I don't disagree. I'm just not sure what I'm doing that you think is below me.
Go beyond whatever this is in the social media. If that's how you want to even. I don't know how to word it. The influence.
I don't know how to respond to something that I don't know what it is.
I know.
Luckily, I brought my crystal ball.
You don't know how to properly blood sport like His Majesty. That's your weakness.
It's just not coming into fruition right in this context, but he knows I know.
I mean, I'll be here a minute. I'll be here a minute, so take your time figuring out how to work. Praise God, Mike is trying to get to the top tier of heaven, isn't he? Yes, he is.
You
Blessings.
Need like
I do. I do need something like that for soundboard, but I got the whale clip.
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. You know all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even know all the ice and the Sprite. You just try to get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $ ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog. He makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots could learn how to log. Get money.
And just because it's everybody's favorite clip.
Exactly. When are we gonna get to the saucy parts?
You mean of the clown clips?
No, of your reboot channel. Like, what's the vibe here? Is it chillaxing? Is it just like raw and edgy?
It's just this is the Powder Dusty exists because Flow State got demonetized, and I stood up a new channel with monetization in like a month and a half, and I think it took like 9 months for me to get monetization back on Flow State.
So basically, this channel is his shame child.
No, shame
it's
child.
Flow 2.0.
There's no shame. There's only animosity. This is a hate fuck child.
That's cute.
Demonetization causes mitosis.
Demonetization causes problems.
They couldn't handle the truth.
Metamorphosis.
No, mitosis. It's like you demonetize a channel and it replicates, and then you end up with two.
Right.
That's like very
right. It's a Hydra situation.
Like hawkish, you know. You're gonna little. Like...
To me, that just means you won. That's how you know you won the debate, Flow.
So let's
demonetize you.
Let's
but let's not try to win that one again.
Let's see.
Right.
No.
How many minutes is that?
Okay, so Mike bought another 20 memberships, 20 times 3. So that's another hour. Needs to be added on. Thank you. And how do I? So I want to add my share screen where the clock is for now. We can pull it off screen so that we can look at this debate again. I was very frustrated that I didn't get to finish slaughtering him.
The clock's going weird on us.
Yeah, well, he's adding time to it because so this is a membership drive. I'll stream as long as people. Yeah. Each membership adds 3 minutes to the clock. It started at 4 hours.
Oh.
If this was any way we could turn this like the paperclip into the house thing, you could stream for days.
Yeah, so I stole this idea exactly from FTFE, and of course, he's got a bigger audience than I do, but he had the same setup. He streamed last time he did one of these. He streamed for just under 5 days.
Ooh.
There's a caveat, which is he took 6 hours in every 24-hour period to sleep. Since I'm weirdly competitive, am only gonna allot 5 hours per 24-hour period to myself. But yeah, it could basically go indefinitely.
Okay, but Flo, can we talk about this really quick? Like, can you promise me if you do that, like you will take twice that off completely away from it?
You know, I just got done taking 2 weeks off of YouTube, basically.
I did not. Well, actually, that's not totally true because I did actually notice you were away. But
she was crying every night. She cried and cried for a couple of weeks. She was crying. Where's Flo?
Hold on. Mike, can you give me the middle finger?
Right.
Right on. All right. Welcome, Mike.
Call me out like that. God damn it.
Welcome, Mike.
Sorry.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Your audio's not so good.
Where did my share screen go? Okay. So Sasquatch, how do I get that clock off and my screen?
It is an exactly ordinary share screen. There's nothing strange about it. I'm just running the timer over here so you can drop it down like normal, prop yours up, and it should be fine.
I was gonna say it's layout, bud. Should be in your layout settings.
We're good now.
Abraham Lincoln.
Always at the bottom, if you have anything presenting, you should have the ability to change the layout based on what you have.
Yeah, normally when I I was adding it and it wasn't moving the clock. I didn't know. Anyways,
right,
we got it resolved. So this is the debate the other night. I'm only on the first 10 minutes or so, but to get people up to speed if they didn't see it. There's an argument that the ortho bros like to make. It's called TAG, the Transcendental Argument for God, and they believe that this is a way to prove God's existence. And the argument goes like this. We make claim. Well, you know what? He's about to explain it here, so I'll just let him go. But it's a faulty argument, and I end up using.
So before you play that, are you gonna say then you're a hard atheist? I didn't know this. I
consider myself agnostic. Because I'm not a materialist. Like I just am not that sort of an atheist. I do, however, I'm basically not really open to many of the major religions.
Look how
No, I
excited
get
Sarah
that. I
is.
get that actually hard.
Yeah.
Just good to know agnostic versus atheist. That's
Yeah.
big. It's a big difference.
He's not a
Go ahead.
butthurt atheist. He's just an agnostic.
Right.
No, that's fine.
In the analogy, we're saying, okay, you're saying there's a thing called a wall. What is a wall, and what makes walls possible?
I would say, is there any other explanation besides what we both call that the wall, this wood with a handle and a door, and it opens up, and there's something behind it?
The question keeps getting pushed back. All it is, we can just keep on ontology of just predicating thing, right? Kneel, wall, phone, YouTube, these different things that have existence. Whatever's being predicated, we're taking the question back a step and saying a worldview that can account for these things is necessary to appeal to them. And if you don't have the ability to account for something that you're appealing to, then you can't appeal to that thing as some kind of standard. And if you forego giving an account for it, well, we're in the position I mentioned before, if you're going to have to accept relativism.
So did you all catch that nonsense? Basically, the argument is you claim to know, because the claim that was being made is that God, and actually they say specifically the Christian God, the Christian Trinity God, is required for knowledge to exist at all. And the reason that he just used to support that is, well, you claim to know some things, right? Like a door is a door. But how do you know anything? Which is
bullshit,
if you're
word salads.
Right. It says if you can't tell us how, if you can't build the car, you don't know how to drive.
And Chase, if you don't mind, I don't mean to.
No, I don't necessarily agree with that, because we can have things that are objectively true, and we can agree on these things that are objectively true, like snow is white, for example. I don't necessarily have to account for that. I don't have to appeal to anything to account for that. We just know snow is white. We both agree on that.
But what's in question is the thing called snow and it being objectively true. That's what's
also
in question.
Whiteness. Also
whiteness, snow, right? All these
That's
things.
fine. I get why you're asking that, but why would Christianity, or any worldview for that matter, be the only way to account for those things?
Yeah.
If I may interject, Chase, that there was something that he said that really.
And I want to throw a flag on that fucking play real quick to the slick one. But it's, if you've argued with Ortho Bros as much as I have, it's a very common recurrence where now Gnostic Conform is asking him the obvious question. Okay, whatever. Why is the Christian God, what is required for knowledge? Like, what specifically about him? And then this schoolboy, who's another Ortho Bro, it runs interference. Like, well, actually, let me intervene here and just derail that question because we can't answer it.
Christianity, or any worldview for that matter, be the only way to account for those things?
Yeah.
If I may interject, Chase, that there was something that he said that really perked up like my ears, and it came down to, like, I know that you said that you're not a philosopher, right, Neil?
Right.
Have you ever heard of Munchausen's trilemma?
No.
Or Agrippa's trilemma, it's sometimes known as.
I've heard of these things. I probably couldn't explain it right now. No.
So
yeah, go ahead.
It's a critique that about epistemology, that essentially all worldviews boil down to one of three things: either
we lost
or
it.
circular.
You cut out.
So my phone's glitching out. I'll be right back, guys.
Sure,
just filibuster.
Okay, we just have truth, and the line I was just going down is just okay. We just have truth, and objective truth is what you're saying. That's what we're bringing into question, is how you can actually justify that claim in general.
Well,
and you're saying I don't have to.
Well, I would appeal to our inductive reasoning and experience, and there's like certain things, like knowing snow is white. I don't necessarily think it matters how we
the frat boy douchebag way that we rolled up in there.
I love that, and I just said sexy, but just because you guys are my bros.
Inductive reasoning and experience, and there's like certain things, like knowing snow is white. I don't necessarily think it matters how we account for that. It's just a simple snow is white.
Okay, but we can just do the same thing now and just say, I don't need to account for my truth claims. It's just simple God exists. You see how if you push back against that, that's being totally inconsistent.
It's a mental shortcut.
Yeah.
Yeah, but snow is white we both can see snow. We both can touch snow. It's right there. God exists is more of like what God? Christian God, Buddhist God?
Yeah, but
there's way more.
But your definition of snow, you got to define snow. What are you defining snow with?
Snow exists with or without the definition. The definition is a function of language.
Not really, because technically the word snow.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
James, calm your tits down. The definition is a function of language, which is a human construct.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And it's objectively true no matter what I say
is
about
also defined by the fact that you have eyes that perceive a very particular spectrum of light, right? So
but it's
the
still
thing
objectively
you
true no matter
share
what
in
we say about it.
Yeah, true. It's objectively true because of what we are. The same way his statement is only objectively true amongst Christians.
Okay, but this is you're just claiming this is just objectively true. We're asking you to account for that. And you're saying we don't have to.
No, you're saying you don't have to. We're saying that we don't have an account for it. You're saying God is here, and God means that we don't have to, right? That's the end of your inquiry.
Literally not what I'm saying. I'm saying we need to actually account for our truth claims, and you're saying we do not have to. We just have objective truth.
There are certain things that we know are true through. So I didn't articulate this thought process clearly. What I'm trying to say is that they are using God to not have to justify their claims, right? Because God, the existence of God is not obvious for sure, but they just have it defined as such a thing that, like, well, this is the answer.
Yeah, it's called God of the Gaps, by the way.
Okay, thank you. And that's what I get into in a minute with the sandwich experience, right? The red book.
And what are those? And how do you know that those are true?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about, but not everything we know for sure is true. Snow is white is objectively true no matter what we say about it.
How do you know that?
No, it's not.
Experience.
Because we have a color spectrum. We decide with our language, English language, the color white describes this right here. That's the color white. So
you're still predicating
also has the same color.
But you're still predicating a thing, right? Whatever details and attributes you want to point out of the thing, you're still saying there's a thing outside of me that exists. That's a huge metaphysical universal claim, and you're saying I don't need to account for it. And then you're asking us, we can give an account. I'm just trying to point out that you just.
I hate this line of argument. It is so nonsensical and immaterial.
Right?
Basically, he's trying to utilize syntax to get around the question of fucking existence.
Right?
Oh, I know. It's and this is why I'm getting increasingly agitated with them. The more I encounter this just blatant dishonesty.
I mean,
and they're trying to establish objective by giving subjective examples. It's just shitty.
So I think one line of approach might be to point out that, like, yes, you can say snow is white, but yes, you can also say water that is frozen in the air will take on a certain crystalline structure and reflect sunlight at a wavelength that
you're overthinking it though. You're overthinking it.
No, let me finish. Let's go here. Wittgenstein would say that the way we say snow is white has to do with words containing the meaning based on how we use them. So
we define it.
Yeah, right. So in reality, like this, God never told us what these words mean. We came up with words for the thing that we were observing.
Correct.
It's that simple. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. But they have to make it more complicated to factor in God to something. But really, like, if you think about it, what they're admitting is that we can't know anything so long as we believe this heavily in God. Like, it really is just God of the gaps.
What they're really doing is appealing to solipsism and reversing the order of language and reality. Because they're trying to treat the language of reality as if it precedes the reality itself. That to me seems almost solipsistic, but let's not get too far off.
You might
get to grant yourself things that you don't grant others.
Yeah, but it's not the same. Snow is we both agree snow exists in our world. We don't know, even if I grant that God exists, we don't know what this God is, or if it's the Christian God, or if it's the Muslim God. We don't know that. So
That's arbitrary.
It's a way bigger step to just
It's called
grant
a
God
postulate.
exists.
It's a postulate. It's called a postulate, sir. It's just a postulate.
Okay.
Some people have
Okay.
beliefs, whether they are a positive or negative assertion, they cannot be proven. That's what it's called.
Well,
It's a
hold on.
postulate.
If you don't mind, really, I guess I don't mean to cut in, but I do
I
have
just
something.
wanted to get something in there. It's called the postulate, and that is true. You can look up the definition of the word postulate. Please do.
All right. So really quick though, I just have to add. I hope you know that the tag is not just saying the formula, right? I mean, we're epistemic holists, right? Orthodox Christianity, we have this position that we hold, gives a positive account. It's the whole entire worldview and paradigm that accounts for all these things. So we're not just saying necessary precondition, therefore God. That's not all what at all we're just saying. There is a positive account, and that's something that was mentioned earlier, but was kind of let off.
And that's the whole worldview. But before we get to that, it needs to be shown that they can just grant themselves things without justifying it. That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah,
They're not going to be able to show you anything. You might as well just get into an actual subject.
Well,
because
let him.
Wait, you're not going to justify. I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. You're not going to justify any claim.
Sure. No matter which side you're on one side or the other, and it's called a postulate. You cannot prove it. It's called faith. So you have a faith side, and
How can you prove that you can't prove it? Can you justify that claim?
Yeah, it's because of this sandwich. That's how.
No.
How does sandwich account for that?
Same way Jesus
That's your
does.
argument?
Same way the Trinity does. What do you mean? How does a sandwich does everything?
Do you see how irate they became the second they made the connection between sandwich and creation?
Is sandwich your God, Flo? Be honest.
Hold on. Back it up and watch the paddle's facial expressions after you say sandwich, ta-da, and then move on eating your fucking sandwich.
All right, Lou.
Faith. So you have a faith side, and
How can you prove that you can't prove it? Can you justify that claim?
Yeah, it's because of the sandwich. That's how.
No.
How does sandwich account for that?
Same way Jesus
That's your
does.
argument?
Same way the Trinity does. What do you mean? How does a sandwich does everything?
Come on now.
Hold on.
He got the hand in the hair thing.
Yeah, this dude next to you started twitching a little bit.
Schoolboy looks like he's about to face the firing squad.
Yeah, the Mr. Dinklage or whatever, Abe Dinkson, whatever. I think he full on salutes you on that. And I'm utterly astounded that you got there that quick with that little effort. Watch my face as I observe what's happening here. You're going to see a slow dawning of realization that you just outmaneuvered everyone on the panel with a sandwich.
It was a good sandwich, by the way. Shout out to Lady Flo.
Allow me to try to bring some assembly. Let's try to go one at a time. At least try. Go ahead. Back to Chase. I think you were kicking off before I interrupted.
Yeah. So all I'm pointing out and why they're getting angry is because they are not being allowed to just grant themselves objective truth claims without justifying them. And now they're just shouting sandwich.
The exact same way that you are. I have as much evidence that sandwich created the universe as you do that Jesus did. Actually, probably more, because sandwich I can prove tangibly exists. You can't do the same for the Trinity.
So you only believe in things that physically exist?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, but you can only prove things that are physical, right?
Can prove tangibly exists. You can't do the same for the Trinity.
So you only believe in things that physically exist?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, but you can only prove things exist that are physical, right?
Nope, that's not what I said.
Oh, well, then how do you prove non-physical things?
You're moving the goalpost because you don't want to acknowledge the fact that my sandwich has more viability than your Trinity. Your Trinity doesn't even make it conceptually.
Can you make a positive account on how a sandwich grants you the possibility of knowledge?
Thank you.
Sure, it created everything.
Continue.
Without the Trinity, or without the Trinity sandwich, I can't have knowledge, and I have knowledge. You have knowledge, so obviously, sandwich created things.
So you guys, and Neil, this is actually where I was kind of getting into it before my phone was having problems. You do misrepresent the tag argument. It's not an argument that's just saying like it's not a tautology. It's saying God is the necessary precondition for knowledge, knowledge therefore God, right? So the argument is that God is the necessary precondition. Now, to substantiate that claim is actually a disjunctive. So I know that you're not a philosopher, but
what do you mean by that?
So a disjunctive would be a proposition that is an either or statement, essentially. So the possibility of knowledge is either theonomous or not theonomous, meaning from God, and it is not theonomous because there is no autonomous worldview that can actually account for the possibility of knowledge.
You would have to ask God for that to be the case, sir.
This is a false binary.
Well, and it's not a false binary.
How's that a false dichotomy?
Yeah, and there's
because
numerous...
you're forcing something that we don't know the answer to into an either or when we don't know if these are the two options available.
Well, you're claiming we don't know the answer. We have a different position than you. So you're saying, oh, don't know, you don't believe something. Well, let me finish. You don't believe.
I don't see how he doesn't see that we have the same position, just different gods.
He does. He just don't want to admit it. He sees the fact that you have completely outmaneuvered him, and he's trying his best to stand on a square that is now also on your sandwich.
Maybe you should let him try your sandwich, and then you'll be convinced.
I'm trying. So far, David Wayne's the only one who's taken the plunge into my sandwich. Shout out to David Wayne. Congratulations on being saved. Although Mike 23, even though he hasn't properly been baptized, you know what? In my church, we have baptism via financial support. So, Mike doesn't have anything to worry about.
You have indulgences. You already covered that.
Oh, yes.
If I might be mistaken, but I think that person who was complaining about the disjunctive was actually directing that at the tag people. And
he was.
Oh, okay. Well, you kind of threw him off.
No, well, I didn't ask the response question.
You're right that it does narrow it down, but like for tag people, they're not really good at calling that out. So it was a good strategy on his part, and you kind of took the steam out of it.
Yeah. Well, if I did that, then I apologize to whoever's question that was. I wasn't following the logic, but I didn't know what a disjunctive was.
You're going to need to actually demonstrate that claim, and we can start off even more simply. Either the universe is intentional or it's not intentional. Is the universe intentional, powdered, dusty, or is it not intentional?
I must be confused about what you're trying to communicate me. Could you lead the way and demonstrate?
Do you understand the question? Can you repeat the question?
I want you to lead by example and show me how.
Can you repeat the question I answered?
I'm asking you to teach it better.
Okay, great. Is the universe intentional or is it not intentional? This is a true dichotomy. It's an either or, and one of them will immediately collapse and destroy the possibility of knowledge. So in your worldview, is the universe intentional or is it not intentional?
He's right there.
You don't know your own worldview?
I don't know if it's intentional or not. I have no idea. I didn't create everything.
Okay, cool. So you do not hold the belief that the universe is intentional, correct?
Let's say it may be intentional. What I hold the belief is that I don't.
You don't know what you believe.
Hold on. Let me finish. I don't hold the knowledge of how the universe was created. Do you hold the knowledge?
God created the universe. I don't know every single mechanic, but again, you're not answering. 1 second, Dr. Luke.
Sure.
You're literally saying, no, the universe is not intentional. I don't hold that belief. That means everything in the universe is accidental.
I didn't say that.
And that.
So
you do believe the universe is intentional.
What I said is that I do not know the answer to that question because
I didn't create. So in your worldview,
I wasn't there.
You know what that means? Do you know what that means? Because it's an either or, and it's an actual dichotomy. That means in your worldview, I don't know the answer. That means it's not intentional.
The question is deceptive in and of itself, right? And obviously, none of us have the answer to that question. So when he says pick one of these things, the honest answer is I don't know.
So what he's getting wrong, by the way, is that you not knowing doesn't hold any truth value. It doesn't inform us on whether or not the universe was intentional or not. But you don't have to hold that belief. That's what he's getting wrong.
Right. Well, he's trying to force me to. It's like choose lie A or choose lie B. Right. Well,
yeah.
Neither. Not what that means. As much as you want it to mean that.
Is it intentional?
What I'm saying is you're asking for information I don't have.
Okay, yeah. So you don't know if the universe is intentional, correct?
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, whoa.
Correct.
Can you?
And
I'm
you
sorry.
focus?
Can I? I'm sorry. Can I? I've been listening to this
Well,
for like the last 15 minutes. I just want to say
Bye,
hold
one
on
Flo.
thing to
just a
this.
second. Let me do some logistics and then I'll hand it back to you, Dr. Luke,
Sure
and you
thing.
can
You a
add
whole
in.
ass bitch, Sweater.
Sweater has dropped a full 100, and
Wow.
here we know 100 is a full boot for the
Someone's
evening.
getting scared that his Jesus is going down. Bye, Sweater.
So any of you Flow
Go eat
State
your
Powder
sandwich.
Crusty
I'm
fans,
breathing
if
it.
you if you would like to keep Flow on, you have to match it. So I'm going to put Flow backstage for a couple minutes. If somebody chooses to match to bring him back up, we will gladly keep him here. Otherwise, Flow will be booted for the entire evening. So I'll give you a few minutes to do so. And, and then
Wow.
and then allow
From that point on, it takes me an hour to get in 3 questions.
I know. I needed you to get up there and just rage the fuck out and avenge my death. And
What do we need to do?
Oh, nothing anymore. This was from a couple nights ago. That Sweater. So I did a little poking. Sweater had never commented on any of Sarah's videos ever until booting me. I'm a mod there.
By the way, Flo, let me jump in real quick. So he did a really shitty job, but
You couldn't let me finish my fucking point before you start
go
taking
ahead.
up the argument. Hold the fuck on. Since then, so I think Sweater is somebody else's alt account. That said, I'm not positive. Sweater did leave a comment on one of my videos, asking if I was upset that he dropped me. And I just want to clarify, like, even though like I'm frustrated in the moment, as I should be, that I can't complete the argument, like no part of me is mad at Sweater, whoever it is. In fact, I appreciate audience members that support channels. So even if it wasn't directly supporting me, I think it indirectly supports the space. So absolutely, thank you, Sweater, for kicking me. No anger here at all. Now go ahead.
Money. Anyways,
Sandwich.
Dude
Sandwich forgives Sweater.
The dude did a piss poor job of pointing out a really basic, simple explanation. He was trying to establish that you start with a true, not true type statement, but then he like left open your well, maybe what if both statements are false type scenario. And I
Right.
think he was trying to say that that's why you set up as either X is true or X is not true, and that those you have to pick one of those statements.
But trying to force me to pick, I agree that's what he's trying to do. But just trying to tell me I have to pick one of these things, that'd be like asking you, is blue crunchy or creamy?
Right,
Like,
but he left it open, making it sound like he was saying that you have a choice between X or Y. Like, is X or Y true? That's where you can deny and say, well, maybe both are false. And so that's okay to start that way. What he was trying to say, and he was doing a shitty job at doing it, was that when you start with the either X is true or the other choice is X is not true, then you have to pick one of those truth statements. So that's fine, but he took way too long to get to that. That's why people lose attention.
I understand that what he's saying, that the universe is probably either one of these things, right? That makes sense. You're right. My objection was that there could be a third, it could be semi-intentional. We all do semi-intentional things all the time. But if I just grant him that it was intentional or not, the question is still dishonest because he knows, he can correctly infer that I'm not in a position to know the answer to that.
Right.
Right.
And you clearly stated your agnostic position of you don't know which one is true or not true.
Right.
But he's saying you have to start there. So you have to either prove one true or prove one false. Either way,
Why would you have? I disagree. Like, we can't actually know that. That's why religion is a faith, right?
That's what I meant when I told him that he would have to personally ask God for that to be the case.
Right, but you can't escape the base logic of either X is true or X is false. One of those statements is true.
No, I can't escape the logic because, for instance,
you can't, because whichever one you prove,
was it intentional for me to get kicked off the panel that night?
I don't know.
Well, I went in loudly attacking orthobro points in front of a bunch of orthobros. Did I pay the money to get? Did I do it myself? No. Was there a good likelihood I knew I would get kicked off? Yes. So that is a perfect example of something that is semi-intentional.
Okay. But one of the choices
Hold on,
is
hold
true.
on. Did you just say "oops"? The universe?
No, he said sandwich, therefore universe.
Okay, I'll accept sandwich, therefore universe. But pretty much something happened and the universe happened and oops, now there's a universe. So either there is a God or there isn't a God, but the creation of the universe is immaterial to the question.
So there is logical structure to these arguments. Unfortunately, they get so like core to just base logic that they don't really establish anything useful. Is the problem?
There's logical right. It's what they're trying to do is they're trying to abstract away from reality enough with philosophy and logic to set up a checkmate, a logical checkmate. But having to be that derivative in your mental masturbation to then ultimately what you're trying to do is prove something's truth in existence, right? In reality.
Allow me to clean up the conversation and
All
speed
right, go
it
ahead.
up. So he should have said either sandwich is God or sandwich is not God. One of those statements is true. Now,
if God is in all of us and sandwich is one of us, then it could be God in that sense, but not exclusively God.
That's
right?
different than the choice of saying either Buddha is God or Zeus is God. Now, you see how one of them doesn't necessarily cancel out the other one? You're just given a choice of which one you think is true.
Well, no, he's trying to force a binary choice onto the conversation where the answer can be a nuance. You don't have to have yes or no, hot or cold, up or down. It's shades of gray.
But that's the core step. Like you have to start somewhere with knowledge. Either there is no truth or there is some truth. If there's no truth, that's the chaos. That up is down, left is right. Doesn't matter. Words have no meaning. Blah blah blah. If there is truth or existence or anything like that, then the first statement is either X is true or X is not true, and then you have to fill in what you're determining in that truth claim. X can be the existence of light or the existence of air. It doesn't matter, but you have to prove it one step at a time. I think they were jumping ahead and assuming you were okay with that base level axiom, and now inferring that, well, our understanding of knowledge requires a personal God or whatever, blah 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 blah. And that's where Flo was like, no, I don't know, and maybe both choices are false. But he missed the initial core axiom of either X
But
is
the
true
core
or
act,
X
that's what
is
the
false.
very first thing I said is that's a false dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy.
It's not the fact that either X is true or X is false is not a false dichotomy. That's where all knowledge comes from.
Let me interrupt spinning the wheel with you again. We could do this all night. Thank you, D3, the new and improved D2. I don't know what the changes in the new model are. But $100. D3 says God is dead. Even though I'm starting a religion right now, I agree with this comment for some reason.
Maybe
thank you for the dono.
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. Known all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even known all the ice and the Sprite. You just try to get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog. He makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots could learn how to log. Get money.
So real quick, I want to point out Mike says D3, my kind of gal. He said that in front of Ike. If I cannot imagine anything that would be better than to have Ike and Mike competing over D3 in my chat. I'm just going to say that, throw that out there for the universe. All right, where were we?
I don't want to respond to the comment because it's money, but
what are we even talking about?
we're talking about God, dude. The sandwich. The eternal sandwich.
Yeah, do you want me to sum this up in 2 sentences?
Yes, go ahead.
Right. If energy equals matter, what's the point of matter existing if it doesn't manifest life? And what is this force that we cannot explain that manifests life and consciousness throughout the universe? I believe we're all one with this being you call God. But if you say, does it have a direction and a purpose and a goal and a motive? I'd say no. It is just the accumulation of all living things that has been, will be, and are now. And that's the answer.
That was
I never thought I would hear you sound so wise that it sort of stunned me into silence, but I don't even know which.
I'm flummoxed.
I think I can respond
Where are
for
you?
you.
I'm the counter. I'm the clock.
Yeah, he has the clock right next to you, dude. I can respond for you, Dragon. Does mind exist? Doesn't matter. Does matter exist? Never mind. Am I right,
Are you dreaming me, or am I dreaming you, or are we both dreaming each other into existence?
I'm the butterfly.
And see that all this shit goes to my original point, basically my original position always on these topics, which is that we don't fucking know. And furthermore, if there is a God that created everything, then we're not supposed to know because this is the way it was created. So
Because it is by nature unknowable.
If God intended you to know, he would come down and tell you. And if he didn't exist, he couldn't do that.
If God lives in a higher dimension and created us, he's unknowable to us because he's in a higher plane of existence, right?
Why?
Because it's astrophysics, and we've got metamaterial.
No, if he
Not
created
astrophysics,
our
metaphysics,
simulation, why
and
can't
now we've
he
got
enter it?
metamaterials and stuff that like exist in 2 states at once. And if
he
other
created
dimensions and fucking portals actually exist now,
If he created the dimension,
what if
why
God's
can't
in
he
another
enter it?
dimension? So therefore, it's unknowable.
If he
Until we have the
created the
technology
dimension,
to
why can't he
penetrate the
enter it?
dimension with the UFOs.
Fuck, listen to the human words I'm throwing at you. If he created the dimension you're in right now, why can't he enter it?
I didn't say he made it.
You just said that. You just said if God made the
he just might be
universe,
a
then he
normal
can't
guy
enter
with a hobby in a higher plane, bro.
Right. He can live in a higher plane and create a
That's
lower
right.
plane.
We just might be some hobby dude. Like, you can't walk into your own ant farm. You can, but you'll fuck it up.
Hey, Puck, if Bill Gates wrote a computer program and created a lower dimension, can he enter into it?
What do you mean? He can oversee it as an administrator.
Can he enter into it? Like, can he take on an avatar and enter into this virtual reality that he
He could interact with it for sure.
Of course he could. So why is that so hard for the true guys to do that?
No, but he himself cannot enter it.
Says who?
I mean, so he could.
Well, that's like saying people have divine revelation.
How does anyone
not
enter
trained
into the
to
simulation?
Yeah, I mean, Puck. If everything was, if he created everything, he could create it in a way that would allow him to.
No shit.
That would be
dude.
like
That's
a divine revelation.
Basic.
If Bill Gates went into his own creation,
I
they would
agree.
have
It doesn't
divine
make sense.
revelation. But that would be not Bill Gates sucked into the computer, turned into information, and put there. So Bill Gates doesn't exist here. He'd be remotely controlling some kind
What's
of
stopping him
alien dude.
Hey, Puck, what's stopping
What
him
do
from
you think gray aliens are, mate? They're
Can I
the
ask the
NPCs.
question
They're the
before you answer
Wojak
it?
of the universe, bro.
Hey, Puck, can I ask the
Dusty,
question?
you remember that
before you
wisdom
answer
we
it?
were talking about? You remember the wisdom we were talking about from Puck?
Yes, it just
God.
it just- yeah.
This is your wise man.
I don't even know. Bounties are on, by the way. You know, the dollar minute up, down. Everybody.
It
except for
only
me,
sounds
$2.
ridiculous because I'm arguing with an idiot.
Well, I think even though like I agree with that, what you just said, like
Don't
he's
call
right here.
Dragon an idiot.
Sorry, I did not mean to get personal. I
No,
apologize.
it's okay.
I'm
You can get
arguing
personal, and
against the concept I do not believe in. So, yeah.
By the way, Puck, what's to stop God from discovering Tron technology where he uses a laser beam to inject him into the computer?
Well, and that's what I would
made a
say.
bad decision, Flo. I should have gotten the rum. I went with the coffee.
If God clicked the panel link right now, no one would believe that it was them.
We've had Mexican Jesus here a few times, and nobody
That's
believed
like,
it was.
what if God
Yeah.
was on the bus?
We had Indian
and he was
Jesus here a couple of
trying
times
to
too.
one of us trying to make his
Just
way home?
What if God?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
My favorite is Samurai Jesus.
I like Buddy Jesus. I like Bro Jesus with the joint.
Oh, that's
yeah.
I like
His
the
best
passion aggression of the Christ. That's passive aggressive Jesus has all the best bitter one-liners.
I mean, let's be honest. Willem Dafoe is probably the best Jesus.
Willem Dafoe. No, come on. Well, okay. Morgan Freeman is God, not Jesus.
True.
Wow. He used
Fly
to tell
Guy.
his name was Andy Dufresne, and he dug himself out of that prison. Wait, wrong movie.
Is that the Count of Monte Cristo?
Shawshank Redemption.
Count of Monte Cristo.
I like the I like the Count of Monte Cristo.
What the fuck, dude?
He's in prison,
Is
and
that
they
the one where they have
and
the sword fight where they're standing on barrels rolling and shit?
yeah, and because when he's locked up in the prison for like 10 years or whatever, he and the guy in the cell next to him, they use spoons in their food dish and tunnel into the.
And then the other guy
Oh,
died, and
the
then he
plaster.
got on the
Yeah,
wagon
because it's
car.
lime plaster. Yeah.
And they
I like revenge stories.
That was pretty awesome.
What's that great one with the fucking dude from 300 Spartans in it? The law-abiding citizen.
So, Fly Guy claims to have been making money off the channel, which, if so, I applaud your industriousness. How have you done that? And would you like to be one of my heels? Because I'm not opposed to that. We can always here at Powder Corp. Gonna have to work on that name. Here at Powder. You know what? I don't know how to continue on what I was about to say without being concerned. Without being concerned that I'll hear it read back to me off a transcript in court at some point.
Right? Oh my God, I can't. Oh, like I'm gonna laugh so hard when I get to court, and then I'm gonna cry so much when I'm found guilty. Everything.
Right.
Even of the shit you didn't do.
Dude, by the time they finish reading my fucking transcripts from the shit I've said on YouTube, my ass, there's not a jail in the world that would re-educate me.
I hear you.
It's gulag for me, bro.
We're all
I've got a
fucked when
hilarious
Calcott takes
story
over.
about shit said on the internet. Me and my drunk Aussie friend talk about all these terrorist ideas and blowing up. Well, sorry.
Yeah, okay, but you're already in the prison colony,
we
dude.
talk about hypothetical theories in Minecraft. And,
Right.
yeah.
Thank you for that. I was just about to jump your ass. Thank you, Minecraft. Right.
Yeah. For some
Is it a
reason,
Christian
when me
Minecraft
and him
server?
talk, for some reason, when me and him used to talk on Skype, like ages ago, like 10 years ago, it would automatically transcribe our words.
Dude.
And when we call other people, it would never happen. But it's only when we called each other, we get this automatic transcript of what we're saying. Like it's trying
He's
to
got
figure out
business
what's
to
going
tend to.
on.
Just hold on a second.
Take a breather.
Do the
Oh
thing.
shit! I was on a different tab. Thank you. All right. Ike says, Mike 23, better slow your roll. Guys, can you believe that my dream scenario is actually coming true today? Thank you, Ike. He dropped $200. Where the fuck is my whales clip?
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. Known all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even known all the ice and the Sprite. You just try to get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog. He makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots could learn how to log. Get money.
I have a question, and I've asked it backstage.
Okay.
Waiting for an answer.
Okay. Okay, I'll answer you backstage.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm sort of figuring it out on the fly. So I guess, here, I'll just type it. I guess I was trying.
Isn't Mike and Ike's a candy or something?
It is a candy.
Hilarious.
That's great.
That needs a theme song, bro.
Oh my god.
New nickname is Candy Pants.
Hold on a second. I can't talk and type at the same time. My language brain only works on a single track. I'm just mute.
Is this Mike of Mike and Ike's?
Don't listen.
It's Candy Pants.
Hello, Mike. Welcome.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Just
Thank
chilling.
you for. All right.
Somebody's
Yeah.
got money. Hey, have you heard of our Lord and Savior Conservatoria?
Yeah. So I'm confessing to Father Flo. I need some saving.
Well,
please, Father Flo,
saving
I-
comes with spending, child. Good.
So there seems to be a guy who's challenging me. I wonder if I
Yes.
put more money. If he's going to put more money, I'm hoping.
There's only one way to know. I can tell you though, like if we just look at the avatars here, I can't full screen Ike's, but he is very sharply dressed in his avatar. Of course, yours is literally money.
Yeah.
Is his like an albino
is that really-
or something?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ike is albino. No,
Oh,
Paul
really?
is not albino. Yes, Ike is albino.
Oh, so that's actually him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and if if you guys should probably compete a little more before you bro up, but if you'd like to,
the link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
Is that you with the guitar?
What?
Your little
Who?
Your little image. There's a skeleton with a guitar. Was that you, Flo? Is that you with the
guitar?
Oh no, I don't play guitar and I'm not a skeleton. I don't remember why I used that. I think I just grabbed a graphic or something that was kind of cool because for some reason I wanted to take out like his background, but
So you got the floor, Mike. What's the topic?
Oh, is that Jesus, by the way, Flo?
Yes, I am.
That
I'm
looks
not
like-
sure who you're asking the question about, but it could be.
Flo.
I mean,
is that-
you asked that as if we're all seeing the same thing. Maybe you're having a vision of Jesus that we're not all sharing right now. Are you actually at this time?
I think that's the guy from The Big Lebowski, or the dude.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. That's the Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
The dude abides.
The dude abides.
I thought a third of the sandwich was Jesus or something.
That's him with his Caucasian.
Yeah, I had to take it down for a while because people kept asking me if it was Jack Talcott and do you know how irritating it was to have people be like, "Is that a picture of Talcott and Paul and Slade?" Like, no, it's obviously fucking the Lebowski. What are you talking about? Is that Paul and Jack? Like I would,
It's more
like
like
I would have.
Scott to be.
It does look
I
more
mean,
like Scott to be.
Even pisses on the
People keep
person.
asking me what it was like to tour with
Come on,
ZZ
you're a
Top.
dog.
Yeah, and what'd you say?
I did never toured. My dad is not in ZZ Top, never was. He looks like Charlie Manson, and I'm not exaggerating a bit. He was the spitting image of Charlie Manson in the mid '60s, '70s.
Have you seen the theories
Sexy.
of that Charlie Manson and George W. Bush, H.W. Bush are the same?
Bro, don't get me started. I own a fucking tinfoil hat, bro. I'll bring you some fucking information if you want it, but it's just coming
Yeah.
straight out of my head.
Do it.
Crap that I've read.
Yes, please.
Like, I'll just pull up something real quick. We can talk about it.
That actor-based reality stuff was kind of crazy for a while.
I mean, I still kind of believe that like that's a lot of my world.
So
I can see the actor-based story, but where they were saying like they would have picked two people of totally different ethnicities and be like, Justin Bieber is this rapper, and I don't know. To me, it seemed a little far-fetched.
Hey, Flo, I'm gonna bail. I just want to stop by and say,
Oh, why
hey,
not? Why?
glad to see you, bro. Later.
Peace
Thank
out,
you for
bro.
joining. Come back anytime.
All right.
I'll probably regret saying that to him.
Dun dun dun. Did you ever play the whale music for the guy?
Yeah.
Or okay.
I think I did.
You know,
I think you did. Money went up blocked. Yeah.
You know what? It's actually a blessing to have Ike, because remember that day, bro?
No shit, it
he
is.
made 1,500. Yeah.
Ike was part of that.
Ike was really, he contributed to a lot of yeah. I'm actually very happy to see him. And then also D3 contribute, and then the other girl contribute. Hopefully we can get
you're talking about Oxy.
Oxy, correct. Oxy Cat. So, yep. You guys are in the mood? Are you guys in the mood to make some money? So hey.
Amen.
I hope so.
You know what never happened is you and Jim weren't you? Who was Jim and you were going to debate something? Who was going to debate Jim, the loud Australian lawyer?
Jim Bob.
Oh yeah.
Jim Burton. Right.
Yes.
I remember that. Hold on. God, what's that dude's name? God, he wanted some.
Yeah, the Australian dude, the old guy, but we end up like making out, like, and becoming friends.
Making out.
Yeah,
you should rephrase that.
I mean, not making out like.
I get you. Just next time, work on that. Consider those words more carefully.
I mean, we just
Wrongful Rage says, "What's going on here? Membership drive." So yeah, I grifted an idea exactly from FTFE and started the stream off at 4 hours, and so basically the clock starts at 4 hours, and then each gifted membership adds 3 minutes to the clock, and so I'll stream as long as people keep doing memberships, like basically indefinitely. I do reserve a 5 hour for every 24. Who was that? Do you know how irritating that is with headphones? Puck?
Father Flo, but you have
every 24 hours I get 5 hours to sleep. But aside from that, yeah, it's basically open ended. And there was another thing too, I think, but I forgot it. Yeah, so when I've seen it this setup done once before, he streamed for damn near 5 days, but his audience, he's in the hundreds of thousands, I believe, and not less than 2,000.
Huh.
I have a prediction.
What's that?
You'll pick up 7 to 10 new viewers and 2 or 3 new subscribers for every 4 hours you stream contiguously.
Why? I mean, why do you?
It's an algorithmic thing. It has to do with they send out all the notifications to your subscribers, and depending on how many of those subscribers show up and check out what you're doing determines how many more notifications get sent out. And so if you were to stream for 24 hours, in theory, you should lay up a pretty good bank of live stream viewers, because you'll actually land in the algorithm that sends you specifically to live stream viewers.
Oh,
okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I thought about doing a membership drive, but I don't.
You should have done this vertical, you simp.
Or I'm sorry,
Vertical sucks.
Vertical does suck. I mean, how do people do both ways? Like, how do I set it up so that I got both streams? Because like, there are some people that
literally have to set it up so that you have 2 StreamYards up, one set up in vertical, the other one set up horizontal, and then you've got to monkey with your arrangement. Now,
so what I'm hearing is
there is one way to do it where you do a private stream on your either way, you'd still have to do both of them. that wouldn't work. My bad.
AS1234 says one thing that would be awesome would be watching Powder kick Jim Bob's arse, ass arse, however you want to say it is fine. I've heard this same sentiment out of a lot of people. I assume that you're meaning ag or something, right? But
And I wanna apologize down there to Coco Shuko. I laid my phone down on the couch and the cat decided to send a private message. He deleted his comments.
What was it a picture of?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, you didn't. You deleted his comments. Okay.
Cats are a little part of the powdered Dusty's will, so keep that in mind.
I heard he's herding cats. Yep.
Do you have to add more to the time for D3 and Ike?
So
no memberships.
Yeah, this is a membership drive. Now, here's what I've sort of decided since I'm doing this on the fly. It is a membership drive, and those are not memberships. That said, if they want time added for contributions like that, I'm not gonna deny it. But I suppose that's on the donor to request it. And then if a lot of people we can figure things out as we go, is what I'm saying.
As a question for future reference, because it has actually come up already and we haven't addressed it. What's the transfer rate on that shit? A membership is 3 minutes. I'll give that to you, no problem. But what's the transfer rate dollar to minutes? Because $3 freaking bucks has you live for the next 5 days, bro.
Well, so a membership gifted, right? And I'm treating all memberships the same, even though there's different tiers. But gifted memberships is always $5. So we're rolling at like $1.20 or $1.33 a minute, right?
Okay, so skip the bullshit. We'll just go $2.
$2 a minute, so 30 cents or 30 seconds per dollar, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. Which I think is good because when I do the rolling extensions, I normally do $1 a minute, but that's when I'm ready to kind of end the stream, right?
Okay.
This has a lot more time to kind of expand or contract. So we'll do a conversion rate at 30 cents. Each dollar gets you half a minute.
If requested.
If requested.
All right.
And if something needs to be tweaked, then we can tweak it. Pause.
I was already tweaking, dude.
Is tweaking like twerking?
Tweaking they are sometimes correlated, but there's not actually a causal relationship there.
Oh, okay.
It's just a bad thing when you start tweaking and peaking at the same time.
Mm-hmm. You're all retarded.
By the way, did you hear that?
No.
Can I hold your lighter?
Oh, okay. So look, I know that I get a lot. You give me shit for not, but I actually have been tinkering with this recommendation. I don't have any idea how to do the animation component of it. Not a clue.
The gorilla. I mean
animated overlays.
No. That's not what you do. Right. What you do is you bring up the video, the audio of us talking or whatever bit you're trying to work with.
The audio to just a little animated figure.
You mute the audio on the video you're going to use and you scroll that shit through until you find something that clocks in about right. And then you back them up, start it.
So you're not saying create animation from scratch. You're saying pilfer.
I'm saying steal content and reuse it for your own purposes. You're pretty good at that type of shit.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Oh no. Okay, good call.
You just got to get your lip sync kind of close. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I think it'll work. I don't know if you'll have the patience to do it. I don't know if I'd have the patience to do it, but
Mudcrab, I've been paying to stay awake for days at a time. Sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, no, that changes everything. I kind of started because I started poking around at how to make, because you see a bunch of little animated things, and it seems like people crank them out pretty easy once they figure out how to do it. But no, I can
for sure. Do it. Problem is they're using AI, And basically, you go out and you film a bit, and then you come in, you drop it into the AI, and the AI makes it whatever you ask it to make it. And I saw something kind of cool. And if you want to, I'll go dig it up just because I thought it was a funny premise. But it's ghost hunters, except it's actual ghouls and goblins who have people encounters. We're totally in this house. We've been here for like 4 hours, and I swear to God, thought I saw a child just a few moments ago. It was right over here. It was grabbing the candy off the counter. And
you heard where Jack's headed next, didn't you, Flo?
No.
Hell? Is he going to hell?
He's going
Oh,
to
Roses.
Yep. 777.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Really?
going on there, but the fact
That
that
sounds
she's
terrifying.
so eager to take in strays.
I suspect there's a cult involved over there. I think this is going to be cult meets cult violence.
I mean, I have my theory, which is why I put her on the inmate roster, because I think that she was trying to. I think she's trying to basically get content creators under her thumb while they're small. Because she invited. I don't remember the
That's
specific
what Tommy said today.
Yeah,
that's what she was after. Tommy said that's what she's after.
Is
the control of the.
Where did he say that? I want to see what he said.
It was on Tarek's channel today.
I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, bud. Much love. Send me money.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll have to look that up because fucking.
Yeah. He had a long string, so I couldn't even tell you the timestamp.
Yeah, no, I did.
Because the cocksucker blocked me, so.
Tarek blocked you?
Yeah. He claims he didn't, but amazing.
He's got a lot of mods. He's kind of sloppy. Like, he made me a mod for a while. And
well, you know who his top mod is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that might have been who it was.
She
that got me.
Did you hear about the prank calls she did?
Huh.
So she had this dude, what's his name? He's kind of a big channel. Hold on. I'll have to look through my old
Is this recent?
Yeah.
Amazing. She got it bad, dude. I don't know how much dick you laid down, but she's got it bad.
Bro, this is one of those cases where you've heard me and Dusty talk about how some people substitute YouTube for their previous habits and addictions, right? This is a prime case of YouTube being the primary drug of choice. It's gone too far.
I had a true stalker in real life once. It's fucking crazy.
I have too. It's called the State of Kansas.
Mine was a female.
So the person. So have you heard of? I bet Sasquatch has Cassidy Campbell.
All right, no, not off the top of my head.
Cassidy Campbell is a comedian and musician or something, and an actor, and he has 1.86 million subscribers.
Is he in LA or something? Hollywood?
In Texas. He does prank
okay.
on his show. And he yeah, motherfucker. Mike 23
Holy
says,
shit.
Mike, let's go, LOL. Let's show what it means to have money, he and D3 and come in the fun. Hey man. Today is the day that dreams come true.
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. Known all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even known all the ice and the Sprite. You just try to get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog. He makes money when he balks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots could learn how to log. Get money.
What did I miss? I'm sorry. I just went to get a drink.
Yeah, right.
This dude, Mike 23, He was
Oh,
like, I'm
shit,
not
really?
letting the competition. I'm not losing this competition. Hold on, real quick.
Wait.
I got drunk, lost my wallet. Let me grab my card.
How
many
I see.
memberships would that
I
be?
had no idea. I might have been drunk.
Good thing Lindsay's blocked. She could really.
Let's see if we could bring it up to what was that night, 1,500. Let's see if we could do that once again. Let's see.
And you know what? If I would be more than happy to hit that list again. However, and if you guys, like I said earlier, if you guys want to add minutes, let me know, and we'll add the minutes. Fuck yeah, fuck yes. You know, I feel like playing a clown, not because any reason except it makes me happy. And
all right, that's gonna be coffee then.
The clown's gonna be coffee.
Go with the clown, bro. But I need some coffee
Clown.
on this route.
Love that fucking clown.
Which clip would be liquor?
I mean,
is there a was okay? I don't even know.
You don't want me running the clock drinking, bro. Don't be silly.
I mean, I'm not drinking, and I can do the math. Anyways, do whatever you want. Get both of them. We'll get Sasquatch drunk. We got plenty of time.
So far, 600 flow for you. For 600? Yeah, 600. $600.
How many memberships would that
Send you
be?
100.
Divided
D3
by
send
5.
you 100. Ike send you 200. Just accidentally did 300. So that's, I was drunk. So there you go. 600.
And Lindsay's not here to save you.
And then Lindsay's not here to confirm.
You need her phone number, Mike?
If anybody needs her phone number,
Mike. No, shut up. I need your phone number, Mike. Remember, you're gonna adopt me, and I'm gonna inherit all of your wealth.
Hey,
forget about your son.
Hold on. You already married up.
My mom keeps telling me, when is you gonna get married?
Oh, wait a minute, Flo. Are you talking about marrying Mike? What?
No.
See, Flo's got a whole other plan here. I'm not willing to go that far, Mike. I just want to
shit.
Honor.
Okay.
150,
That's nice.
your move.
But you're supposed to do more.
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. You know all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even knowing all the ice and the Sprite, you just try to get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $ ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog. He makes money when he balks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots can learn how to log. Get money.
I'll tell you what. If okay, Flo is gonna be like witness. Put more than 300, and I'll put more. Promise.
Holy shit!
So that's actually
We will-
150. So there you go. But contribute as much as you like.
It's raining. D3, I
Well,
see.
it's
D3
raining
has
to-
become the patron saint of the new religion.
See, this is the true meaning of being American, right here.
Can we?
I want to know about these phone calls you were talking about.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit!
I just wanted to acknowledge the pure, unadulterated envy. Paul Enslaved crawls out to make the first comment in months. to
Out
shit
of the
on
porta
Doug.
potty.
Right. Paul, like, I get that you're jealous, but you could have the self-awareness not to make it so transparent. The link is pinned if you would like it, by the way, Paul. If you want to contribute something besides douchebaggery and hatred, you're welcome to. Otherwise, enjoy the show. Now, Lindsay so this dude's got almost 2 million subs, and he does pranks. He does IRL pranks, and he does prank calls. But apparently Lindsay gave him $20 to prank call me. So I was about to get in the shower the other day, and I get a call from a number I don't recognize, and like usual, I give it the beat it button, and then it called right back. So then I got here, so I answered it, and it was some dude Said his name was Brandon, if I recall. Talking in like ASA like that, asking me why I kept asking his wife for nudes.
Oh shit! Dead giveaway.
So I just kind of, for a second, I was just like, okay, Mike. I don't know, or not Mike. I'm sorry, Brandon. I was like, all right, Brandon, who's your wife? And he was, doing that. You ask him my wife for nudes. He wouldn't specify anything. So I said, okay, bye, and I hung up on him. And then he called right back again. What, Brandon? Make it fast. Get to the point quickly. And he just made the accusation again. So I hung up on him and blocked him. But then the next day, I think it was wherever it was that she was on a panel. I saw it was at OTWs. I saw in the comments a commenter saying, "Hey, I saw you on this Cassidy guy, paying to have me prank called, but she didn't have a clip of it, and they agreed it was not actually that entertaining, because I know not to feed the trolls."
Interesting.
And so that Cassidy guy was streaming last night, and I unblocked the number and called him back. And he answered. Actually, I kind of you'd think that a channel that big with he'd have some. Anyways, he answered it, and I said, "Tell your wife to quit sending me nudes." And he's like, "I don't have a wife," and hung up, which makes sense because he got paid for yesterday's call. He ain't getting paid for now's call. But yeah, so that was kind of a nothing burger.
That's like you think it has to do with Lindsay?
No, I know it does. She didn't deny it.
That was a dead giveaway. Just a question he asked.
But she admits it. She admitted it on it. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Because somebody in the chat was saying, I saw you paid what's his name to prank call. And
Did you sing to her or something? I mean,
a yodel in the valley.
Oh.
I
thought you didn't like catcher's mitts.
I'm
Flo,
just a magnanimous personality.
Did you say an unrecognized number or an unknown number?
It's a number that I didn't recognize. It wasn't
Oh.
unknown. Yeah, it just.
So you could theoretically hand this prank call number, this prankster's number, to someone else who does prank calls.
I could. Yeah. I mean, do you
Or
want
to the
know?
police. I mean,
it's not illegal to prank call. I don't think.
No, it's not. You can't do anything. I mean, you could put in the reports, but
She has. I mean, and she's already doxed my. She's a doxer. What you give Lindsay, she will dox. Which, luckily, I mean, that should prove my innocence in this whole thing more than anything. Is that she's got nothing worse than my phone number to give out. But yeah, she gave Cynthia's number to Tarek. She doxed my number on Tarek's channel. And so yeah, fuck her.
what if she turns into the clown, Flo? Comes into your house, and, like, you don't want me, and then starts shooting everybody, like, you don't want me, like. That's exactly what I mean. What if she turns that way?
You know what? I've had, I'm not gonna say who, but I've had other people, and like starting years for a long time now, like a year and a half ago, warning me like, you need to watch out for her. Let your kids know, not like tell your kids who she is so that they don't get in the car if she tries to pick them up from school, like shit like that. It's like, no.
Damn.
Oh, dude.
That's a possibility, though, Flo.
It's
I mean,
like, my daughter would she would not be able to handle my daughter. She can't handle me. She can't handle my daughter. My daughter's possibly more savvy than I am and savage. It's the Honorable Judge Slavius.
Greetings, Mr. Slave State.
Oh, hey, Mike, it's the albino.
No way. Are you the albino kid?
No. Okay,
Absolutely.
he's the not actually albino.
Oh, okay.
Ike is the actually albino. Albino.
Non-bino, yeah.
Okay.
Albino, non-bino, yeah.
All right.
Non-binary albino, yeah.
Respect to you. Thank
Yeah,
you
so why
for,
do we have to continue the whole thing of like, I'm jealous and envious of you and all that nonsense? Does that have to go on in your mind? Like, can we get past that?
Yes, let's get past it.
Right. So me telling you to stop generating tax obligations for yourself and losing 1/3 or 2/3 of everything you get to big corporations isn't exactly envy. It's inspiring you to do what I've done so you can have more, not less.
We've been through this, Paul. You don't want to have this conversation again, do you? Do what
There's
you do.
no conversation. It's like I don't come here for months, and then when I show up, I make a comment that should inspire you to get more and be more and do more. And somehow you interpret that as envy. It doesn't really make much sense.
If I give 20, I'm sorry, if I give 1/3 to YouTube, let's round up. Let's say it's 40%. Let's say YouTube takes 40%. If my overhead costs are 40%, and then I have a 60% profit margin on my product, what industry do you suggest I move to that has a better profit margin?
Again, you're making hypothetical arguments instead of just tackling what's on the table. Why would you not want more if you could get more than what you have if profit is the motive?
But he gets it back at the end of the year.
What I'm pointing out is that your criticism is misplaced because there is no industry that has a better profit margin than what I'm taking. So you're criticizing the $200 tax by YouTube. I agree. That's a bummer to get rid of. That said, to operate all expenses included, that's a very low operating cost, very high profit margin. So you can decide to look at the negative component of anything, which is what you're choosing to do, which is why I accuse you of being envious when you jump out of the woodwork to point out the envious on something that's obviously fantastic. I've had a great stream so far, and I'm like an hour and a half into it.
Right. So because I point out that it could be better and you could retain 100% of what you bring in, I'm envious. Wouldn't envy imply that I'm not getting what you're getting?
Your question implies it.
Business expenses will bring that back.
Again, I don't even know why. Like, Chuck, are you ever capable of whoever you identify with letting men be men and just having it back and forth? Do you have to run interference or play cheerleader or?
I was just pointing out how the tax laws work, pal. If your business expenses are high enough, you get a return.
Again, all I hear is a bunch of excuses and justifications for a lack of common sense and ability to retain more than what you're letting go. Because the narrative has to be that I'm jealous and envious. If I wasn't getting what you were getting, you may have that case. That's not the case, so we can put it to bed.
Let's just be real about it. You're not.
This is why I'm silly. See, I play into your narcissistic games because you sent me fiat yesterday after not contacting with you for months. You come around, you watch me, and you send me stuff. And then you act like you're going to move forward in good faith and honor. And then if I make a comment on something, you start pulling out the straw man red herring so you can compete with a non-petition.
Let me clarify what that was, because I contributed to several people that day. And this is actually my belief. I believe generosity begets generosity. And so I try to share the money that I make on YouTube. I try to share with other content creators.
Right, but can we just stop can we stop the non-petition where you keep claiming you're getting more than me because it makes you feel better? I mean, you can do it, but it's going to make it to where I just won't interact with you. You don't mind that, and if you don't mind that, then we're all good, right? Like any relationship.
So
but like you seem to want to interact with me and like have a cross-platform from time to time until you're like feeling yourself and you start jumping out the window to seem like something you're not.
Don't mistake me showing kindness or support as me showing submissive or like you needed to teach me anything. I'm just supporting another.
Where's the submission? There you go with your pride now. Because I mentioned something that may take you to the next level that I believe in, that I do. You could just say you don't need it and don't care. But to have to project that I'm jealous and envious so you can feel something while projecting that I need you to submit while you're trying to get me to submit to a fraudulent dynamic is disingenuous of you. And it's a power game.
Opportunity to ask the gentleman here a question.
Sure.
All right. How much are you generating on your own platform?
I don't get into specifics. And
crazy. That's fucking crazy.
How you
doing, Unc? How you doing?
I don't get into specifics, and it tends. So we weren't really looking for an interaction or an answer, huh? We're going to do that.
I'm just asking you how much you're generating. You don't have an answer? No?
He does not.
All right. So if you don't have an answer to that, how is it that you're giving Flo examples and even teaching him? when you yourself are even lost in terms of what you're generating? Can you explain that to me?
Hit another one.
Can we get some cricket sounds going?
I guess you can answer that, because that's the problem. The problem is you're basically questioning Flo, and you're giving him examples, but yet you are yourself. You don't even know how much you're generating.
Oh,
there you go. Rage quit.
Maybe his mic cut out or something. We'll
Okay,
assume that he'll be
let's give
back.
him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
Was
I
that
mean, in
Paul
my experience,
unslaved,
he might
by
be,
the way?
Yeah, yes, it is. See,
What?
All right.
yeah.
Came back.
He might be a lot of things, but he doesn't generally run away from fights.
Damn, you've
okay.
done really
All
good
right, fair
tonight.
enough.
Holy shit.
So, anyways,
but do you understand? That's like me giving you examples and like, and then I'm myself behind my rant. And here I am, like giving you.
It's the same thing that you get mad at
Can you hear me?
Talcott for doing. Yeah, now I got you.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm having issues with my tech too. Do you see how easy it is to manipulate and mind and heart control? You're now running with a narrative that you haven't verified. So Slow State says something, you accept that it's implicitly true, and you start arguing from that position.
I was actually curious as to the answer of the question, because he asked you a direct question that can get a direct answer or non-answer, and that's your choice. But I think your mic cut out.
Right. So, like I said, I don't typically give specifics. And if I were to get into specifics, I'd have to be genuine with the fact that there tends to be ebbs and flows with this type of situation. And I'm sure Slow State, unless I'm missing something, will confirm that typically in broadcasting, there's ups and downs, like in any.
Sure. Absolutely, there is.
Absolutely. But that's not what I asked you. I asked you a very general question. How much
Well,
are you
either
generating?
you ask me a very specific question or a very
We'll have
general
ups and
question. It
downs.
seems neither of you can agree, Mr. Caucasian and yourself, because you just said two very opposite
I
things.
assumed it was specific that there would be a dollar figure amount, or you could toss an average, a general freaking.
Right. So, like for example, today, somewhere around 2.
You judging me?
You know.
Like.
So,
I'm
like, I
also-
generally don't be specific, and I'm not going to give the whole story, but we can talk about what went on today.
So,
I don't see why I should have to, because ultimately it'll just be like many times before, presumed to be a lie, and then we'll go deeper into specifics and having to prove, and it's all just a pride. ego game, right?
I'm totally willing to accept your answer, bro. You don't have to defend
I'm
an answer.
actually thankful and grateful, and I'm blessed to have what I have, and I really don't want to ruin that by attempting to seem like I'm prideful and have all this bravado to point to what I have and what I'm
I
getting.
am
right?
starting
I'll
to
let Slow
wonder if
State
there
do
is
that.
an answer at all.
There is no.
Okay, so I gave the answer, but we're not willing to accept the answer because we're going to play gotcha games and power games.
We've done this loop for 2 years. I mean, I know that a lot of you haven't seen this. Paul and I have done this money loop for 2 years. He doesn't give specifics. It never moves anywhere. So
what's even the argument about? Like, what are we even talking about right now?
Well, I tried to encourage Taylor to keep everything that he gets, because we may never know when that comes to a stop. And if the day ever comes where that does come to a stop, you're probably going to be wondering why you gave 2/3 away of what you got to big corporations.
Absolutely
and he took
not.
that as me being jealous and envious.
Paul doesn't comment on the show, but he chose today, right after I got a bunch of donos, to say, "Good job, you just gave
Again, the
$200."
presumption is I'm sitting around watching and listening to you regularly.
I
I
do
don't.
believe that.
Hey,
I know you do, because you are everything you accuse me of being, narcissistic and all the rest of it.
Hey,
So-
Paul. Hey, Paul. Hi.
How
How's
are
it
you?
going? I'm doing okay. Hi. I'm Bumpkin. How's it going?
I'm having a great night, Bumpkin.
Yeah, you're having a good night. Good job, buddy.
The
how's it
presumption
going?
is I'm not having a good night, I guess.
I'm assuming you're having a good night, buddy. I'm fresh.
Yeah, I just did a stream. I did
I just
100,000
have-
viewers. I got 250 more subscribers. I did a couple $100, and I don't really have a problem. So
That's awesome.
I'm
You
not-
know, I'm very proud of you.
I did see that you did have good numbers going today. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you,
very-
sir. Thank you for noticing.
very proud of you.
So,
Hey,
like
Paul,
you
can I-
presume that
Paul-
I'm always sitting around watching you, it's actually the opposite. You're always sitting
Jack-
around watching me. That
Paul,
makes
can I
sense.
channel stock you?
Go ahead, sir.
Can we get Jack on this panel too?
You're
That'd be
like the
amazing. But Paul, can you
Praise
name me or can you
God.
name me some sort of like money exchanging or donation platform that does not take amount out of the pot that you are donated?
Cash App doesn't. Venmo doesn't.
Cash
PayPal
App
doesn't.
does. Cash App does.
Cash App does not. No, he's.
I mean,
it
if you
doesn't,
wait, I mean, if
Does
you
not.
actually wait the days, it
So-
doesn't.
Does not.
My response to his
If you're
comment. though-
talking about 1%, 1% is negligible at that point, right? $1 on every 1,000 isn't exactly what I
Okay.
would call.
Okay.
you
So
know,
are you
it's
are you
negligible.
are you aware
You might want
that
to take a look at some
the-
math on that.
Yeah, take a look at some math because it's percentage by how much is actually in your Cash App for starters. But do you know the countries where Cash App is banned?
No, I
It's
don't.
actually quite a lot. Canada, Australia, the UK.
Right, but that's why I gave other options. There's Venmo, there's Cash App, there's PayPal, and there's Zelle.
Yeah, well, for starters, PayPal has a big problem with banning people. So does Venmo.
Well, they banned me, and then I got in contact with them and made it clear about what the situation is because, and this goes down a road that Slow State doesn't agree with. I'm not going to argue about it unless he is looking to do that. But
Well, even then, right? Even then, because I've tried to make roundabouts to it, right? You have like, let's say Power Chat, for instance, right? You have
Sure.
Power Chat. Okay, well, Power Chat, you have to use like a Stripe account. Okay, so Stripe account. Oh, Stripe even takes a little bit off the top as well. Stripe will take like.
I think that you're giving the objection too much credit, honestly. Like,
yeah,
the fact of the matter is that if Google takes 40%, which is more than it does, but if it does, that's still for an entire business model is still a fantastic margin. There's no other industry you can point me to and say, hey, why don't you go into X? Because the
Darth
margin.
Pumpkin, ask and you shall receive.
Well, that's what I know. Thank you, Jack. Thank you. God is great. God is great.
If you can somehow be an A-list celebrity right out of the box, maybe.
I don't know if I like.
So I'm sorry. I wanted to do like a little back and forth flow. I was going to eventually drop that bomb. Whereas
Okay.
if you're looking at merely a business model,
Kyle's not Iran. Calm down.
you are they're taking 40% off the top, right? But you are able to interact with super chats while you are currently live streaming. That is, when you put steps in between people donating or not, right? People are less likely to donate. Therefore, I am willing to take that. It's like 30%, by the way. I'm willing to take that 30% cut, right? Because I'm directly able to interact with them as they donate instead of waiting for notifications on my phone from Cash App, right? So
we're talking about increased top line, increased bottom line.
Exactly. It's very simple.
But Paul knows that. There's no reason Paul doesn't already know that.
yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with the premise. There was also a secondary component there, the idea of generating tax liabilities, which is something that I'm not into and I don't want to be bothered with.
I mean, then it's sort of an inevitability at scale. You can only get by at such a degree, and then you're just making too much noise.
can't avoid
Taxes. Yeah, unless you're avoiding money, right? And that doesn't seem like.
No, we
Well,
support
this is
the
again a
crypto
fundamental disagreement that we've had for a while, and I don't see it changing in this moment, right?
Flo, I think that the donuts tonight attracted a lot of people today. Look at Jack. Jack is with us.
God is great. Thank you.
Oh my
Trey.
God! You see how like money?
It wasn't the money that
You see?
Well, I mean, the money started rolling the conversation, I suppose. But there's, who knows? I knew when I started this. I said right up front, I said this should be an interesting one. Just got some energy in
off
there.
pretty good.
All right, I'm just going to correct something, and I'm going to jump out because I think that was pretty much it. Naomi says or writes, Paul smokes meth pipes with his anus. We all know it. That's absolutely not true. I do heroin with my anus. Slow State is the one who does methamphetamine. So,
and you don't smoke it with your
revoir.
anus. That's called boofing.
We'll see you later.
So that's
Thanks
where
for
your track
joining.
Marks are. That's where your track marks are. Is in your
Thanks
anus.
for joining.
So, Jack, what did you think about that
I know.
before the whole panel takes over? Did you observe that interaction?
Well, that's actually why I joined. It wasn't the money. It's how often does Paul and Flo actually talk? It's not as often as it could be. So
He's welcome over here anytime. I've made that clear for a long
I
time. I
know.
leave the doors open. But I did few days ago. I was in his chat, and it was the same day I gifted the memberships on your channel, and then you kicked me out immediately. That same day, I was feeling generous that day, and I went over to I sent him a PayPal for $20 or something like that. So that's what he was referring to. But
hey, I missed a lot of the conversation, but generosity is the way. It's
I
the
agree.
way you receive. There's no doubt about
Hey,
it.
Dusty, can I have a moment with Jack? I haven't had a chance to talk to him since his interview with Don Lemon. Bro, I am utterly wait, did he there he is. I am utterly flummoxed by the whole situation. I think you did an absolutely amazing job of staying on point and getting your message out in the moment. That was absolutely freaking amazing. I was giggling maniacally the whole way through and my wife was thinking I was nuts. And I was like, this is exactly what this man's been wanting for the past 5 years. You know how many people have to eat crow now? They have to eat crow and smile because you did a thing that you said you wanted to do and you accomplished it. And that's amazing, dude.
Thank you.
that's what I said the next day when I went up there. Like it seems like he found his niche.
Sasquatch, you're such a cheerleader, dude. Like that's the I learned a new.
Well, if you ever
kind of bogus.
Well,
can't we just like celebrate fellow content creator success? I don't know why that's
what I'm about. Like that's what I'm about. That's what I'm
exactly.
Like, I that day I did it for Jack, and he kicked me out, and I did it for Paul, and now he's here bitching. But
I actually
I'm having
didn't
a great
totally
day.
disagree with Paul. I also agree with you that it came off as jealous, but that's subjective.
I talked to him personally.
So we've been doing
intend
this we've been doing this for probably over 2 years now with Paul. We got in an argument like a long time. It's maybe the first big fight that we had, and he was accusing me of being broke, whatever shit, some accusation along financial lines. And I reached over and I picked up the silver bar that I have. I have a 100-ounce silver bar, and I held it up. I said, "Here's 100 ounces of silver. What can you reach out and pick up and show me right now that's worth $3,500?" And ever since then, it's been like that locked in his head because it's come up periodically since then.
You keep showing that silver off, I'm gonna be like, I can grab your bar of silver.
You can try.
He's gonna pull out the knife. Me.
No. Have you met his wife? He might not be able to shoot you, but she will cut your ass, bro. I've no doubt.
Oh, you talking about Lady Flo?
Yeah.
Is that a gold bar?
It's a silver bar.
Silver bar.
Oh, silver bar.
Yar, mateys, we see the booty. It's time.
Yeah. Right. So, anyways, that seems to have just sort of lodged into. This is the thing that Paul criticizes about periodically, like he just did earlier, is the financial end of it, which is crazy to me because
crazy.
It's crazy.
You're doing good.
Fucking angry. He's jealous. I came in and he was like, I just heard a gay man whining, and I'm like, wow. Crazy.
Listen, all I gotta say is
talking about Paul.
Be a Griffno State warlord. Support the Griffno State. That's what matters.
Generosity begets generosity. I keep saying it. I fucking mean it, and I keep demonstrating it. And if people have positive attitudes towards the Griffin State, instead of being a little angry, ankle biters, you can participate in it, man.
Another thing he had right.
They would rather be haters. They would rather be God's strongest haters instead of God's strongest lovers. That's crazy.
Another thing he had right, you had right, by the way, is that to like make the web domain, set up all the servers, including CDN servers. If you actually know what YouTube and StreamYard does to make this free for you, it's pretty incredible. So losing 40% is not that big. It's actually a really good overhead.
That's what I was saying. As a business model, it's unrivaled.
I agree with that.
And that is business. Like how phenomenal. If you step back and think about like our point in time as humans, the ability for anybody free to just communicate with potentially the entire fucking world is wild.
They're giving you an opportunity to basically show your business.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an unrestricted business model. Almost.
Would I prefer to keep 100%? Sure, I'd prefer to keep 100%. Am I mad at YouTube for that? Not at all.
The fact that they don't take more is actually wild.
Yeah, and I still like. This is just what he sees. He's not monetized, so we don't get any visibility at all on what happens on his end, except that he, for some reason, thinks that, but refuses to demonstrate that he's in a position to give me financial recommendations.
Was demonetized?
Y'all are not even in the same. Y'all are not even in the same. You're a great power. He's a minor power. That's crazy.
Wait, Paul's not monetized? I thought he was monetized.
He's not monetized. No, he's not monetized.
But he
He's a
just said
power
that he-
bottom author.
Aren't you on your like?
He just said that he made $2,000. I thought that's what he said.
That what?
He said he made $2,000. He made $2,000. Or we're talking about $2.
Yeah, plus he said he had like 100,000 viewers on his last stream.
Yeah.
Something.
He didn't. He had about. He had
guess
like.
I'm
He had
stupid
like
because-
500 or 600. He streams vertically, and every now and then he hits the rhythm, and he hit it today. He had. When I saw, he had 6 was the highest I saw.
I might be ignorant. When people told me I made 2, I figured 2,000, but not 200. Or
I didn't
$2.
hear him. I heard him make no claim. I don't have any idea what you're referencing.
Yeah, he said, because I basically challenged him, and he said that he made 2.
He did not say that.
He didn't. He didn't give you a number.
He said
did.
a couple of $100.
He said he also got 250 new subscribers.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah.
He
So
did.
yeah, he was criticizing me on a financial metric, and then wanted to flaunt a different metric.
But you see how crazy that sounds, Flo? It might like, if I'm gonna
we're on the same page, and that's why when I saw the comment, that was my criticism. Like, if you're gonna be envious, at least have the self-awareness not to just put it on blast like that.
So, quick question: how do the actual like membership gifts go? Do you get paid for those automatically?
I mean, it comes through just like any other revenue on YouTube, right? It not immediately, but on the next
right
AdSense payout.
And those are $10 ones, right?
$5 ones. YouTube automatically chooses that too. I don't know how they just make that decision, but yeah, the gifted memberships are the $5 ones if you've got multiple tiers.
I'm just doing some math real fast. 20 of those would be they're $5.
$100
would be $100. Yeah.
So Flo, you don't have the option to cash it out like immediately, like, you know what I mean?
I mean, there's a delay between when the money gets received by YouTube and when I get. YouTube pays creators once a month on the 20th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I don't. The delay is fine. I'm not living that hand to mouth that I like. There has been times, and here I'll snitch on myself a little bit. If you ever see me do a stream where I'm like incentivizing cash apps, like, hey, cash apps, you get, drop people for $1 a minute unless you cash app it, then it's $2. Like if I start doing something like that, that means I need the money now. But I'm not living that hard up for liquidity.
Yeah. Well, you did amazing tonight. Yeah.
Agree. Thank you. And before we got derailed, I think that the ball was in your court. Just.
Well, I mentioned if he could do more than 300, I promise.
Oh, okay, I can.
Yeah, he just. But
I just was just putting the thought back in people's
and
minds.
then Naomi dropped the 2-membership. There you go.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Naomi, member for 2 months, says the Unabomber is in the bottom corner flow. In case you missed it, we're scared. You have no intention of robbing anybody. I don't know. He might rob booty holes. Keep your butthole tight. Oh no, this is a holy man you're asking about there.
I'm a changed
no
man.
offense to Jack. Jack is holy as well in his own right, but this is the first baptism in my new religion that I'm starting. And
I'm a
I was about to
changed
call you a
man.
John the Baptist figure, but that doesn't work at all, does it?
Not at all. Well, he did baptize himself, so maybe we could cut his head off and find out.
I mean, Flo,
Anything to serve Flo.
well, you could create your own church and then collect like a certain percentage, and it could be a business. And
I'm scared of the IRS. I don't know how much.
Oh, it's
No.
tax free.
It's
And you can have
tax free.
exchange.
Churches cannot be
That's what I'm
taxed.
saying.
You
That's
cannot be taxed.
exactly. And you think that they don't have an enforcement arm that checks into churches and shit?
I mean,
God, would I go to hell if I become a pastor in that?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're
You
going to
know-
have the
you know,
finest
here in New York
evening
City,
on
you
hand.
get free
I will save
passes.
your soul through the power of Dusty. On this night, lay your hands upon the Lord himself.
Brother Bumpkin, if the Lord has put it upon your heart to consider taking that leap tonight is we are doing baptisms tonight. I think that you need to listen to the Holy Spirit and you need to cam the fuck up and get yourself cam up and then find some way to submerge your head in water. That sounds better than what I was about to say.
I don't know that one.
No, you're doing it wrong. What you should go for is the ice bucket challenge as your baptism.
I have to
That
dunk my
counts.
head in water on stream.
He went all the way underwater. He was down there so long that we were scared that the demons got him and drowned him. But he was baptizing the inside of his lungs too to really get that extra spirit.
You
in there.
gotta breathe it in, brother. You gotta breathe it in.
He said all the evil was at the bottom of his
Just
lungs.
praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing.
I want to know, Jax, what's your opinion on me doing this? Am I being a
Jack, what do you
blasphemer if
think?
I do this?
Hey, it's your life to live, man. Do whatever you want.
What is that necklace? You got way holier with that fucking necklace on. I swear to God.
Hey, don't he look good though?
He bought a new trinket.
It's Chinese.
Is it jade? It looks
Yes.
like jade.
Yes, it is. That is supposed to cleanse the inner chakra, the center
Yeah.
chakra.
There's a good looking
Correct.
man right there, ain't it? Ain't that a good looking man?
That is Jade.
I think
so.
Wait a minute. Let's not go gay.
There's not a lot of sins in the church, but you know what? I say that, but I am the man who sat at the end of a hotel, a cheap hotel bed with Jack and put my hand on his knee.
Is polygamy?
I want to know why you
What'd you call
kicked
me?
me, Jack, after a $35 donation.
Are harems confirmed? Are we gonna have harems?
Harems are fine.
Oh, I
Here we
see
go.
what happened there.
All right, I'm grabbing a
Hey,
bucket
good.
of water. Hold on.
I see what
Yes, we're about
happened.
to have our second baptism.
Holy flow. Holy flow.
See, this is a good ass night. Things are dominoing well. This stream.
You gotta get it. You gotta get it in you. That's all I can say. You gotta get it in you.
But we don't have to confirm that it went inside of you. We'll just take your word for it.
Put it in you, bumpkin.
Put it in you. Oh shit.
and then just don't even tell us about it. We'll just believe you.
I was just curious why Jack dunked you after you gave him $35.
No, you're not.
Things were going along swimmingly, and then you decided to be this big dick.
Shut the fuck up. Take a hike, bitch.
It was after the 50 I dropped. The 50. And then,
Chuck has a point, but obviously Chuck knows how that's gonna respond. So
Jack was like, you know what, screw this shit, and then he basically bailed out. And
oh yeah, that was Mike's dono too, wasn't it?
yeah, it's just like when after I dropped the 50, he's like, you know what, this guy he just attacking me.
Now, guys, Jack is being peaceful, and
You know
even though
what, Jack?
you
I'm sorry.
survived-
Forgive me. I'm gonna
This
be
is
really.
a good night. Don't let Paul drag in his spirit of bitterness and have
That
it
is
infect
true.
all of us.
That is true. You know what, Jack? I do appreciate you coming with us. I swear to God, I'm being sincere.
Naomi likes Jack even more now, and she probably actually 1,000% does. Look, Jack's not the only one who kicks donors off. I do it all the time, Naomi.
Well, that is true. But
Apparently,
you know what, Jack?
apparently, kick Jack off for his brother dying, which I still don't remember. That sounds
Jack off.
I'm sorry. Did I say Jack? I meant Chuck.
Chuck. Yeah, you did kick me off that.
I
stream.
don't not believe you. Your memory is better than mine for sure. But like that's wild. Still like.
Oh yeah, and I mean you didn't even flinch, buddy. Boom, gone.
Sometimes I impress myself.
See, at the Power Dusty, we don't discriminate. You come here if you like. You don't
We
like
do
it.
discriminate. No, there's a lot of people I discriminate against. Not everybody. Like
Hence
definitely
the bail list. Yep.
The inmate roster.
But he's not
Take it
opposed
easy,
to
wrongful
nude.
rage. Hopefully we are. Oh yeah, I was looking for that thing. Tommy was agreeing with me about something. What was I looking for?
Oh crap.
Oh, about okay. I remember. So Jack, where you at? You at Rose's? Oh shit, hold on. We'll come back to that. Oh, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
He got his earphones wet.
Headphones gotta come off because I can't.
I gotta
touch my
do
head
this
in water.
right. I gotta
My
do this
headphones are
right.
I
And,
hear you choking on it, bro.
Oh, you know what?
That's
Okay, so hold on,
crazy.
Bumpkin. This is your baptism. Now let me explain. When I did it with David earlier, it was just him and me on screen.
Mhm.
But he has already been baptized, the first baptist, and Jack, even though he's not baptized, he is kind of holy. So I'll let you make the call on both of them. Should they stay or go? Okay, you know what? He can save you guys from the gallows. Bumpkin, welcome. I'm glad that the Holy Spirit has put it in you, on you, and all around you to take this momentous step today. How will you be wetting yourself?
I found the biggest bowl that I possibly could
and smoked it. All right, that'll work. That's a fantastic bowl, the baptism bowl.
All right.
It's a self-baptism thing, so go on.
Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Woo!
That
I'll be right back.
All right. He's going to go dry off. That is a wet man and a saved man. Congratulations, Bumpkin. I don't know that he got it in him, but he certainly got it on him. This church now has several baptized members. It's really, things are crack-a-lacking. Congratulations, Bumpkin, on eternal salvation.
He's got to do it again.
11
You forgot
team
the hat.
syllables.
You've been saved.
Hold
Hallelujah.
on, children. Hold on.
Hallelujah.
Dusty, you did know the promise I made to my mother, right?
This is my
Yep.
cult. This is my cult.
All right, I'm just saying, like, I could walk with you, my brother.
Okay, so are you? Look, did you promise your mom you wouldn't join a cult, or just that
Yes.
you wouldn't? No,
Yes.
you promised. No, you promised her
join.
you wouldn't start one.
Start or join. God is my witness, bro. Start or join.
Okay, well, you're not in the cult. You haven't been
You
baptized.
can be a third party observer.
You're like you're like you're the
journalist.
accountant. You're the church accountant, something like that. You're outsourced. You're
Chronicler.
You be
You're a
the
contractor.
journalist.
Yeah. Well, we can go with contractor. That works. I've done this before.
Are you sure she didn't just want you to not start one? That she
Start or join. She was pretty sure that this is my interpretation that if I joined a cult, I would end up leading it before too terrible long.
I mean, I'm willing to. I don't recall her having said that, but
I can't help that.
We're gonna need a couple of cardinals. I mean, we're gonna need a
Bumpkin,
cardinal.
I got bad news for you. You're gonna have to do it again because Flo didn't have the Pope hat on.
the hat is not where the power lives.
Oh,
The hat is
okay.
just symbolic so that ye of little
That's
faith
crazy.
know that the power is there.
It's deep in the lungs.
What
It's
happened to
easy get a
Ortho?
breathe.
He ran. Where's Ortho? I
This
thought he was
probably
going to
got-
convert.
Oh yeah, and if anybody watching right now wants to hit the link and join the church, we will be doing baptisms the whole stream.
Hallelujah.
You know, God willing, God willing. I got.
What is Brother Pumpkin's new name now?
Darth Bumpkin, bro.
It's whatever they
Gosh,
want.
fuck
That's one of the benefits about this church is that like it's really kind of self-directed. Like half the tithing, half the religion, right? Like you're not going to get full top shelf guilting and all that shit. We're not in your life like that.
You could see the darkness.
Bad. So Naomi, there you can buy yourself your way into heaven, certainly. So like Mike 23, for instance, Mike and Ike, they are not baptized. Nevertheless, they don't need to worry about it. There's not actually a dollar amount. It's just sort of it's a vibe thing. Like I just do how I feel because it's my religion. Anyways,
I mean, it helps.
we're glad to have another convert. Now, Jack, the people want to know about Destination Rose.
Well, I'm definitely in a different location today. Yeah, I'm in New Orleans right now.
It looks actually a lot more comfortable than where you've been streaming from before. It looks pretty comfortable.
It is. The energy is amazing. It's been a wonderful day. I got in late last night.
Do we have and maybe you do, maybe you don't want to do and don't want to say it. What do you have a plan? What's the next steps? Or are we
Well, this week there's a lot of pieces and a lot of things are in the air, but on the 28th, my sister is doing something for our father. So she's getting a bunch of people together back in Utah.
did you grow up with your dad?
No.
Okay.
I met that side of the family pretty much after high school.
So all right. Yeah. I've still got a sister I haven't met.
Is that one of the twins?
Yeah, I've met one of the twins. So for those who don't know, I'm the oldest of three kids. At least I thought I was until I was like 27 or 28, and I found out that I've got two older twin half sisters. That was about.
You might be my brother. You don't know that.
But when I found out was right about the same period of time that I was also getting arrested a lot. And so when my family found out about my sisters and then they came to visit my parents, is my dad's daughters from before he met my mom. I was in jail at the time, which of course just completes the whole white trash scenario of lost siblings and in jail for meth, so I couldn't meet them. But
only thing would top that is if you lived in a trailer park.
I did not live in a trailer park.
No. You had a trifecta then.
Nothing wrong with living in a trailer park. Hold on now.
Plot twist flows Paul's brother. We don't look.
Oh my God.
We would
ban that person.
Sir, I don't mind.
Paul. Oh no.
My thought exactly, Mike.
Flows Paul's microphone. Nothing could take the place of that microphone. Nothing would want to take the place of that microphone.
That microphone
it's
is dark
sized.
places.
We saw that picture of the microphone in the OTW. Dude.
So, what the fuck is up with the council shit, Jack? So here's okay, and I'll show the so the people know what I'm referring to. OTW had this thumbnail yesterday, and I showed it to Katie. I said, "Look at this." I said, "This is the most submissive thing I've ever seen in my life." And it took her a second to even realize that wasn't OTW I think her brain just assumed that he would make a thumbnail with himself in the king spot, which he did not.
It's an AI version of himself.
Well, I've got. Anyways, I won't get ahead of myself. Maybe we'll get to what I was about to say. But anyways, Jack, what is with the council? Because it looks weird.
It's a new idea. It's really.
It's not that new, brother.
That's not what OTW said on Turks today. He said it was based on a card game of what is that? Magic the Gathering or something. That it's a big joke.
All right, then I guess you know the answers. So
well, I'm just saying that's what he said on. That's what he said on Turks.
So what?
is my question. So, if you guys can see that, I don't know if you can. You can get the gist. The AI image has 5 dudes sitting like on thrones, and the big golden one in the middle, underneath wisdom. That's actually an AI Jack Talcott. OTW did not put himself in the beta position, which I thought was fascinating. I really find the motions fascinating because I'm watching. He has talked shit on you for as long as you guys know each other, and then Paul abandoned him like an unwanted stepchild, and then he got in a fight with me and lost his goddamn mind for a minute, but immediately went running to you and repaired that relationship, and it looks like he's looking for a husband or a leader or an alpha male. What do you think about that? Maybe I won't ask you. Anybody's welcome to like speculate on this. I don't want to put you in a weird situation by asking you such a pointed question, but it just is really interesting to watch.
It's a weird thing to see a man put another man in the center of his own thumbnail as like this holier than thou by putting himself in the back.
He put himself back into the side.
Yeah.
Whatever's happening subconsciously there is interesting as fuck.
I mean, that's a kind of an ego boost for Jack, not gonna lie.
For sure. I mean, it's nothing but complimentary.
Yeah,
right?
it's nothing but complimentary for sure.
Maybe it was disgust.
Of who?
Maybe it wasn't an ego thing for Jack because
no. What he's saying is it's a compliment to you, not
it's a compliment to you.
I know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Maybe
you're
I'm
fine.
Defensive. Maybe I'm defensive because I'm part of it. But yeah, it's having some fun. But the concept is to try and have more in-depth, real, serious conversations and talking about consciousness and raising the consciousness of this world we're living in. Whether we can do it or not,
how does the council do that?
Well, teamwork, aligning together to communicate with healthy dialogue. And, you know, what he and I have talked about is it's a start. And it's his idea. He's kind of running with it. And I'm on board. I think the world can use places where healthy dialogue is the point.
Personally enjoy the combination of OTW having the ideas about the chakras and then the parallels that Jack bring with the spirit. And I think I can't speak for OTW obviously, but I think that's one of the things that draws OTW to any spiritual type.
All right.
Hey man, non-sexual orgasms and ego boost for Jack. Salute to Ike. Thank you for the dono. Salute to Jack for those non-sexual orgasms. However they work.
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. You know all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even know all the ice and the Sprite. You just try to get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $ ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog. He makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots could learn how to log. Get money.
And if you've never had a non-sexual orgasm, it's because you're not rubbing your knee right.
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
That's the first time I've seen that played. That's the first time I've seen that played with Jack on the stream. This is amazing.
I couldn't have set that up better if I meant to.
Could not have.
Was that done in the hotel room, Flo?
I don't know where that's one of those things where now I heard him say that it's like I don't know what's going to happen with this, but I need to immediately screen record this before I lose it. And yeah, it's there's a lot of good Jack
tonight. I think, right, bro? 1,000.
Huh?
So far, 1,000, right? Correct.
In total revenue, what am I counting here?
Everything.
I thought it was 800, but I don't know.
Give me a second. I haven't been keeping active roll.
I got 800 listed across the top up here.
Okay.
I am for sure a fan of Jack Talcott. He's in my intro video and every one of my videos.
Oh, I'm sorry. 8, 9, 10. Okay, so you're at what, 1,200 maybe?
I don't know. I haven't counted yet.
I think it's 1,000, but I could be mistaken.
Well, hold on. We don't need to speculate. Just give me a second, and I'll do the math. Or anybody who's talking about it can do the math. But
already done it. That was a 151, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that puts you at 1,090 in the super chats, and let me go over and do some quick maths real fast.
Correct.
You were at 658 after they take the 30%. We're
just doing top line.
No,
we're doing top line. We're not doing 30. We're not going to do the 30%.
We're not
because
we're not
things are built differently. So we're
fair.
just doing top line.
All right, top line. You're at $1,090 with the memberships.
Yeah.
Glory.
And then our brother Jack could share that experience in this platform.
This is why I'm a socialist, because I would be absolutely evil as a capitalist. Anyways,
more evil than wanting to steal people's money.
Capitalism bad.
Yes,
that is exactly why I'm associating with Bumpkin. I'm going to make this man rich and give up his socialist ways.
No. You're going to have to pay a quarter to drive
around, brother. Stick around.
What would you do as a capitalist? Like, how does socialism give you virtue?
Ooh.
Because you realize that you're operating in a capitalist society and functions now. So there's nothing you're saying like, if it were it is this. Like,
I'm saying if I was right, like obviously you live in the system, therefore you have to engage in the system.
You
right?
didn't send back my Cash App when I sent you one.
You motherfucker!
And I didn't. You should have made an extra voluntary tax contribution with it, right?
Nor my PayPal.
Nor have, and you know what? You've donated to me. In fact, I think you're actually kind of a good capitalist.
I donate a lot. Yeah.
This is how good my
community though. I'm just giving it to the community though. I'm just giving it to community.
That's
I was studying socialism today.
Were you?
And I found, there was a town in Indiana that they attempted it was called New something. Damn it. The name slips me.
I thought you were
But the man attempted socialistic society, and it failed miserably.
It did the same thing with the capitalist society, and it failed as well. So, I don't want to do this because I just got newly adjointed into a cult, and I don't want to instantly fight.
That's
with
fine.
The cult
and
leader.
also, like this was just the topic on the stream that I was the host for, or not the host, the guest judge for last night. So,
New Harmony, that was the name of it. New Harmony, Indiana.
The last thing I guess I'll say is that we don't use only capitalism; it's a hybrid system. Yes, that is the structure of society, but with the actual behaviors I was referencing was him engaging in a capitalist behavior, not a socialist redistribution. Anyways, that's enough about that. Went over that shit last night a bit. I still though am curious to hear Jack's or anybody else's feedback on. Have I correctly assessed OTW scurrying around for the protection of a stronger man?
He's spineless.
At the beginning of the year, he said he was going to make a change, and he's been making changes to himself and what he's doing. And I've seen some changes in him, and so I actually reached out to him and asked him if he wanted to work with me a little bit, and that's.
So you guys are doing more than like, and I haven't seen. I didn't watch. What the council was. I did see in the comments or in the description box that his normal price rate, right? Like you can drop people. Well, he's basically copied my model. It looks to me like the only thing the council is an exemption from being subject to the revenue collecting side of the.
Correct.
Isn't it? Which is not like he's got a lot. Like it's not like he can spare that. But anyways, I don't know if there's, and maybe there's not much more. I don't know. Obviously, you're in a weird position, and so I'm probably asking you the wrong questions. So I apologize for that.
I might not be the right one for.
I apologize for putting you in that position. But
now, I do got a question, Jack, and this is like a fully honest question. I'm not trying to hit you with any like sideline comment or whatever. Now, I have heard people, call you a quote unquote cult leader. Now, do you think that thumbnail is giving any credence to that? Do you think that thumbnail might be not helping those allegations or not?
You know what? I hadn't even considered it from that aspect, but there's a pattern with me.
Yeah, Jack once used a Manson family photo with him, like Photoshop did. And it wasn't like a BS one from a movie or from some other shit. I couldn't even find the photo, but I know it came from like the Manson family album back in the day. I've seen that photo without Jack as Manson, which I thought was so hilarious that I actually came up on panel to ask him about it. And all he did was laugh.
This motherfucker has 2 times used thumbnails where he is in Hitler's spot. It's amazing. The last time was on Valentine's Day, which I don't know what that means, but it's got to mean something. I thought that was fucking fascinating.
Jack, you got to realize, right? Humans are like pattern-seeking animals. You can't just throw breadcrumbs like that.
Yeah, you can't just like fuck up our pattern recognition with these weird moves.
I mean, it is good clickbait. If I see a thumbnail with you as Hitler, I'm for sure clicking it.
I've got a Pope hat and an FBA hat, and so I'm not afraid of pissing people off. But I don't think I would put a picture of myself in Hitler's as a thumbnail. Like, I just don't have those kind of cojones.
Yeah, Facebook took it down. But
imagine that.
I wonder why.
I don't know. I was trying to, I know. I do a lot of things, and sometimes they seem like good ideas and sometimes they're not.
That's fine.
Well, how's your connection with Don Lemon, whatever his name is? How's that going?
We need more of that.
Yes, we do. I haven't heard back. I followed up, and
okay, good. Good. Yeah. If you don't, don't get a response.
I had hoped
we might need to do like something proactive, like make video and tag him in it or something. I don't know. Yeah. I like the momentum.
I do too, and that's part of what this week is I'm going to be
Have you looked up Don Lemon's personal address? That might be the next step.
No,
I think he's in Washington.
Stop it. New York.
Is it New York? I thought it was Washington.
Yeah, he said New York, Harlem.
Right.
I guess.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. He has his own show now. I mean, he got fired from CNN.
There's for that.
He's a nobody now. Yeah.
What's that, Bumpkin?
There's no way you don't know what's going on right now. You just
we bombed Iran.
Yeah,
I heard.
Yeah.
I don't know much.
3 of them.
I guess I'm not sure why anybody is surprised. Like this. I don't know. It just doesn't. It doesn't seem. It seems like a non-incident to me. Like, okay, of course we were.
Yeah,
sure we did. It was either going to be today or tomorrow.
and then Iran is not going to do anything. They can't do anything.
I just think
they can't. Yeah.
What people are very
they don't have the money. They don't have the power. They don't.
What people are more upset about, right? It's not the fact that we bombed Iran, which obviously, we're the United States. Yeah, the United States military industrial complex kind of does that. It's the fact that there was a certain precedent set that you have a week to make a peace deal, and then in all reality, it was 3 days. Like that's what people are mad about.
That's not what he said. If you go back and watch his words, He said he's got 2 weeks to make a final decision. Doesn't mean something won't happen in those 2 weeks, is what he said.
Why was there a time limit? Like, I don't know. I didn't see the press release.
This is the second time limit.
I personally
first-
don't believe that there's
Yeah.
any validity to like this is just the WMD accusations all over again. Probably
Of
ain't
course.
shit. Right. So
Yeah,
I mean, why would we care about them not getting the full time to comply with something that probably isn't even happening anyways, right? It's
This
kind
is
of
just to protect Israel. It's just to me personally. Maybe people are gonna hate me for this. We should stay the fuck out of this shit. This doesn't
Yeah.
involve us. We have nothing to do with these people. And there you go. That's just my opinion.
I
You
mean,
know-
Mike, on a like philosophical and a deep rooted political, I absolutely agree with you. But on a like economic basis, I feel like that would have long lasting ramifications if we if we don't take precautions before we do it. It's just
before we get down into the because this could be the rest of the week conversation. Jack, resurface.
He's doing a bump, Flo. He's doing a bump. Give him time.
Good God, Chuck.
So you said? Yeah, you started to say something about the plans.
Well, yeah, I was actually replying in chat. There was a number of reasons that brought me down here, but what I was saying is for this next week, while I've got people around me, I intend to use it, spend time brainstorming ideas. I mean, I'm already over a week beyond the start, but I'd like to try and continue conversations in some way.
Does Rose know that you're on here with me right now?
Yes, I'm sure she does.
Interesting. Yeah.
They'll be held to pay.
No, there won't be hell to pay. I just
Yeah.
she really wanted to talk. She wanted to set up. After I put her on the inmate roster, she wanted to set up. She had people reach out to me on Discord to set up like a brokered communication, which I didn't really respond to either way. Like I have my thoughts, right? Like
you see, Jack, you're welcome always, and you're able to speak your mind. You see, we're all humble here, and
Just don't send $50, Mike.
yeah, as long as I don't send $50, I guess. Yeah, here you go.
Well,
Jack, you gotta take cheap shots back. I feel like
there's a reason. I mean, there was a number of variables involved, and it wasn't entirely directly correlated, but I was frustrated. Again, I wasn't really being received for what I'm trying to offer. And, hey, I'm all about people getting contributions, but if it's not really supporting me and it's just insults in my face, well, what the fuck am I doing? So that's why I chose to shut it down. I didn't have a reasonable answer for myself. Does that make sense?
it does. Actually, and that was very honest response. I think that I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, from my perspective, support of a different content creator is support of me indirectly, because it's a cumulative space thing, right?
You're right.
That's yeah. So that's how I view that. But man,
Capitalism at work.
You don't
it's
believe in
actually
capitalism?
ironically it's almost a socialist perspective to capitalism.
It is.
Yeah,
It's socialism for us content creators.
But it's capital, but it's not, because the key component is that it's voluntary.
Well, yeah.
Not mandatory.
The whole idea of a healthy social construct would be a process of voluntary mutual exchange where people voluntarily support one another.
Yeah.
I'm going to let the socialist cook for a second.
We're gonna let the socialist cook. Oh, just me and him. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. In an ideal socialist system, right? The people that did not want to partake in the socialist system, they would be left to they would legitimately just be cut off from the rest of society that want to work within the collective. You know what I mean? It's kind of like if they don't want to participate in the collective, then therefore they don't reap any of the benefits of the collective, right? It sounds harsh, but that's the only way that you could do it without committing like more atrocities, by forcing people into the system.
I actually have faith that with the right education, the right examples, the right opportunities, everyone can find something. And that idea of exclusion, I see that more as the capitalist system, right? Because in a true healthy social environment, there would be inclusion. Now, obviously, people have the free will. If I don't want to be included, sure, I'll go off on my own. But I still believe that the majority would be participating willingly, because you go to a job and you see the value of what's being shared, and you're being rewarded for you're seeing the rewards of the contributions, right? Not only in your life, but in the community.
Now I'm going to suck my own dick.
Yeah, I think. Okay, well, I pull from other like socialist teachings. Like, do you believe that currency should still exist?
No.
Oh, okay. We are different. We are very
well.
different.
Here, in the long term, no. As
Why?
a transition, yes.
Well, why would you? Okay, why would you get rid of all currency?
It actually gets in the way. It gets in the way. It prevents people from properly communicating their needs, their desires, and the value, most importantly. Money.
Plus, pussy costs $45 an hour street value right
now. But okay. Okay. I mean, I don't agree with that, but what about private property?
Personal property, absolutely.
That's a Marxist. That's a very Marxist thing to say right there. That's okay though. So do you understand the difference between personal and private property?
Admittedly, that might be that's one I've not dug in and gotten real clarity on. But
so private property would be like owning your house, right? Or like owning a car, or owning a bike, or owning literally anything, right? Any commodity that is solely yours because it is yours, okay? Now, personal property is this conception that Marxists did come up with, which is sort of like a way that you can still own, in a way, personal items, but at the same state, though, there is no like actual thought out document to where you actually own that said thing, right? Which why it falls flat. Okay. I mean, I believe in private property. Private property is a must, because when you're talking about a system and a society, there has to be an end goal for the population en masse that they want to work towards. You know what I mean? Like the American dream, for instance, right? Owning your own home, having white picket fence, blah, 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 having kids, retiring. Those are things that people genuinely want to work towards, right? But when you remove aspects of that, right, from the conception, you completely remove people's ability to really want to actually work in said system.
Correct.
And that would never work in the United States, by the way. I mean, none of you guys been to Cuba. I've been to Cuba.
I mean,
really hard
you do away with money.
The bigger you scale the number of people involved in the community, the exponentially harder it gets to operate socialism, right? Like, so I believe in socialism in my household. In the U.S., like the U.S. is massive. I just don't. Well, I don't know that I think any political process really properly works for a country this size. But that's
well, here's the thing, right? I think that, and here's some crazy ideas I'm about to throw out. Okay. Crazy Darth Bumpkin hours. Let's go. I think that America is not a nation state. I think America is a civilization state. What that means is that there can be some level of autonomy. There should be more autonomy left to the individual states or regions within the United States. And I think that there should be federal oversight, but there needs to be more autonomy left to the states.
Yes, I agree.
For a socialist, you're a pretty good libertarian.
Well, because you know my form of socialism. I just said I'm a socialist. I believe in private property. And I believe that currency.
I'm
should
not
exist.
sure actually how you are a socialist, even though you claim that you are. Like,
Because
you
I
might-
because
Yeah, it
I
almost
because
sounds
I believe
capitalistic.
because I believe in key industries that should be completely federally ran and owned. Right. For instance, healthcare completely federally ran and owned. For instance,
well,
key
I mean, there are like
resources.
so. Do you think that are we in socialism right now because we have like municipal water and shit? Right, there are key industries that are run by government. There's lots of them.
They're not fully ran though. That's the thing, right? There are water industries.
That is
right?
true. It's not fully run.
It's not fully ran.
Yeah. That is true.
Like healthcare, for instance, is not completely federally ran. I don't think
It's a third party.
Why would
Yeah,
you
third
want
parties.
healthcare to be run by
The government. You see what the government does already, and you want them to run it.
Fuck that. Just look at the incentives. Look at the incentive structure of the same entity that's in charge of paying Social Security, also making your healthcare decisions. That's a fucking diabolical nightmare of a like.
Well,
Hell, I'm in that. I'm in that paradigm flow.
It doesn't. Okay, listen. We can compare and contrast the current United States government, but the problem is not government. The problem is that we're ran in a liberal democracy, which no matter what system you're under, if you live in a liberal democracy, it always decays, no matter what.
Everything decays. That's the cycle of everything. Everything grows and decays and grows.
Yeah,
and
but
decays.
liberal democracies seem to decay at a faster rate.
That's true because nobody takes on any personal responsibility for the world around them because they've outsourced that concept of personal accountability to the government. That will exacerbate the problem.
Yeah.
The only thing that deteriorates faster than a liberal whatever you just said is a
You
communist
really want this
country.
debate, don't you?
Hence your welfare program.
I don't want it.
You really want this debate, don't you?
I don't. Okay, you know what? I can't. I tried to get us away from it.
I tried too, but then you let me and Jack call.
Due diligence, welcome.
What up? What up? What up?
What do you think about anything besides economics right now?
Well, I got some questions about Israel, if you don't mind. I was wondering what you guys think. Like, I don't know enough to know about any of this, and I want to kind of give you guys some of my ideas and see what you guys think about my ideas. But first, I wanted to ask you guys, why do you guys think like America and Israel is like so in the bed together? Like, they seem like they're like one and the same. Like, what's
It's a
up
U.S.
with?
military outpost, just like
Because
Taiwan,
that's our only actually state over there that backs our interest is why.
They don't back our interest though.
They don't back on our interest. They don't. There's no benefit, in my opinion. Correct me. I don't see any benefit. It's not like we're profiting. There's no exchange.
You got hella background noise, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, do I?
Mike, you have hella background noise. Were you asking what our interest is over there?
How about now?
Yes, pretty much.
You've got. I mean, you just
Should
make
I
your
restart?
point quickly. No, just like I don't know what the noise is. Just make your point quicker and then mute. I guess is.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like you're driving or something. I don't know what you're doing, but
No, I'm at home.
oh well, I don't know why you have noise then.
Drinking champagne.
That's a little better now.
Cheers to you guys.
Anyways,
yeah. So the like the boomer neocon or neoliberal idea is that they are the only democracy in the Middle East. Therefore, the West needs to support them unilaterally. I look at the actual facts as being that Israel currently has nuclear bombs. No one likes to admit that they have nuclear bombs, but they have admitted several times they have nuclear bombs. They have not had to sign any equal destruction, anything about the nuclear bombs. They deny they have them, but in the same breath say they have them. So it's kind of like one of those things.
Didn't they get them by stealing secrets from us?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct. And then on top of it, you have stuff like the USS Liberty, where they openly attacked a U.S. naval ship. You have stuff like we constantly give them. We give them.
Correct.
military. We literally give them like schematics for helicopters, for tanks, for all of that. And then what do they do with that? They go around and they sell it to our biggest competitor, China. So they consistently undermine the United States. And do you really want to know why we continue to support them? Honestly, like the real reason.
I'm curious, yeah.
Because there is this pact between evangelical Christians and the state of Israel is one factor, right?
Oh, ball.
No, it's true. It's true.
Called the Balfour Declaration. It's not even in dispute.
Isn't it? Thank you. Also, you have people openly in our Congress and in Senate positions that have dual citizenship to the state of Israel. It's a complete infiltration of the entire political system within the United States. This is not even
names. You got to list the names back.
Sure. Which era do you want? Do you want the Obama administration? You want the Biden administration? Do you want the Trump administration? Which one do you want?
I mean, Chuck, do you think that what he's saying is false about the dual citizenship? I've heard.
I haven't seen it. That's why I asked.
Well, which administration would you prefer?
No.
What I'm trying to figure out is, are you asking the question because you want the information, or are you just trying to throw?
Yes. Yeah. No. I'm not trying to start anything. I haven't seen a list of dual citizen representatives or senators.
Okay, 1 second. Let me pull them on my archives.
The interview with Tucker Carlson about AIPAC, that was pretty interesting.
I mean, the United States is not the only supporter. I mean, you have England as well. England, and then you have Canada, and even France. But we're the biggest one.
England kind of against Israel last time I checked. They were putting sanctions and boycotts against them for as long as I can remember.
I completely agree with Flow State, with the guy. I don't know his name. I guess Darth. I'm not up to speed with all the stuff that he was saying, but I wouldn't necessarily agree with him. Like it sounds logical to me, but I feel like that Israel is like the U.S. of the East. You know what I mean? And they have a military base over there in order to reach out to people in the East, because otherwise, we wouldn't be able to touch those people over there and keep them in check. I feel like we try to keep those people in check on the East through Israel. And so that's how I see it.
And that was the point I was making. We were just using them as a stopgap.
There is I guess one sentence response is that I think that they're a military extension, just like Taiwan and just like Ukraine. Israel does seem unique in the fact that the power dynamics are not obviously in our favor, right? What was the ship? There's a naval attack. There was a naval attack that Israel did, wasn't there? Oh, no?
USS Liberty, I think, was the one you're talking about.
Yeah, like they just attacked and sunk a Navy ship of ours. Like,
I think it was a Liberty, if I'm not mistaken.
But just like so, yeah, it's not clear what's going on.
Here should be the current list, right? There in the U.S. Senate, there are 13. Richard Blumenthal, I'm pretty sure he's from Connecticut, Democrat. Barbara Boxer, Democrat, California. Benjamin Cardin, Democrat. What's the state? What's MD again? Is that Michigan?
Maryland.
Thank you. Maryland. Dianne Feinstein, also from California.
She's dead.
Okay, well, it might be a little outdated. Richard Blumenthal, though.
Yes, most definitely.
Al Franken,
what I'm confused about, Bumpkin, is when I joined the military, we could not have any. When we took the oath, and even after we had the oath, we could not have affiliation with any other outside group, organization, period, other than the United States. How do they get by with that?
Yeah, it's rules. They're not joining the military. They're an elected official. It's rules for thee, not for me. It's
okay. That's what I was asking. I was just looking
when I was in jail and on probation, I couldn't vote. But I could have run for president. I couldn't. It was just.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not buying. Like something about your resistance is off because obviously you know that there's rules for thee and not for me, and obviously we're not talking about people in the military. We're talking about
Well,
senators and
I just I just assumed that the people in Congress had to take basically the same oath that we had to take to protect the United States. This was my point, and apparently I'm wrong.
I mean, I think it's similar. I think politicians have to do supposedly what's in the best interest of the United States, which is, what the military has to do also. So, yeah, essentially it's the same.
no, it's
in
not at
principle.
all the same.
I know
It's
my
not at all
daughter
the
had
same.
had dual citizenship until she was 18, and she had to choose because she was born overseas. So at 18, she had to choose which citizenship she wanted. She could no longer carry the dual status.
Other country, Chuck?
Germany.
Oh, Germany. Okay.
And when I applied, right out of college, I applied to have actually a bumpkin's job to be a jail guard, and I was not qualified because I had been arrested when I was 15. Actually, I think I got disqualified because I lied about having been arrested when I was 15. I didn't think
That's what it was. That's what it was. You lied about it. Yep.
Yeah.
They probably would have hired you if you didn't lie about it.
They would. I even did a shadow shift. Like I was in the door, but that background check, they weren't lying. They weren't kidding. Like they will find shit.
Is that true that if you you have a felony, you can't vote? Is that true?
It depends on the state. So no, it depends on the state. Here where I'm at, once your sentence is complete, your voting rights are automatically reinstated. So
Okay.
I could not vote while I was on probation still. I can vote now.
I think Michigan, you got to wait 3 years and then it's reinstated after you do your time. I think, if I remember right. Yeah, varies state by state.
Which now that I've got my voting rights back, I don't use them. I wish I could swap them in for my gun rights, but
that would be
yeah. I never understood that either, Flo. Once you do your time for your crime, to me, all your rights should be reinstated as long as you're not reoffending.
It just seems like practically, if somebody is not is too dangerous to be allotted the ability to defend themselves just like everybody else has, then they're too dangerous to be free at all.
That's what. Yeah, exactly.
Theoretically.
Yeah, and you can become a felon and not even be violent and still have your gun rights restricted.
Indeed.
Yep.
So
I disagree. Yep. We need to change that.
Yeah, generally, I mean, at this point, there really is. I really do think this is going to be like not this war, right? America is going to have the same slow decline that Rome had, and we're just going to burn eventually, and then something new will form from it. I don't think there's really any changing this system. I think it's just.
I agree.
I think it's already. I think honestly, it's already over, right? All you can do is make the bags while you can, make the monies while you can. Try to get.
I don't
some
necessarily
land.
view it as a negative because what is it in China or some one of those languages? The same word for like disaster is the same word for opportunity or whatever, right? So I don't know. I'm not all pessimistic with my pessimism. It's like everything's going to hell, and goddamn right it is.
Yeah, sometimes shit got to get bad in order to get good.
Well, it's like this,
Basically,
right? Oh, go
do
ahead.
you think the Constitution could survive? I'm talking about the Constitution itself.
Not
All
in
right,
the New
hold
World
on,
Order.
fellas. I disagree with Bumpkin on one critical thing. I agree all the way up to the point where the U.S. does not become an empire. It has been done before. You may transition from republic to empire and back again, and it kind of resets the fall for a moment.
If we go full empire, that would be. It could be extremely base or it could be extremely gay. We'll find out which one it is. I push for that, right? I push for emperor. I push for it, but obviously you guys know my politics, so it doesn't really matter.
I think it's more strategic nowadays. I believe that America is an empire, and when we go over setting up democracies, that's really what that is. It's just in disguise. You know, it's just, you know, it's subtle.
Right, but the problem is we use soft power. The problem is that we are an empire that acts like a democracy, you know, agent, right? When all reality we're just setting up.
Are you taking off?
Well,
Take it easy, Jack.
Oh, Jack, come back.
It's good to
Wanna
see you,
be
Jack.
Good to
He
see you,
said
Jack.
he's
No,
normally
we're
kind of
kicking
a
you out of here, but
he's a kind of a drive-by panelist a lot of times. If
He also looked pretty tired. He probably wanted to get some rest.
Well, I think America is extremely smart for doing it that way, because whenever you do it like that way, you fool people into thinking that you're not the enemy. You know what I mean? Like the world, like you don't get the perception of being a conqueror or you know, an empire. You look like the hero. You're bringing democracy to the world, you know, and that's the perception.
I don't think so. I just
No one thinks that. Not even the American citizens think that we're the heroes. We actively know that we
It's
are
a
the bad
joke.
guys.
Well,
it's
I'm
almost
saying
like
that's
adding
the-
insult to injury, right?
It's like
Well,
rubbing salt into the wound. At least with Rome.
I agree with you guys. I'm
Sorry, go
saying
ahead.
that's the perception that America portrays.
No,
That's what they
it's
want the
not.
world to believe. No,
But
America
nobody
absolutely wants to be the heroes of the world and democratize the world. Like that's America's
Who's
agenda.
believing that we're helping people? Can you reference one single person that buys that shit? Nobody buys it. It's not helping. That's
I didn't argue that. I said that's what America is pitching. I didn't say that people buy it.
Okay.
I said that's the pitch.
but a bad pitch, an obvious lie, is not a helpful outcome, right? It just makes you look worse.
I'm not arguing that.
Right. I think due diligence. I think that for sure early world police, absolutely that was the perception. But I think as we have started to get to sort of the end times of the world police, people have very clearly saw that our goals are not world peace related. Our goals are self-interested, of course.
Who's driving?
It's David. It seems like it.
No, David's sitting in his room.
Oh, okay. If it's me, I have to restart.
It's not you. Somebody it just went away.
I'm not driving. It might be my AC. I'm you right now. You tell me.
Yeah, it's you.
Fuck. Okay, I'll stay muted until I speak.
It's actually when you're talking. Anyways, just be aware of it.
I want to ask: do you think that you said the Roman, like how the Roman Empire fell? You think the United States, it's another empire fall?
Oh, absolutely. Well, for one, it hasn't reached peak empire, and I don't think it ever. I don't think it ever will. Some things would have to drastically change for it to reach that peak empire.
Manifest Destiny 2.
Yeah. If we decided, for instance, right, if tomorrow Trump said, "Screw it," I can cuss over here, right? I can cuss over here.
Yes, you can cuss over here.
Sorry, my bad. I'm just asking. I'm just asking my quote. My bad. My
curse
bad.
the shit out of all the time.
No. Yeah. Fuck it. If he just woke up,
Everybody cuss at Bumpkin. What the fuck, Bumpkin? All right, go ahead.
Fuck.
He's been baptized. He's got that conviction. Hallelujah.
Yeah, hallelujah. God is great. But no, like if he just woke up tomorrow and was like, fuck it, we ball, and he started consuming the Anglosphere, right? And he just said, fuck it, we're going full empire. We're gonna pick up where Britain left off, right? And he decided to do that and just crown himself like Napoleon. Like he just crowned himself.
You
like,
don't go
like
for the
Napoleon.
Anglosphere out the gate. We've got a whole list of Latin American countries that we could just pick up for bargain basement prices.
No, but you got it. It's for one, it's what's the word? It's almost like a spiritual conquest, right? No, it's not racist. It's almost like a spiritual conquest, right? Because listen, we are the success. It's like this, right? We don't want to be for some reason, but we are the spiritual successors of Britain, right? We stem from Britain, okay? Britain is like our mother that is old and decrepit now, and she can't hang on to any of her assets, and it's time to put her in a home and secure our position at the front of the family, right? That's the position we're in, and we have been denying that destiny for 60 to 80 years. The moment that the British Empire fell, we should have been like, all right, well, it's time for her to go into a home.
But wait,
it's time for us to protect our cousins. But we just don't do that.
Wait, I disagree with you on that. well, obviously the British Empire is not as powerful as they used to be, but they're not completely fallen. They're still powerful.
Does anybody else think it's weird that that the British took over the fucking world and then immediately gave everything back and lost us?
Yeah.
Really easy.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit.
Well, it happened after a certain war. So.
I want to hear Sasquatch.
So the British took over the world specifically to spice their food. They tasted everything and then went home and boiled their meat. They deserve it.
You think so, Sasquatch? Why do you think they did deserve it?
He made a joke.
It's what they wanted.
Just because you're laughing don't mean I'm joking, bro.
No,
It
but
can be funny and true.
True.
Why do you think they deserve it, Sasquatch?
Because they owned the entire freaking world. The sun never set on the British Empire. And they had all the spices and literally all the tea in China. And they said, nah, and went home and boiled their fucking meat.
Bangers and mash, baby.
Bangers and mash.
It hurts me to say that as an American that stems from the Anglo-Saxons. It does hurt me to say that, but yes, they really fumbled. They really fumbled the bag there. They could have had it all, but they really fumbled it. Sorry, I want to make a correction here.
I think they overextended themselves.
It was liberalism, but Angry Casper is correct. Yes, it's called the Commonwealth. My bad, buddy. But when I said Anglosphere, did everyone on the panel understand what I was talking about?
Nope.
There's little Asian guys.
No, you knew. Come on, Flo. You knew exactly what I was talking about when I said Anglosphere.
I got you.
Right?
If I were to compare it to even the Spanish Empire fucked up completely. I mean, the English were even more smarter.
I just like what I'm trying to hint at without like full out saying is that if I owned the world, it would make sense for me to be like, you know what? Why don't I let these people think they own themselves? Then they can quit fucking rebelling.
Exactly. That's why I said I believe it's all bullshit too. But to Darf's point though, if it's not an overextension, then it's Flo's point. I could go with either way. I would say they either overextended themselves and you had the breakaway to where whenever the son or the daughter got strong enough and they rebelled against them, or to Flo's point, it's all fucking propaganda and we still beholden to them.
Now see, I would completely accept. I would absolutely accept the propaganda. I would absolutely accept that they are still in control. Besides one major factor, London is Londonistan right now. The entirety of Europe has massive. It does massive.
No, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The issue is that if the British own the world, they're not concerned about their neighborhood in London because they own the fucking world. They're globalists.
Yeah, but they don't actually hold anything anymore. That's the thing, right? Even if they hold it in assets, right? Even if they hold it in assets, if there's no home to go back to, there's no point in holding said assets.
There is a home to go back to. It just may not be in the boroughs of London right now. They're not dealing with that shit. There's parts of Kansas City I don't feel comfortable going to during the fucking day, but it's still my city, but it doesn't affect me.
It doesn't make any sense.
A good way, look, the best way to exercise control is to, divide and conquer is one, but to keep other people so preoccupied and busy with bullshit that they don't have the opportunity to come up and challenge you. It only makes sense that if you own the world, you would impose some sort of chaos on the world that you own.
I really just don't think that. I really think Britain just fumbled the bag, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they let liberalism creep in, and they really just let themselves slowly decay into a non-empire.
I don't think these ideals just creep in of their own accord. I think that like look at communism, for instance. Communism has all the intellectual complexity of going, well, what if nobody wanted anything? Right? It's simple, as basic as fuck. But what it's great at is toppling existing power structures. It is a fantastic tool for that. It has zero intellectual complexity. It appeals to a big group, right? So it's a tool. I don't think that.
Okay. Well, let me preface this right. The reason why I agree with you absolutely, right? Liberalism doesn't just creep in; it is something that is used as a tool. But the reason why I don't mention that is because that's going to send me down like a diatribe of a bunch of TOS stuff, and I'm not going to do that.
Well, I mean, let's. I mean, you can engage the topic without. I don't know what you're thinking, but like, look at gangster rap. I think gangster rap's the perfect example of directly created degeneracy because, well, we've got a big criminal justice system we need to feed.
And I would like to make a case too, because like Flo is also saying, like it's the appearance. Like whenever you realize that you don't have to like directly control everything and give people the appearance of liberty, but still paying taxes to, the queen or the king or whoever, it's like it's essentially the same thing. So once you realize you don't have to keep people as literal slaves and can have them as economic slaves, then it's better that way.
Even though we don't pay taxes to the queen, we don't have the we cut ties with that. But let me ask Darth
taxes in general, though, is what I mean.
Quickly, if I may. What are your thoughts on the Brett's so remember the Union and the European, the dollar amount beating the shit. Brexit. Fuck, I don't know why I'm not pronouncing
What,
it.
when they left the euro?
Yeah, they left the euro.
I don't know enough about it because it didn't really affect me, but I think the euro is a stupid idea to begin with. I think it's an impossible idea because the separate, you can't have one currency operating in different legal systems, right? Or else you one place will take advantage of it. It just doesn't work. The burden will be shouldered unequally. Like with Greece, right? Greece benefited from all sorts of social programs.
Oh yeah, definitely. Greece
and Germany carried a lot of the weight. This is an obvious predictable problem.
Definitely. The Germans were really fucking disgusted with that. And they had to pay a lot of the debts from other countries, including even Italy.
But Germany has been financially taken advantage of and abused for well over a century, it seems like.
Yeah. Darth, any opinion of that? If I may.
Of what? Of Brexit?
No, Darth. Yeah. Of the.
He said he'd be right back. He said he'd be right back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Only
But I just think
it's a shit show. All it is a puppet show.
The whole American empire, soft power, like that whole thing. I don't. The U.S. So I think that the U.S. was effectively over in 1913 when the Federal Reserve was implemented, which literally sells the country to private interests. And since then, and if you understand the debt-based dollar structure, you recognize that the dollar is a temporary tool. It is not designed to last indefinitely. It's not because we're borrowing too much money for reckless spending shit, right? Like we can't just tighten our belts a little bit and save our way to prosperity. The system is structured to be temporary. It's a wealth extraction tool. Then the fall of America was inevitable. So all that we're doing with the soft power and shit, what we're doing, we need the biggest export the US has is our currency, because we're the central reserve currency. The reason it's important that we exercise soft powers like foreign aid and shit is because we need them to want dollars, so we give them some dollars, right? It's at this point we're just sort of, in my opinion, we're just sort of getting as much out of the money, the central reserve's paradigm as we can, because
do you think that we should be back on gold standards?
No, I don't think the gold standard matters. I think that it's a false hope because let's be real, who's going to go audit it? We could say we're on the gold standard tomorrow. But what I think did happen is when Richard Nixon took us off the gold standard, he attached us to OPEC, which that has been the biggest source of us Americans' prosperity since then. I think that man does not get credit for what he did, which is basically drag out our prosperity longer than it would have done.
Yeah. Definitely, I agree with that. Well, I don't know about tomorrow, but I'm enjoying it. I'm drinking champagne.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I'm about to take a trip soon.
Yeah.
Going to Asia soon.
So what's next? We
Been a
resolved
good
that
night.
issue.
I wanted to, whenever you said America is effectively over with in 1913, whenever they did away with the money and all of that, like whenever, what do you mean? I know what you mean, but like, so I know
You want me
what
to
you
elaborate
mean.
on it?
Yeah, please.
So the Federal Reserve is the central, and if you know, a lot of you probably know, but a lot of people don't. Our Federal Reserve is the central bank for our country, and so every dollar in existence, it does a lot of things, but the function I want to focus on is it creates the money. It is the only entity that can create a dollar. The only way that we get the dollars it creates is borrow. So the Treasury borrows dollars into existence from a private bank and then owes them back at interest. But it's absurd
And we
because
have
the
to pay
first
back.
dollar, I mean, I can do my TED talk without you. The way that I just lost it entirely. I need some.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
You was about to say the interest you
We
can
can't
never
pay.
get
Yeah,
back the
we can't. It's impossible to pay off the interest. Is the point?
But you were saying that America was given away, like practically in a practical sense. That means America, is not effective anymore. And I see what you're saying.
We're
as
lazy
far
and
as
entitled.
you could also make the argument, the literal dollar also is not really as substantial as people think, because it's really like, and you've been in banking, so like ones and zeros will suffice also, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a tangible dollar. It's just a ledger.
Yeah, I mean, I meant digital dollars too. It's the same thing.
Right. Okay. I thought you was okay.
I'm using printing. Printing as a catch-all for creation. It's money creation.
Okay.
But so I mean, if you consider how power works, it's economic, right? You can't fight. Wars are economic endurance tests. For instance, Congress can't operate if it can't fund its things. The way it funds its stuff is it has to get loans from the
Federal Reserve,
from the Fed, right? So
yeah.
The whole government structure, our representative government, is beholden to a private bank. How the fuck is that? We literally sold ourselves.
Yeah. So this is the way I see it. You were absolutely right in everything that you said, but I would say a little more nuanced, as in, like, I think power got more consolidated. I think it got snatched from the American people, right? Like the common man, but power got consolidated, right, with the people up top in the high class, because it affects us, but it really don't affect the people up top. Like, things are still moving. Like, no, we not lost no power. We're never going to lose no war. We're always going to get the money whenever we need, war. You know what I'm saying? Whenever we need the funds in order to go to war. Like, it's not going to never be a time to where America is not going to be able to get the money that it needs.
Sure. I mean, that's the problem with inflation. Because creating money doesn't create wealth. Money is only useful to the extent that it's representative of value or wealth. If you inflate the fuck out of that because you're abusing it, then you then you can't do it anymore eventually, right? Like there's, but since we have to borrow money, like to repay our debts, the system is set so that we actually have to continue to borrow money. We have to go deeper into debt, or else the whole thing collapses. And there's no way, without completely undoing the dollar paradigm, there's no way to end that dependence. So we have to keep, I think, personally, just theorizing, I think that was a big motive behind the lockdowns. I think that gave us an excuse to need to print a bunch of new money. But with the OPEC deal, we need other nations to continue to use our money for it to maintain its central reserve status. Through that, we're able to export a lot of the inflation effects because there's more demand globally. The main way we do that is through OPEC, but another way that we do it is here's some free tokens, right? Well, if you've got free chips at one casino, you're going to keep going back there because you got free chips there.
Yeah. I agree to a certain extent on like the economic aspect of it. Like whenever you look over time, like from like the 30s until now and stuff like that, like I don't see a really big difference. Even though you're right, everything is rising, but everything is all rising together. You know what I mean? And it take more dollars, but like the price that you get paid for your labor and stuff goes up a little bit. So
the cost.
I agree with you,
You're
but I
wrong,
think
though.
it's.
You're wrong.
Go ahead. Okay.
Our grandparents could absolutely support a whole family. They could buy a house, car, and support a family on one high school level income.
Yeah. The argument that I'm making is that that though that's true, but whenever you compare them like side to side, like I don't see no big difference. Like whenever I look outside of my neighbors, I feel like we're still in the same position though.
You and
know
your
what I'm saying? Like,
neighbors are, but you and your grandparents aren't. The cost, the income, the purchasing power has not increased at the same rate the prices have.
Could I say something?
Well,
Yeah, you can say
let me
things.
let me get one thing out though.
All right.
I agree with you, but we talking about the substantial effects. Like my grandparents, yeah, they bought a house for cheaper, right? And they own their house. But what I don't see the big difference like today. I think people make more money and it's two house incomes, but like the way that you're trying to make it seem like it's just a big difference, I don't think that it is. That's all
I mean,
I'm
we
trying
can
to
look.
say.
Go ahead, Mike. I'm going to pull up some numbers.
No, I just want to say something that's going to be fucked up in this harsh reality. So back in my grandmother's time, even my grandmother talks about it, how basically you could buy a house for 10 grand. The way the structure of everything right now is structured to the point where the wealthy are only going to be able to basically be able to breathe a lot better. And it's going to be designed that way because think about it like this. Everything is getting more expensive. And if you're not keeping up with the changes, you're going to be fucked. Harsh reality. I have to tell you the truth. It's like most people, they just, they're. I met this dude in the fucking in Brooklyn, and Italian dude, man, and he sliced like ham and cheese and prosciutto for years, and then the business closed. That shit made me sad. But it's like the business is like it's basically if you don't keep up with the trend, if you're not keeping up with everything that changes, was happening that no longer you could sustain. I hope that clarifies.
It's an economy of scale, but that's not it. Anyway, sorry, I'm still looking for what I'm looking for.
What is that?
I don't think that it says much whenever you say that you could. I understand what you mean, but whenever I'm doing the comparison to side by side, when you could buy a house for 10,000, you could also buy a loaf of bread for a nickel. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying that the currency, was more valuable also, but now we get more currency, and I think that even though it's more pricier right now, things are more expensive, but I don't think it's as much as we think, considering like inflation and the currency.
The irony is that I found the information I'm looking for, and the article is literally titled "Median Household Income Growth Deflating the American Dream," and so I'll drop the link so people can dig into this more because I haven't dug into it. But this is basically the graph I'm looking for. Nominal. This is the purchasing power difference in household income growth. The real line is flat. The perceived line is increasing. Actually, that's not exactly what I was looking for, but it sort of is. Yes, we do get more dollars. However, if our wages increase at the same rate that price. Damn it, my brain's frying. Reset. Go ahead.
Take
It's
your
not.
time.
It's not keeping up. Is what I'm saying.
It's fine.
Oh,
income's
if we
not
get
keeping up.
I'm sorry, nominal dollars. If we get the same nominal dollar increase, if price of tacos goes up $1, but we're getting $1 more off our income, it doesn't equate because we just inflated it to get the dollar. So that extra dollar of income is cool, but now tacos are $1.10. Is sort of what I'm referring to.
Yeah,
Wow.
and the harsh reality is a lot of people are going to be left behind. A lot of people are going to be fucking struggling. I'm sorry. A lot of people, I listen. A lot of people are going to be fucked, and it's going to be.
But hold on.
That
What about what wasn't in the 30s like my grandparents and stuff too? Even though they could buy a house for 10,000, I don't know about your grandparents, but my grandparents were still struggling. You know what I'm saying?
Here's
I
the
think
thing,
that
though. Like, just look at how much work went into paying the bills. One
Right.
person's income bought the same. But fuck, my grandparents you cannot buy as much housing today. Like, our parents' generation could be able to buy way bigger houses off 1.5 incomes.
But my
And
point is, whenever you look at things practically, whenever you look at things practically, it's not that much different. Though I understand what you're saying, but I still think that we still in the same boat. Maybe we could have got a bigger house, but substantially, it's not as big as difference as people try to make it. That's the only.
What do you mean? If you've got a bigger house, if you've got 50% more house, but you're paying it off in 10 years instead of 30 years, for like, how is that the same boat? That's not even close to the same boat. With one income versus
you trying to compare them. Like we can't compare them in the same era like that. Well, I'm saying that whenever we're talking about that time period, and then you want to equate this time period to that time period, of course it's going to be out. But I'm saying
we're talking over time
and practice. But I'm saying, if you hear what I'm saying, that I don't know, my grandparents back then, they bought their house for $30,000, and today me buying a house for $100,000, I'm still in the same boat as my grandparents, regardless. Like they didn't get nothing extra. Yeah, they got
why
a cheaper.
Why do you think that? Because to buy this, if it's the same house we're talking about, right? If ignore the dollar amount, the same house, you and your wife.
Well, I think you lost internet.
Flo is gonna come back.
Yep, he'll be back. His internet's been acting wonky.
I guess I'm just not explaining it well because
so you can't. So Flo is gonna come back. It's not. You can't compare what it used to be, the value of a house, what it used to be, and what it is today. Well, Flo, go ahead.
So, the same house at two different points in time. If you and your wife have to both work 30 years for it, but I only have to work 10 years for it myself, who's better off?
Whenever you do the comparison that way, but what I'm saying is, in practice, if you're still both struggling in the present and in the past, then you're essentially in the same boat, because my grandparents with the $30,000 house still were struggling, is what I'm saying. In practicality, not just the economic part of it. I'm talking about living.
Struggle. You can't qualify struggle. What the fuck do you mean struggling? Like,
what do you mean I can't qualify struggle? I can absolutely qualify.
How many struggles did your grandparents have? Because I only have 3 struggles.
Well, we're not talking about how many. You asked me to qualify it, so if I can qualify for
quantify, you can't quantify struggle.
Oh, well, I can qualify it for you. I can tell you what kind of struggles that they dealt with. They could barely still clothe their kids. They didn't have a house full of food. They were still barely making it by on the bills. They didn't have they were still low class people economically.
Well,
still,
there's always been poor people, right? That's not the fact.
That's not my argument, but we're talking about the practicality of having a $30,000 house compared to a $100,000 house in the situation that the people are still in. Is it the same?
It is absolutely not the same at all. The only thing that's the same is that apparently you had trouble at everything. But also, our grandparents doesn't take the timeline back far enough, because I said 1913. Our grandparents were maybe born then. what you're referring to, and I know what you're talking about because I heard about the Great Depression too, right? That situation of struggle that our grandparents dealt with, that was specifically caused by the central bank. Right? So
our great grandparents, by the way.
I'm definitely not talking about the Great Depression. I'm talking about like in the
great grandparents,
60s and 50s.
My
You know what I'm saying?
grandfather.
My grandparents. But anyway, I understand your point, Flo. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, practically speaking, like whenever you still, I understand like economically it's a big difference, but I'm talking about like, you know, my grandparents and me today are not far from each other, even though that they got a super cheaper house. That's all.
I bet you. Look, my he was a grandpa, but my mom's stepdad just died recently, and my grandma auctioned their farm. Now, my grandma's house actually has fewer bedrooms than my house on the farm they just auctioned. Let me tell you, they have more wealth and assets than we do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
I agree. I agree with that. I said economically, I see what you're saying, but what do you think at the time that they were still struggling though, even though they was able to get a cheaper house? That's what I want to ask you.
With just one person
Well,
working.
it depends the job you have, what
Hold
you're
on, I'm
doing.
asking Flo though.
So I don't think I think that I don't think that they had to struggle as hard. My grandma has never worked in her life.
Yeah, I didn't say struggle is hard, but I'm saying like if you would equate yourself today, your struggle that you go through today, you know what I'm saying? I don't mean that, you know, you're going through extreme hardship, but I'm saying how you get by, your means to get by, and your grandparents' mean to get by, is it similar or extremely different?
I would say that I'm a YouTuber. I think that I struggle less than basically anybody ever. But I think that my economic effectiveness, the amount of economic control I have is I don't know how they were at 38, but if we look at it objectively, like our generation's purchasing power is undeniably dramatically lower at the same age than theirs was.
All right.
Well, yeah, the rise in what you got to pay a worker affects that, which raises the cost of if they're making more material, they got to buy more raw materials. But when everything starts escalating, it compounds. All three of them. What the money system, the job, what the job pays. Yeah, it all starts compounding at a certain point.
I mean, when actually, I know that my grandpa used to get a new car every year. He was kind of flashy. I'm not that flashy, but I can't afford a fucking new car every year.
That was probably a lease.
It doesn't matter. Lease payments are the same. I've done leases. Lease payments are the same as car payments. Like
I would like to ask.
Maybe just a lifestyle thing, but
you can do that on a middle class income. That don't mean you're doing good because you can get a car every year, exchange a car every year. That don't.
I don't know what would convince you. It's like it's fucking obvious as shit. Everybody in the U.S. works 2 incomes to take 3 times as long to pay off their major living expenses. You're telling me that you agree with that because it's obvious, but then say that that's not worse off. It is fucking worse off. Like
I don't agree with that.
I didn't disagree with that, but I said when you do the side by side comparison, my grandparents were still struggling, even though that they had the $30,000 house and they could pay it off in less time.
Gotcha.
So
Due
it's not
diligence-
substantial.
Okay. Due diligence. If you don't mind me
Go
asking,
ahead,
what do you do for a living? Could I ask you? Is that okay?
I'm in the medical field.
Okay. So if you may, how much you making a year?
Why are you asking him personal shit?
Yeah, just go
More
to
or
your
less.
point. Go to your
No,
point.
okay. Well, there's a point behind that because the thing is that you have to calculate the how much you're making a yearly and versus your parents, or rather your grandparents, and notice the difference how they were able to maintain a house and how it is today. You can't even fucking buy a house right now.
That's because people will not live within their means.
That's not all of. That's actually not even the bulk of why it is. The bulk of why it is because we have less purchasing power than you guys did because of the inflationary effect of the dollar.
I
I think
agree.
that
I
is a
agree.
great point that Chuck was making too. I do think here in the present, we all live outside of our means, especially compared to
don't.
people in the 30s and the 50s. Like they did not live outside their means, like at all.
I wasn't there, but I'm pretty sure there was debt back then.
Well, I'm talking about all the extras: cable television, internet, cell phone bills.
I mean, you're still kind of wrong though. Like you're not wrong all the way, but the emphasis on that as a primary cause of the wealth distribution is just absurdly wrong. It's not because people have too many iPads. You have people
I don't
working.
think he was stating it as a primary cause of wealth distribution. He was just saying that the difference is from one generation to the other on how you can, economically sustain yourself. The difference is on that level.
I don't know. I think like every one of you is wrong in every way.
I know.
My wife never worked. I was a single worker, but I was a skilled tradesman, for lack of a better word to put it. Therefore, I commanded close to top dollar on any job I went to.
Now, also, I know I don't know you also owned a business at one point. And I don't know how much that contributed, but you raised a whole family, including a wife who stayed at home on one income.
Right.
And now you've got like damn near 10 acres, right? Like,
yep.
Our generation, when we're his age, we will not have that wealth built up on average. We just won't.
I believe that.
That's true.
Yep. And that's the harsh reality. It's going to get really fucking difficult. And it's going to get harsh.
Well, look at it. What are we at? 30 or 40 trillion? The debt clock or calendar, whatever they call it. There is absolutely zero practical way we're going to work our way out of that.
Well, I don't think you were here earlier when I was kind of explaining the dollar structure. It's not possible. It's an absurdity. It's like it just no, and it's not even because we mismanaged our money and we need to tighten our belt straps. Structurally, the dollar system would collapse if we tried to pay off the debt.
But okay.
There is a way to tighten the belt and prolong the collapse, I think.
Sure,
but I don't think they got the guts to do it.
Well, why would they? Don't have the incentive to do it because politicians work on 4-year terms.
That's what I'm saying.
Lockdown was a pretty clean sweep.
You guys are aware that a lot of let's say factories are being replaced. Let's say even Amazon. You have machineries now. Even McDonald's is two of them.
But you still need skilled workers to repair those machines.
I agree with you, but you don't need a bunch of people anymore. You just need two of them, one or two.
But
but Chuck's right. Like new conveniences create new human needs. It just moves around. People will find things to do, but the point that I'm trying to make is to maintain the standard of living. I think that Dude Jones was getting at, right? Like we're living in the same houses, right? We both got 3-bedroom houses and 2 cars, right? That sort of thing. It's the same lifestyle. The difference is how much work we're having to put in to get it.
Correct.
And then what we're left with by the time that we're in Chuck's position.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And if I hadn't worked my ass off my whole life, I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in.
I mean, acres? I don't think it's the same. Whatever.
Did I pay too much for what I got now? Probably, because I didn't have no choice. I had to buy in the middle of the shutdown, but insurance left me no choice.
How old are you, Chuck? If you don't
That's not
mind
me, right, Flo? Is Static?
I'll be 65 in November.
You did good.
That's not me.
Well, I worked my ass off my whole life until I couldn't work anymore. I got hurt at age 50 and was forced to take a medical retirement, which was a third of what I was making when I was employed.
Well, welcome to the American dream, because I feel like that's the tragedy of America also, to where, you work to retirement age and, can't do nothing once you retire.
Oh yeah, yes.
Well,
That's a
I
trap.
had planned on retiring at 55. I got hurt at 50, which totally threw off my whole timeline.
And so then
because
what did
of
you do
that.
with your time after that, or to make up the gap? You started selling vapes and stuff?
Well, yeah, I did that for a while, but then I ended up laid up for about 7 years because my back was broke. I was having to crawl to the bathroom. I couldn't even walk anymore. And at
Right.
the end of the 7 years, they finally got me. But that's kind of why I lost the vape business. Was one,
What I
couldn't get
I
around,
don't.
and two,
You know that I don't care about your physical pain at all.
oh no. I'm not using that as
I
an
asked the
excuse.
question wrong. Let me rephrase the question. What I've found is that I now actually the last month it's the first time I've noticed, but last month, the YouTube calculates in 28-day increments. I did some numbers and total now for the first time since 2017, I'm making as much as I was making as a banker. Right now, you got some inflation, so I'm not really whatever. My
Oh,
point
wow.
is that
Congratulations.
thank you. The economic setback I had in my plan, right? Not being a banker, that detriment, if I continue on the same trajectory, is going to be a massive benefit to me in the long run. Do you? What I was trying to suss out is, was there anything like that? Did you find that once you started doing things on your, I don't know what you did after you could no longer be an electrician.
I did a computer business and I did a vape business.
And was that more or less lucrative than? What do you think?
If the first 2 or 3 years, the computer business was a boom, but then prices really fell out of the bottom, and I couldn't financially. It was stupid economics because it was costing me more to make a computer for somebody than it was to buy one of these out of the box store. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm a big believer in entrepreneurialism, and I think it's actually impossible to make any sort of wealth working for somebody else. I think you have to figure out.
And then the vape thing was going really well until the government regulations totally annihilated my business.
You should see what they did in the meth business.
I'm talking legal stuff. I'm talking legal. Oh Lord!
Do you guys think they're going to do away with Social Security?
They better not. I'll be hurting for certain.
I would love to share something with you. Someone basically, what was it? And
take 2 minutes, Mike, and we're on a membership drive. Get people to buy memberships.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Yes, please
segue to Griff.
Don't like and subscribe. Throw in the fucking bucks, but
float.
Oh shit! My clock left. Where'd my clock go? He just left.
You're fine, Flo.
I gotta figure that out now. I gotta figure out where we left off.
You're gonna be fine.
Anyways, give me a second. But go ahead, do your thing.
I was gonna say that fucking what was it? He was like, "Oh shit, you're in the 1%." I never even thought about that fucking shit. The 1%. I don't know. The thing is, I'm in a different standard. Oh, Chuck, gifted 20. All right.
Setting an example.
Going on right now.
Anyway,
it's the grift mode. Please.
Oh my God, we got 20 of them. Where's my bombs?
Please.
Chuck wailing it up.
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. You don't know the rights and the lights and the locks. Even don't know the ice and the Sprite. You just try to get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $sign ice. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money. Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog, he makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots could learn how to log. Get money.
I apologize, Mike. I did not mean to interrupt you.
No. Don't ever apologize. Don't ever apologize when it comes to chipping in for Flo. I mean, this dude is giving us entertainment. Like, support him. You know what I'm saying? Like and subscribe. Thankfully for him, we're here. So this is a business at the end of the day. I was just speaking out loud in terms of like.
EO, you got an echo.
Do I have an echo?
Naturally, the ginger.
All right, go ahead, Mike.
Is it me?
No, it's not you. It was EO'd. You go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I forgot fucking what I was gonna say, but you know what, man? I'm actually doing.
Donate to Flo so he doesn't have to sell.
You know what? My life is blissful. Like Jesus Christ, like even Jesus himself comes.
I'm right here.
I was gonna say it's interesting that we draw this distinction between calling the payment a donation and then the whole grift is a business, right? I never donated to a business before.
Yeah, so it's the distinction. I think is so grift I embrace ironically, but it is so it's a donation because it's not actually a purchase. This is the only business line I've ever been in or actually really know of, except for windshield washers at stoplights, where you give the service and then hope that people appreciate it enough to decide to give you a voluntary payment for it.
I mean, I lost $2,500 tonight.
To who?
How'd you do that?
Oh,
I had an ear surgery and it malfunctioned a while ago. That's why I was off camera or off screen.
I'm sorry about that,
So,
Chuck.
How did that cost you $2,500?
that was my part of the surgery when I had it repaired.
Is there like a warranty on that ear or something?
Unfortunately, no. So if it doesn't heal up right, I'm looking at doing it again. It's hell to get old, but it's all life. You just keep on trucking.
Keep on trucking.
My perspective of
down the way. Oh, sorry.
Right. My perspective.
Go ahead, Mike.
My perspective of money is basically, to me, is amazing. You pay the things you love, and no, like this is why we're here as Americans, especially. You know what I'm saying? You pay for services, and then you should be very appreciative of that. This is the difference.
This is the best place in the world to live. What are you talking about?
I tell you what, I am appreciative of that when the service is rendered well. When the service is rendered poorly, I'm kind of pissed about it.
Money
That's
is
inherently American,
reward for services rendered.
I don't know if I agree with reward, but
and that's what
semantics at this point.
Well, it's value for value, right, Flo?
I mean,
right.
Whereas socialists want you to do it for a head of cabbage as opposed to the value that you're worth.
I mean,
whatever the government determines you're worth.
Flo
is
just
what you
made
get.
what is it, 1,200 maybe? Huh? God bless him.
What?
1,200?
I don't know. I'm not.
I can't understand.
I lost my accountant and I lost my timekeeper, so I'm only doing math on one thing right now.
Yeah, but here's the
yes,
thing.
no,
a math major?
It's been I'm an economics major. We had calculators. It was a fantastic. It's been a fantastic stream so far.
It's amazing.
Trying to keep it going.
And
W stream. EOD wants to be baptized. I can tell.
I can feel it too. I knew that.
Wet lungs.
Yeah, he's got that red dye in his hair. Oh, this ought to work out good.
There you go.
Give us
We're all having a good time.
Oh.
We can
Well,
see
the joke's
this
on you
guys.
fuckers. I've already been baptized. Shit, I'm not even.
All right, I need to be
Well,
baptized.
yeah, but not under the Church of Flo.
Father Flo.
Yeah, that one
he
didn't
left
count, man.
26 minutes ago at 1:39:15. So Chuck just gifted 20 memberships. So that's another hour. So we got two. I'll just round up. We'll go to 2 hours and 40 minutes on the new clock. All right.
Oh wow! I didn't know he's getting that low on the clock.
Well, I did I did a membership drive and I got a ton of super chats.
I know. That's what I wasn't complaining, but that's what the point I was trying to make earlier.
Hey, if it's working, it's working.
Because you get the money either way, don't you? Whether it's memberships or super chats.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what the share is, but I think most of your gift memberships are not going to turn around again. But I think super chats are better for that because then you can actually get a big lump sum out of one super chat, and then it's like what $5.
Super chats literally have.
I just dropped
hold
20.
On. I know. It's been. Hold on. No, there's literally zero potential for turnaround on a super chat. It's a one-time only.
Well, yeah, I know that, but what I'm saying is you get a bigger lump sum sometimes. It would be $20 or $50.
$100 super chat, and $100 no, because we're talking about like, would I rather get $100 super chat than a $5 new member? Yes, absolutely. But
Yeah,
membership the memberships go out, and it's not new people subscribing themselves that membership drives. It's people like Chuck just did, right?
Right.
That's really how those numbers go.
But then people may reinvest for them to keep the membership, right?
Well, and if nothing else, look, you members get more notifications from the channels you're members of. So if absolutely nothing else, if it's the same dollar for dollar, I'm still getting more advertisement pushed out by having members.
Hit them notification bells, fellas.
Yep.
Hit them up.
Now, EOD, aren't you interested in the Church of Flow?
No.
No, he's got a phenomenal congregation.
Don't lie to yourself and don't lie to your spirit.
He gives a discount on tithing.
I do.
That's
great.
Half the tithing, half the religion.
Yeah.
You are here to be
plus all the nudes you can handle.
Not true.
One is more than enough, Chuck, on that one, buddy. Especially if it's coming from you or Flo. Either way.
I sent you the whole packet.
Look, everybody knows it's Lindsay's nudes around here.
I would love some.
Just kidding.
I do not have her nudes. I don't want her nudes. In fact, I don't want.
You know
anybody.
what? I hope Tarek has them because that motherfucker has carried more water.
Who, Teriak?
Oh yeah, no, Tarek.
Different guy.
A Lebanese terrorist kind of guy. Yeah.
Is he Lebanese? Chuck?
Yes. Yeah, he's Lebanese.
Interesting.
Okay.
Actually, I was going to pull up one of his streams because I remembered what I was looking for right in the middle of Jack being here because he's at Rose's now, and Illumitami apparently was agreeing with me about what Rose wanted.
Yeah.
So I wanted to hear his take on it.
If he didn't speak it, I know it was in the chat.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Flo, but I did dye my hair. I am genuinely a ginger now.
You always have been, but I did hear that. I did see that, and I approve of your reasoning for it.
It looks the same color. The only thing I noticed is a haircut.
Look right here. Look right here.
It honestly does look the same.
It's not
it does. I'm sorry. It looks the same.
It does not. You can see a clear delineation between the sides and the top. I only dyed the top. So.
Red on the head like a dick of a dog.
Yeah, it's not perfect. You probably got a box of dye that was more brownish than red. But
it's auburn.
I'm just kidding.
Auburn.
That's what it said on the fucking box, okay? I looked at the woman's hair and I'm like, that's red. I'll put that in my hair. That's fine.
I don't think he really dyed it. I think he's saying that now. Just so
auburn
he can be
is not the auburn.
Okay,
that's like salmon or teal, right? These are colors that men don't use. Men don't say teal. I don't even know what the fuck that's.
I didn't fucking put it on the box. I'm just telling you what it said on the fucking box.
I didn't talk to the box. I only talked to you.
All right, look. I put pictures. I put before and after pictures up on Twitter. I can show you those if you like. It is very different.
One was dry and one was wet.
Let me throw
they're
you
both dry. They're both clearly dry.
Let me throw you a bone, EOD. What do you think about the B2 action tonight?
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's all Rob talked about tonight. I was fucking modding over there before I come over here.
What happened over there?
Trump sent B-2s over and bombed a bunch of
Oh, yeah.
three different nuclear sites in Iran. It's
yeah.
it's the start of fucking World War III. We don't know what
No,
type of
it's
munitions
not.
they used. We don't know what type of munitions they used. They might have used. They might have used a tactical nuke. It's possible.
It's not going to be.
The United States intelligence
I'm
specialists were
sorry.
speculating that a tactical nuke would be necessary to reach whatever full mod
don't put
fucking nuclear base or whatever.
Christians have been
There's a lot of
talking about that since the year 666, man. We ain't going to the world. What are you talking?
Listen, so
It's
Donald
the
Trump
year of
has,
the beast, you sons of bitches.
By
listen,
God.
Donald Trump has congressmen that basically advise him, and obviously, the Congress is the
Congress does not
nominating-
advise the president. The president has a cabinet of advisors for specifically that
Well,
purpose, so that
correct,
it doesn't rely
correct.
on Congress.
National Security Council.
That is true, but no, there's not going to be World War III.
They've been fear mongering about nukes and about brown people forever.
Brown people. When did I say brown people?
You didn't say brown people. That was my addition.
The thing is that when you pass misinformation like that, you're going to get a lot of people jumped up and
I can tell you one more story if you want.
I like stories.
Do we want or not? We don't know the story.
I just gotta say the overall is at 1,190. By the way, because of that 20 truck.
And I know you can't see the timer but I've got one going over here, and the timer is at 2 hours 35 minutes. And
I'm kind of disappointed. I've never seen Bumpkin give anything. That really heartbreaking.
I have given in the past. I cannot right now. I'll just.
You know what? And let me do Bumpkin solid like he's done me in the past. He has, Bumpkin.
Oh, has he? Oh, I apologize.
For the duration of Bumpkin's, panel or channel presence, I suppose, his contribution is well outseated probably than mean.
What happened to your partner, Bumpkin? Where'd he go?
He's tired. He was tired when we did the show.
Oh my God! What a wuss!
You want to go to
Old
bed,
Joe
man?
brings in some interesting insight. He says this bombing wouldn't have happened if Talcott had gotten to lecture Trump.
That's so true.
I'm the one that
praise
told
God,
Trump to go ahead and
just
do
praise
it.
God.
It's true though, because Donald Trump could have used a life coach, I think.
Oh no, is that
everybody gives me the opportunity? I want to say something serious.
You doing good, Chuck?
Not Duck.
I'm
Duck, where were you at when we had all the other socialists on the panel?
I'm willing to be patient with everybody. I want to say something very serious, but go ahead.
Well, then take the floor is yours.
Go ahead.
I'm awaiting.
Oh, you guys are willing?
No,
to
I was listening to Chuck respond. Chuck.
Whoops, what happened?
Oh,
hold on.
Okay.
Malfunction.
I'm malfunctioning. I'll bring everybody back up in a second. Mike says he's got something important. Mike certainly has. Let's see.
I mean, it's just really.
I mean, I would rather you get to the important thing than sit here and talk and asking everybody if they are sure, and then having everybody talk and respond. So this is just cleaner.
No. I just want to say that I'm really happy that I'm in this fucking platform support flow. You know what I'm saying? Like extremely one of the best show in my opinion. I'm living my life.
I appreciate the support, Mike.
I'm fucking happy.
The comment could have waited.
But Mike, I'm suffering consequences from it.
From what?
What are you suffering?
Your girlfriend.
Which girlfriend? I don't.
Damn. What are our options?
Oh Lord.
Anyways, I just lost my train of thought. Anyways,
so Flo, I want you to be successful, man. You already know the.
You are doing a large part to contribute to that success and help me along the way. Thank you for it, but I haven't had any champagne tonight, and I don't have the empathy to engage in a dick rubbing.
Guess what? Hey, you're my brother. You don't know it. Maybe maybe
I'm not rubbing dicks anymore, Mike.
Well, Mike, he's my illegitimate son, so why do you think I support him?
Yeah.
It's child support.
It's getting all kinds of weird up in here.
Flo could be my, my mom, but yeah. Anyway,
Flo could be your mom. What?
No, I just said that Flo, my brother.
Your brother from another mother?
You say that enough that like I like you're starting to make me think like I'm gonna like. Is this your way of telling me my dad had other kids? Is that what's happening?
Yep.
That could be a possibility. I don't know.
Is old Joe still here?
Yeah, old Joe's in the chat. Old
He
Joe,
had-
can
he
you
had-
click the link and
he-
save us from
yeah.
this dick rubbing?
He had some questions for you the other day.
For me?
Yeah.
All right,
I
well,
like
Joe.
old Joe. Old Joe's a good dude. I like.
In the
talking to him.
meantime, I
All
want to hear.
Yeah,
what
oh,
Tom
you
has-
found it?
Yeah. I don't know where he said it, but when he's about to join the panel, and I did see just a minute of it. He goes right at OTW, so Tom attacking OTW sounds funny.
If Tommy can't connect to the High Council. Here we go. Adding Tommy to the stage. Tommy!
Way too much, Tarek. Every time Tarek has promised, he reverts right back to this OTW equivalent shit. Listen, OTW, I don't know why you guys always think that despite the infamy you've built for yourselves, that you can just make up and, oh, we're the High Council now, and that means we're still above everybody. You have no credibility. You've made no stand-up moves out here. If anything, you are the pinnacle of the lowbrow moves.
So,
Damn.
anyone want to translate for me?
Can we just take a moment and admire that bullet of truth that just took out OTW's kneecap?
Yeah, could be a kneecap. It had to be a kneecap because he ain't got no spine.
Right, it wasn't.
For me, please, because I had.
And so, anyways, the council thing, because this won't make sense. Part of the council thing. So, like I said, OTW's pilfered a lot of his channel ideas from here, but he does pay to drops, pay for this, pay for that, name changes, shit like that. The council is exempt from the money activities. There's like a sub council or something else below that, and they are also exempt while they're, I don't know, on stage or on a council seat, whatever that means. So he's basically making a list of people who are exempt from being potential revenue sources. Now, part of his little fantasy land that he made up to cloak whatever the fuck mental breakdown he's having, is, I don't remember what he called them, like, I don't know, like golems or some shit. Tommy is a golem. And so in his little fantasy world that is so fucking weird for how old he is, the High Council does not understand the language of the golems. And so OTW is about to not engage with Tommy at all and pretend that he needs a translator. It's so cringy.
I have no idea what the wildling said there.
Why,
will
are you
translate.
saying I'm an N-word?
I will translate.
You are a wild. Please somebody translate. I don't understand wildling.
Well, lucky for you, I'm not your little garbage LARP. I'm up here saying, I'm done with this fucking panel verse. Don't add me into your stupid shit I'm not partaking of. I've always had everyone dead to rights on truth, and if I don't, that means they're my ally. Paul's your daddy.
So what did the wildling say?
The wildling said your council.
No, ladies, don't play into this LARP.
That was a perfect move right there by Tommy. Absolutely should have stopped that ridiculous fucking childish game to avoid having to address what you're hearing.
And I'm sorry, when I said earlier, OTW said this was just a game, an online game based on Magic the Gathering or whatever that card games are. He said that. I didn't make that shit up.
Yeah, no, I know. Yes, yeah, you're right. I knew more. Of course, because of Jack's relationship with the whole thing, I probably asked him aggressive enough questions that it already did put him in a weird spot. But I was not. I don't blame Jack at all for sidestepping the pointed questions. I would have as well. It was the right move for him to make in his position, but I just figured I'd see what I could get out of him if I could.
But he thinks it's real.
No, he doesn't. Jack has Jack's own agenda for this whole thing. What he sees right now is if he just plays along with his bullshit, he's got loyal support.
Speaks English.
What he said.
I'm sorry. I really don't understand wildling, and I can't force myself to.
Real recognize real.
And no one can translate. Then
The wildling.
I can't entertain this wildling.
I resign.
The
as
wildling.
translator.
Right, because
Yeah.
just like your season 1 daddy, you want to take on that narcissistic bullshit. Like when I was Panelverse president, it was for the people. And look at you grabbing up Jack Talcott, going back to your daddy, trying to act like you guys are above anybody. This is just online Zoom calls. You're not going to make a living off of it. And even if you could have the chance, you're garbage, OTW. You're not truth. You cuck to your fucking sociopath daddy.
Can anybody explain anything? Or what would the High Council wants to do in this situation?
Yeah, they got to be high. They got to be high to think they're in
I have to disregard everything the wildling said. If I can't communicate with the wildling, I need to have a translator.
Do you guys know the High Council?
This is so fucking cringy. If anybody's not familiar with OTW, the one disregarding real life because he's insisting on living in a fantasy land that he's contrived entirely. He's like, how old is he? He's in his mid-50s.
This is why he's
Jack.
Well, he's acting like he's 14, man. This is weird shit.
Yeah.
When I was
and this is
14,
why he's miserable.
This is not a 14-year-old. This is just a fucking weird loser who's having a psychological breakdown or some shit. I don't even know what to do with it.
Yeah, and he's not living his life.
Jack Talcott knowledge. He's so knowledgeable that now he's the newest resident of Rose 777.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't make sense. That's way off.
So all the Talcottians ever calling me a couch camper and shit. Let's see how they do when their daddy's camped up there.
Oh, your co-host is looking for. He's like, I found Tommy. Yes, Tommy's here. Don't judge me.
I don't have a fucking co-host because I don't have a fucking show anymore. There's two things you people don't seem to listen very close to. I'm not broken homeless, and I'm not gonna keep going with this bullshit.
Okay, all those things are. I mean, he definitely is homeless. He probably is broke. I can't prove it, but like he's demonstrably homeless. Which implies heavily that he's broke. And what? And Tommy can say what he wants. He loves the Panelverse. That's why he's up here participating in it right now by saying he's not participating.
It was some of the best seasons you'll ever see, and some of these hosts are consistent and persistently trying to destroy the potential that the Panelverse has. And I'll let you, because it's not mine. I had faith in it. I saw potential in it, but you guys refuse to ungarbage it, to untoxic it. So fine, you can have it. But as far as all this shit of acting like any of my ad,
is Tommy saying to untoxic it? That's ironic.
Right.
Yeah, it is.
Listen, read between the lines. He is mad that he's not winning Panelverse. Ooh, his vibrator.
Oh my god, both parents are hitting me up tonight, man. 1 second.
Tell your mom I say hi.
Here, acting like I'm some.
She says you have a small dick.
She's not wrong.
I still got supercut.
What's wrong with that?
It's not very long, but sure is skinny. Oh wait, something happened.
Something great happened.
Something happened. Chuck bought more memberships for you bitches.
How did that happen?
Chuck,
Give me
you're
the
the
Talcott. I want the Talcott.
You wanted to hit Talcott, you? Okay.
Chuck, you know.
So yeah, all men and women have the right.
Oh my god, is that
Fucking praise God.
Fucking praise God. And I'm already sharing a screen. Otherwise, I would show you the clock. But I do have a timer over here. And we're at 2:53:02 on the clock.
Ooh, glory. Ooh, hallelujah.
Salute to you.
Glory.
Salute, Mike.
So
I got to support my boy.
Salute.
Chuck is an amazing person.
Was somebody? I don't remember if we were in the middle of something. Oh yeah. No, Bumpkin. What'd you ask?
Tommy's homeless and Bumpkin.
Oh, we were talking about his mom and my small dick. That's right. Never mind.
I don't know why you guys still entertain him at all.
He's
And
entertaining
OTW,
me
I know
right
you're
now.
fake because you came up on one of my last shows. You tried to suck me off acting like you come around, and you went.
Oh God.
Oh, this is
Oh my ear.
okay, I'm gonna turn it down.
What was that about?
This is why OTW sucks the worst. He playing his soundboard. This is a donkey sound. I turned the volume down on it.
Thank you. Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, there's garbage you've ever been. Just press a button and instant garbage.
Instant
You're
garbage.
not a man, OT. I know you're a grandfather. You ain't a man. You're fucking followers.
I
You're a
would say
cuck, and you
he's a man,
Says
but he
a
doesn't
worm
stand near for
under
the
a
truth. Yeah, I would
bridge
think
pointing a weapon at his hand.
I have never agreed with Tom more than I have in the last few minutes here. Let me back this up a few seconds.
Yeah, he's on point.
Yeah, there's garbage you've ever been. Just press a button and instant garbage. You're not a man, OT. I know you're a grandfather. You ain't a man. You're fucking followers.
I
You're a
would say
cuck, and you
he's a man, but he doesn't stand near for the truth. Yeah, I would agree with you there. On that truth, like he said it himself.
He is an aging person with a penis, yes, but that's not the context of man I'm using, Trek. I know
Yeah,
English
but
isn't.
but Tommy, he's all right now about. He's not all about the truth channel. I don't think that's where his channel's.
He's not at all about truth. Never has been.
Like Flowstay said, if it fucking benefits me, I'll fucking stab you in the back.
Now that is a fucking soundboard, bitch.
About. I think he's more into now.
Self-deprecating. I'll give you
That's
that.
the thing, Trek, is this truth game is the only game, whether people realize it or not, you are always in it, because people will catch you up if you're not truth.
I agree.
I mean, go ahead, Margo.
Oh, I was
The
just.
spot.
They'll miss what I
DJ
bring. I'm not saying I'm
Cameron.
leaving YouTube. I'm not saying I'm leaving YouTube, but they'll miss what I brought to the table around here.
Like Tommy just dropped some truth bombs. OGW is hiding like a little bitch. That's pretty good.
So, but yeah, but I'm like, who said? Go ahead, Margo. I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's your turn.
Oh no, I was just listening to Tommy, and he does bring up some valid points. And
Oh yeah, I agree.
Not necessarily what I was looking for, but it's
he's-
a good, nice little treat.
He's not. He's boycotting this because he doesn't like some of the people on the council. That's
No, I'm not boycotting it. I'm removing myself
I'm
from the
boycotting
rotation.
it, yeah.
Like, I have my channel, but all these people that just want to talk shit in my comments and my chat and never hit the link or just sit other places and talk, I'm just over it. It's not getting anywhere, and it's just looping Talcadian, unslavic, low TW bullshit, and that's not what I got in it for. It was fun
Speaking
to make
of
that
low
my
T,
enemy, but
speaking of
there aren't
low
enough
T-
people that want to do better.
Speaking of low T, will you take a second and imagine you're standing on top of a bridge and you hear some crackhead rambling and you want to go down there and check out and see what's going on. You go around and you look down there and here's this psycho pointing a weapon at his own fucking hand, screaming at a phone.
Oh, it gets
And then
better than that.
randomly,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
randomly, my bad. He just says fuck it and pops one off, blowing his own eardrums out in the middle of a crackhead rant.
Bro, he has a pet baby bird now. I've heard.
Yeah, he does. The first one died.
Oh, I didn't even know there was a first one and a second one. That's crazy.
You all know the
Oh,
strangest
no.
people, I swear.
Me and one of us. Welcome to the collection.
Oh my goodness.
Do more, and so I'll just do my channel, and all these fake ass people that want to make up LARPs for titles and stuff, they can fuck off.
Are you still
Like, even-
going to dinner with me next week?
Sure.
Okay, all right.
If you want, we can live stream it or something. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, even in the earliest seasons, I knew that my enemies were still required. Like we had to keep each other around for this to be a thing. Like when Paul was always accusing me.
I want to real quick just put this energy out in the universe and wish Tommy, best wingman Lux on his dinner with Margot. Woo woo.
Well, look, it gets better.
Trying to take it. Like Rose came to me to try and take Paul's channel down. I was like, look, I know he's my adversary. I ain't trying to take any channels down out here,
Wait, can you pause it real quick?
And that's why I don't even bother.
Can you pause it? Is Tommy here? Is he like latently here just to stand up for you, or is he actually trying to go at OTW right now? I don't.
He's
totally
going at
understand.
OTW.
Yeah,
He's
no,
going straight at OT.
He's not trying to stand up for me at all. Anything I agree with him with that's incidental. It's probably a bummer to him that I would enjoy this, but
to try and take Paul.
But I still wish the best for him on his new channel and on his date with Margot.
Paul's channel down. I was like, look, I know he's my adversary. I ain't trying to take any channels down out here, And
okay, now that claim was demonstrably false. I've got recordings that I could play of him telling Snafu to strike my channel. So he getting a little bit too holy on your reimagination of history there, Tom. But
if he didn't,
and that's why I don't even bother.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely exaggerating his own piousness and is not exaggerating. He's just complete straight up lying. But it's okay, So far he's done it. So far, I'm very happy with what he's saying.
They're trying to look into who did mine because I've never had like straight up on the level allies out here. So it could be anyone. But the point is, someone out there was butthurt enough to do it, and that just shows how garbage this whole panel verse is getting. Like
hello?
a year ago, nobody would have put.
Your mom.
Huh?
No, when you pop off on shorts and you're firing a gun and shit, I don't think I can't believe anything bro says. That's just me, dude.
No, he's like he's
a child.
He's like
not a very big
child, but he's an Imperious type. I've noticed that.
No, hold on. You're not wrong. But let me do Tommy the dignity of saying he's what Imperious could be maybe if he wasn't such a gay little incel.
I don't understand the reference. What do you mean an Imperious type?
You know Imperious, right?
I know of Imperious.
Loud, abrasive spaz.
Very abrasive.
Imperious talks about people's wives and kids on panels. He's
been
very
banged
rough around the edges.
And Tom has enough dignity that even as much as I guess now he said that Katie is shit, but he doesn't stoop to those levels. And I mean, just Tom is what fucking Imperious is trying to emulate in a way. They have similarities, but only at surface presentation.
I will say this. I will give him that, right? He refuses to stoop to Imperius's level, and kudos for him on that. That's one thing I will give him. But their mannerisms are very, very similar.
Okay, I can concede that ground. They've got some similar conversational presentment.
Like there was this rarity.
There's this COA. It's COA disease. Center of attention.
Yeah, there's this rarity that happened where all of the keepers of the lore were trying to go over to Tommy's show and trying to, pick out some lore. You know what I mean? And Imperius decided to follow us over there, and hearing them both on the panel, which by the way, it did not take very long before he was booted off the panel.
And Tommy looked way more reasonable there, right? Like
yeah.
But actually, what was fun, and I'll give OTW this little bit of promo to say that when Imperius and Snafu Snaps met, that shit was interesting. That was some good just hate exchange there.
Yeah, they snapped at each other.
It's the only time in 3 years that I've been like cheering on Snaps. Like Snaps might be a piece of shit, but in a way he's been around so long that like he's my piece of shit.
Bumpkin, you and I are supposed to debate something. I forget what it is.
I think it was unions. I don't want to do that right
Yeah.
now. I'm tired.
Unions and communism. That's right. I
I'm
still
not
haven't
a
heard from Marvin
communist.
Nutman about
Shut
that.
up, buy some memberships already.
I ain't got
777
no
will
money.
pull a bang on that Chiquita stream. No one would have saw that coming. And now, like from the shit and Rose would and Jason would talk about Jack while I was there, I never would have said, yeah, Jack will be staying here next. But the bright side is, if Jack's coming back through Denver, he can bring that last bag of shit probably. Because I left some stuff there. I left my cool shark slippers and some things there because Rose gave me something that took up a lot of space in my luggage. The big old purple, ginormous. It's like purple, but you know it's a black guy dong.
Anything's a
What
dildo
state
if
is
you're brave
Rose in?
enough.
You have a
State
$5
not mental
donor.
state, but like
State of
State of confusion.
State of Jewishness.
Flo, stop texting my mom. You have a $5 donor.
I'm just thinking,
Go
so
ahead,
Jack is leaving Baltimore.
1 minute. Sorry, I had to text. It's not your mom. It's the other mom that I'm talking to. It's Duck's mom. Shout out to Duck's mom.
Yo, Duck's mom. Woo!
What it
Play-
do?
She says hello, I think.
I didn't
she
realize
said
two
hello.
males could have a child.
Play the non-sexual orgasms, please. Naomi, you know that I don't do non-sexual orgasms for you. Let me find them. It would be my pleasure to give you any kind of... I'll give the orgasms that you allow me to.
That's crazy. Why? That's fucking...
Because I know, like, it's... Normally I don't get to give women orgasms. Come on now. We all know we all know the female orgasm is a myth. Hold on, let me just play this clip before I make more clippable comments.
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
Oh my god, you made me retard laugh. I hate you.
No one
make
forced
you a
you to do that,
retard.
Bumpkin. That just happened naturally.
Yeah. That would make you
Well,
full-fledged
that's
retard.
Bumpkin got baptized DOD.
We'd have to
Bumpkin got
take away one of
baptized.
those chromosomes for you to have any other sort of laugh there, buddy.
Wow.
That was rough.
To run across Rose.
I don't like
and
the way
then
this
come
cult's
to
going
Denver and
already,
bring
dude.
you-
Fuck.
But you're saved. All right, I want to hear this part because it's actually the Rose part I wanted to hear about, and actually that's who I'm texting right now. If you're curious, because she texted me.
Ah,
Going to
interesting.
run
What up?
across
We're up.
Rose and then come to Denver and bring you items. And
Well,
then
I don't know. I don't know that can go down. Rose just knows I want to get my stuff back while she's raging at me. And so if Jack's there and he does have to come through Denver to go to Utah, I'll be like, just send it with him.
perfect.
Yeah. But I mean, she's such this financial titan that supports everybody in her life. She couldn't possibly just mail my shit back like we had originally talked about. This is why I'm done with there is no solid people out here anymore.
Amen.
No, I would agree
That's
on.
one
I
to
would
know
agree
on.
with Tommy to the with that maybe the high point. Yeah, I don't think there's many solid people. There's still some, I think, but not many.
I think it's nearly impossible to decipher who is real and who is not.
Until yeah.
Yeah, I guess that could be true also. Could be,
I think it's easier just to wait for them to like it is hard to decipher who's real, but it's easier to decipher when they're not being real. Like when if I'm such a horrible person, why did they have me for 2 months? And now I can't even remember what got Rose butthurt that now she's out here just like flipping on every detail she's ever paraded and lavished over me with.
No, it's
But
unkind. It's unkind.
I'm just used to it. It's like everybody will surprise you out here like that. Like there was even a time when Jack was my surprise. Like I couldn't believe the way he's flipped and stopped short on some things, and it hasn't made him any better.
Is that bird?
How's
Oh,
your
my
lunch?
little
Are you hungry right now?
Yes.
No, he's growing up too fast. I taught him how to eat bugs off the ground, so now I can take him around the trees and ant hills, and he'll
I
just
wonder if he
eat a
chews
bunch
them
of
up.
stuff. And he is starting to fly pretty well. Like I can throw him up, and he'll
My dog
fly
eats
and like
bugs.
boomerang back to me. And
Oh, so he's always coming back to you?
Oh my god, I don't care about your weird fucking
went and
burp.
got a soda, and he went
Yeah,
up in a
that's weird.
I'm about to introduce. Don't judge
those
me.
birds,
Go ahead.
those birds build nests
Hang
under
on
the
a
bridge
second.
like that.
Where he lives.
That thing.
Yeah.
It's not his pet, it's his roommate.
Right.
There we go. Don't judge me.
Underneath the bridge,
wasn't a real bug. He
top is from
Missed
the
it. You
beach.
Who's taking it?
You open.
You violated
I'm
the
sorry.
rule.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chuck.
That's wild work. You might warn him about the rule because I'll do it rudely. No singing on the panel. That's a personal fucking pet peeve.
What if I sing happy birthday to somebody and it's their birthday?
Try it.
No, fuck that shit, Tuck.
And by golly, don't.
Because you're not the one that
It reminds me of that Nirvana song.
I'm moody. You know what?
Birthday to you.
And by golly, don't let your brother die
Who
on
was
panel
that?
either.
I just dropped 2 people because I'm not sure which one it was.
Who was singing now?
It was Duck,
It was
wasn't
Duck.
it? All right, see you, Duck.
Yeah,
Thanks for
it
joining.
wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing, Duck.
Yep. Let yourself out because I'm not letting you up.
Continue yourself.
Unless you pay the fee.
See, almost
$20.
Yeah, I have
$20.
more birdies out here than just this one.
Okay, so you know what? So that's even another reason why I want to punch you in your fucking face. You led me on to
Punch him
believe
in the
I had
balls.
information.
Now there's a dip.
I didn't leave you on. I did not do anything, and you let yourself think a thing.
Okay, you know how I like to get
I know how a lot of you. Yeah.
DGM got a channel, and now I'm addicted to exclusive.
Oh, you're calling it? Are you calling it a channel now?
Oh, come on, man.
They're
Be nice to don't judge me. Or kind.
Yeah, right.
I'm being the best friend I can to don't judge me. What should I do? Coddle her and tell her, hey, go with those YouTube
No, don't be
ratings.
fake. No, I don't like fakeness.
Flo,
No,
aren't
I
you worried Ethan Klein is going to sue you
Trek,
for
you
this?
need to just be still in your position as the Geraldo
I don't know who
Rivera, and
that
I mean
is.
like 80s.
You don't know who Ethan Klein is?
Who's he? I know. I recognize the name, but it's not landing. It's not.
H3H3.
Yeah. So Tarek basically was talking to OPC in this channel.
What?
What?
I'm a little bit confused.
Well, you can tell. I don't
Yeah,
even.
yeah.
I don't even understand the question enough to.
Oh
begin to answer.
yeah. I'll explain. Ethan Klein recently filed a lawsuit against 3 different creators.
Oh,
for
that guy. That's
directly
right.
stealing his content.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Not yeah. And actually, yeah, no. And I watched most of Andrew. Actually, I think I watched the whole segment where Andrew reviewed that. And
Yeah.
I from what I know enough about Andrew and people pirating his shit. Suck a dick to Panelverse. That I don't know why it took Andrew so long to
Come down on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just
and,
had
like,
to be proliferated, I think.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I would have jumped that shit a long ass time ago, but I don't know. Andrew says he doesn't. I don't remember how he phrased it exactly, but something like he doesn't believe in copyright, or not in copyright existence, but like just the same way like I told people not to strike Tommy. I think that he
Yeah.
presented it as in he has that same sort of disposition towards this sort of interaction, but nah, fuck that shit.
I would agree, but apparently it's gotten into some serious money for them. So
Absolutely it has. Panel went, yeah, it was real money for sure. And not only that, but Panelverse, like the amount of the shit that he says, the threats he makes, like, you know, especially at Andrew, but not exclusively at Andrew. I've been in that. Sarah's been in it. That dude's fucking nuts and he's a thief.
Geraldo Rivera. You need to be like the Geraldo Rivera of the Panelverse and not take such a
We're gonna
stance.
stand
Just
through this.
myself and shit. Yeah, I agree.
Inquisitive nature, yeah.
I like that idea.
I'll stay on the under with that.
Wait,
You know, OTW, maybe just die faster.
I mean,
No, Tommy, you just dance against Snafu. I mean, I adore you for doing that. I mean, thank you.
Oh, I've got a
Oh,
snafu
that
snap
boy.
coming in. I think I'll have everybody post in the comments what time you had to like stop the video, because everybody knows snafu. I'm gonna make a super cut of snafu where Rose will regret ever storming out because I booted him for doing his. I just think it's funny later. Like the worst move she's ever made is trying to like.
Peace Dynamo gifted
Peace,
another Powder Thunder
Dynamo.
Dusty
Thank you.
membership. Thank you for the gifted membership. Let's see. Which
Thank you, Peace Dynamo.
Which I feel like there's some. Oh, this one. Here we go. I haven't seen
Buddy,
that.
drive fancy cars, everybody know you. It's like you a trap star. You breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. Breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. You got big money. You drive fancy cars, everybody know you. It's like you a trap star. You breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. Breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. You go to the club, you never wait in line. Roll Michael Vicks like every first time. If you crap out, you got balls, cause you keep a big sack. Every service, wanna see you dead. Hit a price up on their head. Or cold slay on the phone like ET.
I actually missed that fucking video.
That song gets stuck in your head, isn't it? Is it really Peace Time? A lot of people, I actually got more negative feedback about that clip than I do about most of them ever. But that for whatever reason, that one is amusing as shit to me. And I powered through.
Yeah.
And yes, it is Clue. It looks just like Clue.
Yep.
No. Yeah, it's amazing.
All right, here. I'm gonna try to get through this quick. He's not up here much longer. But I just want to
act like he's a thing. In OTW, there was layers. Hold on a second. OTW, there was layers to me and Jack talking about the debate thing on the Crucible. It wasn't actually about debating him. It's the layers of he knows he's got Mod God and nothing else. He knows that I will logically dissect you and him and your fucking daddy. Truth is truth, and you guys are a bunch of little fake fucking boys out here, and all you've got is your Mod God powers. And all I've got is the one true God powers. And Kenny powers, and you're fucking out. Mic drop.
Fucking Kenny Powers. What is he talking about?
Calm quit.
Hold on. That shit was funny. Hold on a second.
He didn't quite fucking do it right.
Kenny powers, and you're fucking out. Mic drop.
Mic drop.
It's even worse at real time.
Calm quit.
How lame is it when you gotta say it?
Calm quit is fucking fire. That's a great exit.
Calm quit's amazing.
What? Why?
Calm quit.
Because you know everyone's like, you can rage quit, like you calm quit. Gorilla Biscuits gifting another membership. Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits. Congratulations to the new
Thank
member.
you, Gorilla.
And
I'm getting too much money.
Not true. But
I'm gonna lay down. If you guys are still streaming later, I'll jump back up.
Lay down.
Yeah, I'm probably
He's gonna go fast.
So you concede the debate about the unions and communism? Then I see.
I'm not having the fucking debate with you right now, retard. I want to go to sleep.
Sleep is for bitches, but do whatever you want with your vagina. And thank you for joining.
Do whatever I want with your vagina. Thank you very much.
That was actually a proper ass response right there. Anyways, here's the timer so that people can see. Each membership adds 3 minutes to the timer. And I stream indefinitely. I stream as long as you guys tell me I do. But I do reserve 5 hours every 24-hour period for sleeping. So we'll see how far it goes.
Yeah, but before I leave, your overall amount for tonight is $1,250. Let's go.
Thank you, Bumpkin.
Yeah.
Now, whoever wants to keep track of that after I leave, it's up to you. Who cares?
Bumpkin's the treasurer.
Not it.
Yeah. Knows he's not it. Yep.
Put that amount of back check so we can keep track.
Right. Sure.
I got you.
Yeah. Also, EOD. Yeah. Tell your mom I said hi.
I'll go fuck yourself.
Tonight. That's why I gotta go to bed. I gotta recharge, dude. She just drains my balls every time.
Your mom gets around,
she's good at that shit, ain't she? Yeah. There you go.
See,
Call her
now-
the throat
see,
goat of
all
the
you
90s,
all you
bro.
gotta do is get baptized, DOD, and you'll have comeback
Yeah,
just
exactly.
like that.
I don't want.
I
it's
get
not worth it.
baptized. I'm a new man. It's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Naomi, I
wanna
think
get
that you're
baptized.
confusing. Shit. Who's the one that rollerblades? It's not Tommy, is it?
Rollerblade.
Fucking steak. Oh my god, I'm all hyped up off that ribeye.
Mitch.
Mitch,
because you're a fucking vegan.
Mitch is the rollerblader, right?
No,
I don't think I didn't know if Tommy rollerblades. I didn't know about it until right now.
I thought JG was a skater.
Oh yeah, JG skateboard or something. I don't know. JG likes to talk like he was Tony Hawk or some shit.
Yeah. Everybody knows my name.
I would argue socialism with you, EOD, so that you don't feel unsatisfied, but I don't think we would argue very much.
Is EOD a socialist?
No.
Oh, okay. Had me worried.
Fucking no. Fucking socialism is the stupidest fucking shit I ever seen in my damn life, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Only broke people.
Well, that's not true. I mean, the government's got a big hand in it right now.
In what?
In socialism, all these handouts for nothing.
Well, so in my opinion, our economy, we're closer to a fascist economic system right now than anything else. And I don't mean that in like you're a fascist sort of way, but like literally the state, partnership of the state and the private business. They're so heavily intertwined. And the government is
Dirty
such
money,
a big, it's not dirty. It's just between regulations, taxes, and especially government contracts.
I agree with you, Flo. We're heading to the who's gonna eat better and who's gonna fucking eat McDonald's.
What do you mean heading there? That's where we've been there forever.
How does that characterize a fascist government, though? I mean,
but though Flo did
what I
make
said,
a comment.
because the fascism is the unity of the state and of government and private business, right? So government basically, in my opinion, chooses economic winners. That's why you have things like, I don't know, can anybody explain to me how an online bookstore took over the world and is now shooting rockets into space?
Yeah.
What?
Right? It makes no sense unless there's government involvement there.
Oh, you mean Amazon.com and Blue Origin? Yeah.
Amazon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Amazon is an online used bookstore. You can't make money at that shit running a garage sale.
Correct. And then what's his name?
Well, that man. Interesting gradations in the way companies fucking develop is true in any capitalist society, right? Like Nintendo used to make card games and fucking board games. Now they make fucking video games, shit like that. Or Sony used to make like fucking gambling machines, right? And then they made the PlayStation. Then they turned it into a gambling machine later. But that's like a different kind of fucking thing, right? But
they did the VCR shit first.
They went into electronics. Yeah.
But I don't know what the point is.
Well, okay, so the fact that a bookstore could turn into a rocket company is not alarming or fascistic in any particular.
What I was hinting at is that it's the company's ability to sustain to this point and grow at this scale is indicative of support outside from its business activities, right? I'm saying the government chose that one. The government chose Tesla. Every Elon Musk business is entirely contracted.
Well, if the government was picking winners and shooters, then wouldn't SpaceX be the only real civilian space competitor in the country, right?
To be competitive, there's got to be at least two to be a competition.
Yeah, well, it's NASA and SpaceX. I mean, that's the competition right there.
NASA and SpaceX, right?
Yeah,
they're both government.
No, there's more than that.
And Blue Origin.
You just pointed out Blue Origin. Then there's
another
Virgin
one
Global,
too.
Virgin.
And how are these entities funded?
Well, a lot of it's subsidized, especially space travel. Yeah,
they're funded by the government, so it doesn't matter if there's 1, 3, or 20 of them. They only exists because the government is choosing the winners in this field, as they do frequently all over the place. Everybody knows that government contract is the most lucrative contract any private business can get. It just is.
Well, it's because they're incredibly irresponsible the way they spend fucking money. But
sure,
the
government is the U.S. government is the biggest employer on Earth.
I think space travel is probably a very poor example of what you're talking about, because it's subsidized in every single country that participates in space travel. Right?
I know. I don't know why you're getting hung up on it. The point I'm making is perfectly crystal clear, but you want to focus on an example that we both agree isn't the best one.
Yeah,
there.
Well, all right, fine. So when you look at other institutions where the government has gotten involved, such as Solyndra, right? Let's look at that one.
What's Solyndra do? I'm not familiar with it.
They made solar panels, and Obama subsidized them to the tune of something like $2 trillion or some shit, and they ended up folding like less than 2 years after that was granted, right? So that kind of shit is rampant throughout our government too. I think that's a much bigger problem. If the company remains viable and actually contributes to what they're supposed to do, such as SpaceX, that's more palatable than something like Solyndra that failed and money just fucking disappeared.
Both of these companies are equally dependent on government money, right? The only reason that one is surviving is because their funding hasn't expired. It's not because they're generating more revenue as a business model. They're not. The thing is that about solar panels.
But that's not true about SpaceX, but go ahead.
Okay, SpaceX is absolutely.
They're getting paid by
we'll come back there. We'll come back there. The point that I'm making, though, is that solar panels, just like ethanol, just like windmills, these things were never economically viable businesses to generate revenue. They never were. It's not until government decided to make people buy it through taxes that they. So yeah. Anyways, I agree that that business model, like the solar panel shit, it's prevalent. It's a problem. I would disagree that it's a failure. I would think it is exactly what it was intended to be, which is viable as long as the government's going to pay us for it.
Well, in the case of SpaceX, I would argue that reusable rockets revolutionizes the industry to a degree that makes it, immensely more affordable for whoever's operating that operation, whether it's the government or SpaceX or
they got
together.
a ton of contracts with third-party companies that want to put satellites up. Yeah.
We're going to pull some financial statements and look at this because y'all are retarded and Elon Musk.
I'm not saying
fanboys.
that
Both of you are Elon Musk fanboys. Admit it right now.
I'm not saying that they could survive without government subsidy. Okay, let me make that perfectly clear.
I want Chuck and EOD to both admit, look at the camera, and tell us: are you fanboys of Elon Musk? Yes or no?
No,
well,
I'm not.
Are you a fanboy of Donald Trump?
I don't like the man.
I was up until today, Flo. I was. And then he decided to bomb Iran, and now I'm not anymore. So
really,
all he did was give him a little wake up call. It wasn't nothing big.
I'm curious why. Why are you responding so strongly to it?
Well, I don't know if it's strongly. I do not like this move. This is a bad move. This is something I will criticize Trump for.
Hey,
I criticize Trump on
more American job.
Let him answer my question.
I criticize him. I criticize him on rushing the vaccine out. I thought that was a bad idea. That resulted in a lot of negative fucking effects. I criticize him on allowing the governors to be fucking draconian about it. I criticize him on getting involved in Syria in the first fucking place, launching goddamn missiles when he's not supposed to be starting any new wars. And I criticize him here. He's dropping bombs in Iran.
It's not going to be any new wars. Let's get that right.
Say again?
It's not going to be any new wars.
That's what Trump said, yeah, and it's not
There's
looking
not
like
going to
that's
be
the
any
case.
new wars.
Why do you keep repeating that? There is a new, he just bombed somebody, and why do you keep repeating that? Like, what does it mean?
All right.
What the fuck are you meaning?
I think he's drunk, dude.
No. Wait, what?
Sure, but that doesn't mean that he can't answer the fucking question. Why do you keep saying there will be no new wars?
No, because the thing is that basically he just responded to what Israel clarifying in terms of the nuclear war, and he just bombed the place. That's it. It's not going to be like going to send troops and anything like that.
We got troops over there already.
That's it.
Look, man. Okay, this is the first time the United States has struck Iran in like 30 or 50 years, something like that. This is a new precedented, conflict level with us between us and Iran directly, we did in fact put a United States Air Force pilot and a B-2 bomber and send them over Iran to attack Iranian military targets. That did in fact happen. So we are now involved in Iran directly.
It happens with the Iraqi and Iranian war. But look,
It's not a new war. It's a war that was before he struck. Is that what you're trying to say? It's not a new war. It's a war that was already going on that he participated in. Is that what you're trying to say, Bob?
Well,
hello.
Even in '93 with the Bush administration, look what happened. I mean, you know. So the thing is that when they decided to bomb the nuclear war of it, where the apparently where the missiles are, to prevent nuclear war plant, look what happened.
You have done it enough to deserve much more respect than what you're about to get if you don't get to a fucking point soon. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Mike?
I'm talking about that nothing is going to happen.
I think what he's going by is that they went in, dropped the bombs, and they got out. Is that what you're saying, Mike?
Yeah, nothing is going to happen. Sorry, it's confusing.
I hope you're right, but we're standing on the precipice of something awful, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it get any worse.
Awful in what regard, EOD?
World War III, motherfucker. What do you think I'm talking about?
It's not going to happen.
I agree with Mike now. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, how do you get from an individual country to World War III?
Okay, I got you right here. All right, look who's standing with Iran. It's Turkey, China, and Russia. Turkey might not be much of a concern for us, but they can probably take out a carrier strike group. They can do some damage before we absolutely decimate them.
Oh, sure.
And then Russia's going to be
China being motivated.
Russia's going to be a toe-to-toe fucking deal for a long fucking time, and they are motivated because of the Ukraine. Russia is motivated because of the Ukraine war and all the shit that we've been doing over there. China, I agree, their motivation is less, but they're likely to, buddy with Russia if it looks like it's in their self-interest to do so, and if it brings the USS Nimitz carrier strike group out of the South China Sea and into the Red Sea, that's a win for China, and that's exactly what fucking happened. So, I'm not happy about this. This is not
in my opinion, what the thing that is way more precarious that's happened, actually, is that nobody seemed to notice was when Biden took the money of private Russians out of the SWIFT network. When he seized personal money of foreign nationals off the SWIFT network, it undermined that entire financial system, and that is the crux of the U.S.'s power. And he did that shit. It was wild. Anyways, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but
it's equally inflammatory. It's almost as equally as inflammatory. But he wasn't dropping bombs, was he?
Hey.
No, I mean, this is not. I'm not. It was more inflammatory because he wasn't dropping bombs. He was directly, though, undermining our own strength. I see that as worse, actually.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
Yeah.
Go ahead, guys. I'm still over here looking for a proper balance sheet on SpaceX. Like, why is this hard? Aren't they a public company?
I don't think so.
They're not a public company. That's the issue then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Tesla is. but that's not what I was looking for.
I was gonna say Tesla don't make reusable rockets.
But Tesla is a more viable business operation than SpaceX is by law. Shit! People are backstage. Hold on.
Yeah, Rose is back there.
Fuck me. Okay, sorry, I was on a different. And Rose is on the inmate roster. She did text early, and I responded. I have not read her responses to my response. I told Rose that in the interest of personal curiosity, I would give her what is it called briefly, I guess. Yeah, but I'm leaving the banner up while she's here because I don't trust her. But Rose, hold on. I don't know how long you've been back there, but I gotta get something to eat real quick, or else my crankiness is just gonna increase.
Yes,
So
that's
I'll
a
be right
fact,
grab
folks.
something. I'll be right back.
Welcome, Mudcrab.
What's going on, Chuck?
Not a lot. Another fine day in paradise.
Hey, what's going on with you?
Beautiful, isn't it?
Good.
Beautiful. How you doing, AOD? You dye your hair red yet or what?
Yeah, I fucking dyed my hair red. Damn it.
It's the same color.
Same
It is
fucking
not the
color.
same color.
Crab, look at his hair and see if it looks the same.
Green.
Fucking same.
I posted the fucking picture on the fucking thing over there.
I should dye my hair green.
It's
Trying
two
too
different colors.
hard.
Right here.
You're trying
is-
too hard, EOD.
I know. I'm doing
You're
this on
trying
purpose.
too hard.
It's part
Well,
of the
that's
gift,
because
brother.
you got your hair cut. You're trying to cover the gray up.
It's not gray. It's fucking
Yeah,
blonde.
redheads don't get
And then
gray.
this is red.
Chuck.
Oh, they don't?
red.
Okay.
It just looks a different color because it's
seriously
shorter.
who colors his hair. Unless
Yeah,
it's like
eventually,
blackening. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you honestly. Like if
Angry
dude, just shave it off.
Casper.
Like I'm bald. I shaved it off. Like I'm not gonna fucking grow bangs. Like at some point you just say fuck it and that's it. Like
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go cut all mine off.
Are you
Bro,
talking about?
you look like you look
manscaping?
like. Sorry, David. I'm far away. I have
Go
cell
ahead.
phone, but yeah, I'm just
Go
saying.
ahead.
Like, bro, don't color your hair. Okay,
look. This was the
He
deal.
didn't
Okay.
color his hair. It just got
Yes,
wet.
I did color my hair, but Oxycat came in my chat and
For
she
a
said,
fundraiser?
how much for
Okay.
you to dye your hair?" And I was like, $500. And she's like, "Okay, here you go."
Okay.
And she sent me
No,
$500,
that's
and I was like, "Well, she sent me the $500, so I gotta dye my hair now." So I dyed my hair,
Okay. Okay.
And you got a haircut. That's all you
and
did.
I got a haircut.
What?
You just
It
got
was
a haircut.
really long before, but I cut it all off and then I dyed it.
Why don't you dye it the same color as your natural
I'm gonna
color?
change. I'm gonna change my
you
picture.
some bitch.
I'm gonna find an old picture of you and change my picture to you, so we can get a side by side.
He's gonna put 2 pictures of me up, isn't he?
The
That's what he's
before
gonna
and
do.
after, but it's the same picture.
It's not. It's not the same picture. I look at the X post in the fucking side chat right here. It's.
I don't
it's
even know
right
how
there.
to do that, brother. I'm
Dude,
dumb.
it's in the same fucking window that you're looking at me through. It's just the chat on the side of the window.
Maybe I'm ignoring it. I don't know.
Oh,
I
you
just
don't
wanna-
say. You know, your beard is looking kind of red, brother. I'm just gonna say that. It looks like a little bit of a red beard going on there.
Hey, it's sexy, ain't it? Yeah. I could use a little bit of red.
Mm.
No, pause. Hold on a second now.
I did not dye my beard either. My beard is still blonde, so it's it's always been kind of blonde and brown. So
It looks red from here.
that's because you're colorblind, Chuck.
And if y'all are enjoying the content, we're striving for membership. So if you feel obligated to give or feel compelled to give, buy a membership. Buy one for your friend. Who knows? They might get it. The more memberships you buy, the longer the show goes.
This paid advertisement paid for by Church of Dusty. Chuck from Tennessee gets 10% commission off every single sale. Please get in your memberships now.
But
And we do
tithing
have
is only
baptisms.
5%. You only have to tithe 5%. Dusty gives a 50% discount on tithe.
Oh shit, fire. Well, what have you been up to, Mudcrab? Have you done anything interesting lately? You see how Trump done blowed up the whole fucking world?
Yeah, it's not bad.
I think it was.
Sooner we let these religious fucks fight it out, they can figure out who the one true people are.
Oh, who's that? Australians?
I don't know. I can't see it from my backyard, bro. Whatever happens, happens.
Hey,
Can
I
wait,
vote
Rude.
for Australia.
I haven't thought about this much. Do you think religion is actually the primary reason for this.
No, it never was. It never has been. It's just
Never
a-
was, never has been. Religion
Hell
saves
yeah.
everybody.
Hell yeah,
Nobody fights over Jesus. Never has, never will.
Ain't nobody never slammed no bomb down on Jesus. Ain't none of that mess brought out by religion.
Goddamn crusades, never fucking heard of her.
Fancy coat.
Who that?
For power and
And,
money. That's what it's all been about every goddamn time.
And religious people want power more than anyone else because they want the state to have their ideologies.
Oh, now you got a point there. I'll slow down.
All right.
Who was that? Was that the Australian making that accent?
Yeah, sorry.
No,
Oh my
Angry
god,
had
dude, that
Angry
was
had
perfect.
Angry had a question and he wanted a response.
What was the question?
Angry, can you ask it again?
Okay, no, I was just because when you said it, Rude, I'm like, I wonder how much of it is just okay. So there's this whole push towards one true people. Like, I get your point, but I'm curious. Do you think do you think it's only about religion, or is religion just like a dish on a bigger plate? I'm curious because I don't know, whatever.
I would think there's a lot of accountability for religion.
Maybe the Vatican.
They fucking squabble, bro. They squabble. And that shit escalates. Like, if you feel like whatever you do bad's okay to do because you've got God on your side, it kind of like
Yeah.
a lot of pretty shitty behavior.
Yeah, but the
God's
people who
on
are
the side with the most ammo.
yeah, because there's this whole okay. Why I was asking this is this whole like the rich people are trying to defeat death argument. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's like I
Adrenochrome.
understand that you use the what's the English word zealous starts with Z.
Zealous.
Like, well, yeah, no, I don't want to call them zealots or acolytes, but like, if you believe the God's on your side, you're never going to give up. But now you have a conflict where you had nations who had the same God, so like it kind of muddies the argument. It's like I'm trying to work out in my head or simplify it, the disconnection between the ruling class, the nervous system, and the body itself. Because if the nervous system is rotten, we're all fucked. And every conversation that I hear on these panels, everyone's saying, the elite, the Illuminati, like whomever. It's like they're the nervous system. And in my opinion, it's always going to be there. It's always going to, it's a self-evolving fucking human trait for hominids once they reach language. Okay, whatever, fuck me. But I'm just saying, they disconnect. You know, the disconnected fuck meme? It's like you get to see so many people who are disconnected. Or they'll skip a point. I'm not immune here, and neither are you, okay? Because clearly everyone's scratching their head. But I'm curious, how much of it in Arab land is, because you said it's like religious people are squaw. I'm like, I don't think this is about religion. Because if you study English shit, none of them know the fucking history why Ireland had Friday Bloody Friday. They just remembered somebody killed their grandpa. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck about history. It's just blood feuds. I don't know. I digress. Maybe start a conversation.
No, you're right about
No,
that.
you're good. I think, say, if you got rid of every other religion that wasn't Christianity in the world, eventually, you're Orthodox, and there's going to be the same squabbling between different Christians.
Yeah, no doubt. Money and power.
Yeah.
But that's not so much religion's fault. It is a flaw of people.
Damn, I was muted.
Yeah.
All right, so God hates all of you.
Okay.
But anyway, except for those who are baptized now in my new church. Rose is on panel. Thank you, Rose, for the donation. She sent in $10. I apologize for, I don't know how long you're sitting back there. It's on a different tab. I have not read your messages because I'm too busy getting food, or else I'm going to get real mean. So.
No worries. I was just saying that I also, in addition to the PayPal, tried to send you some super chats, but those didn't go through because I think both my channels are blocked, but I understand, and that's okay because you don't trust me right now, and I feel horrible for that. And but I did I think I successfully became a member. So that keeps your
welcome and thank you, and I'll add time to the thing if so.
Right, you'll add the time to the thing, but that doesn't mean I was trying to buy a unbanning. It's just this is a
I
temporary.
mean, you actually
element.
can
Bullshit,
buy an
Rose.
unbanning. That's how the inmate roster works. I don't remember what yours is. You're like at 155. Everybody higher than you actually just put on life in prison. But yeah, no, I started this thing. It's like the drop a panelist system, except for like more permanent.
No, I
Like,
totally understand. I fucked up,
anyways,
and I should have known that it. Looking back, you know, I should. I'm always trying to conduct myself properly, and I didn't abide by what I should have. I should have been more educated about your standards, and we can leave
And
it at
how
that.
low
If
they
you
are,
could-
yeah.
No.
I kick
Who was squawking? Like, throw out a question. We got
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had standards, bro. I'm done.
So, and I'll fill people in on the backstory because they're not familiar. Rose, it was an argument over word things. Basically, it was sort of a escalating thing from what I've observed. But basically, she was on my channel and she said words that I didn't want her to say, and then argued with me. And I blocked her and accused her of being sketchy, which I sort of maintain, but well, actually, I entirely maintain. But she'd reached out a couple times through mutual friends to try to have a discussion. I don't know what you're going to say to change my mind, because my opinion is based off of behavior over time, not over a misunderstanding. I don't think, unless there's something you think that I missed.
Well, there's obviously no misunderstanding about the shocking behavior that occurred when I had the keys to Nachiketa's channel. So there's no excuse or no reason for me to spend time trying to change your mind about that specific behavior, which was the actions of an emotional woman who felt like she needed to inflict her wrath in a specific situation. So you are right in that situation that I was brought to a level I did not expect was possible. But then the recent reason for the $150 banning, I do believe was a misunderstanding, but we can just let it go and change it to whatever it is that you think you're interested in speaking with me about tonight.
I'm purely open out of curiosity. I don't think it's a misunderstanding. You're up to something sketchy, right? So I don't know how this sequence of weird events happens that you just so happen to have this fantastic opportunity you can offer me, where I can use your channel while you're using these hot words on my channel and acting like it's not a big deal, like I don't know what I'm talking about, when everybody knows the coof words are hot button issues. What is it? What are you trying to do? And why do you keep taking in homeless content creators and then breaking bad with them?
I don't. It's very fascinating how things occur, and I can't explain why Nachiketa and Tommy are upset or said what they said or whatever they said. I'm not up to date. But that is a good question of why I keep doing this. And I guess it's because I enjoy human interaction. Would you allow me to explain myself about what occurred? And I will not use the word that now I understand matters. Okay, so in what my whole spiel is that I want to maintain not just free speech, but also I want to preserve the integrity of the English language. And so on the channel that I grew, that I didn't expect to get back, the only things that I ever got in trouble for was for the horrible, heinous act of medical misinformation and giving legal advice. I'll just leave it at that. So I was never in trouble for saying certain words that I am now realizing you are concerned about. And on my channel, back during the time when it, at this point, it's like I'm a has-been, but in 2020, during COVID, that was when I was
That's why the fuck I removed you, bitch.
Yo. During this, wait, what was my favorite one? There's a better word for it.
Wow.
Oh, it's like implies force home prison, but the guy had it in like one word. Can we play word association?
I don't know what
Like
you're even asking.
enforced isolationism. He said it, but like more eloquently, prettier.
Someone volunteering for that?
Sneaky hoe.
Yeah,
Exactly.
enforced
And
installation.
she was reminding me in real time why I put her on the list in the first place. She does this sneaky gaslight shit.
Yeah.
Like,
she
like
wanted,
she
she wanted
knows
to get that
like,
in there to try to prove to you that you're wrong, and
right.
you're not.
Well, to try to sneak that tone there. Sneaky ass hoe. This is why you're not trustworthy. And for the record, the reason the banner's up the whole time is because Nachiketa, the first person that she had a falling out with, she logged into his channel and pulled guns out and started swinging around and got his channel. Well, he got it back eventually, I think. But anyways, steady, sneaky as fuck.
Tell me the same. This is the same damn color EOD. It's the same
It is
damn
not.
color.
It fucking is not.
Cam back up. Cam back up.
Yo,
Come on.
you're a
It is
fucking
not.
evil.
It's the same damn color.
It is not.
Yo.
The dumbest motherfucker that's ever been on a panel, and I know what not to say.
Yeah.
So let me
America.
and like she's in the
That's
back
much
chat.
better.
Acting dumb. Nobody believes
I'm
you're that
not gonna
dumb, Rose.
use-
Nobody. Everybody knows you're clever as shit.
I'm not going to use those words, and within 3 seconds,
Mm-hmm.
bam.
How is it that everybody on the panel knows exactly what went wrong and you're surprised by it, but you run bigger channels than we do?
Yeah.
Make that make sense.
It doesn't, man. No, people do this shit in bad faith all the fucking time. All she wants is to get you canceled. That's all it is.
So she made me this offer where, look, you can use my channel instead of your channel. I have more subs than you. Which ironically, she had what 6.66 thousand subs. Ironically, on this channel with no content for years.
Well, God tells us to avoid that number.
You need a
Yeah,
sacred.
yeah.
We need a sacred number, Flo.
So
We
she
need a
offers
sacred
me
number.
this channel. In the meantime, she won't stop saying these obvious algorithm triggering words. It's just sketchy as shit. She's also taken it. It happened with Illumitami. It happened with Nachiketa. And now Jack's living with her. Tell me on what, like, if you keep taking in people who are in need, who are in vulnerable positions, and they keep leaving on bad terms, that says something about you.
Oh, sure.
Finding
Something
a weak
about Jack.
spot. Trying to find the weak
Wait a minute.
spot.
Wasn't
I mean,
Jack
it's
and
fucking
Rose
pimp. I
on
think
the
it's pimping.
Titanic?
I think she's content pimping.
Isn't Jack
Or
and
trying
Rose
to
the Titanic?
unsuccessfully.
In what Titanic were you talking about?
I said,
Well,
didn't. She said she wanted to talk about Jack, who moved into her house. Well, you got Jack and Rose. Wasn't that the stars of the movie Titanic?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
characters.
There's plenty of
And
room
then
in
she
that
left-
door, bitch.
Yeah, and she let him
wait, no, I can't
freeze.
do this.
No singing, EOD. No
I
singing.
know. I'm sorry. I caught myself. I stopped.
And medical missing, like, look, bitch, I've had enough copy or channel strikes. I know that when it says you violated medical misinformation, that's a cover section that they say over everything. They're not going to tell you which words. They're not going to tell you which sections. They're not going to tell you specifically what you did wrong.
No, they never do. That shit
They
pisses
never
me the
do.
fuck
So when
off.
she's saying like it wasn't for a word, it was for misinformation. Bitch, that's what they call that shit. And how do you think they notice it? Because you use the word that triggers. This bitch is smarter than that.
Oh yeah, she knows what she's fucking. She's just trying to get you canceled, bro. That's what it is. That or
You
content,
don't
like
know.
you're saying.
You don't know
She's
what's
baiting
in
you
her
for content.
mind, EOD.
Okay, can I just for a second? Remember Powder like ages
I was
ago?
on
Okay,
Twitch
I
for
remember.
years.
Let me rant for 2 minutes.
All right.
I'll just land it straight away. Like, if I'm a panelist,
Angry
I might
Casper.
make a mistake. Or if I'm like an extremely regular panelist, like Chuck, then I shouldn't really be making those mistakes. But like, if you get a random person that comes up here, okay, and they've never been on a panel and they say their word, it's like, okay, mate, it's a habit, and they wean it off and they say sorry. But like, when you have somebody who lives on fucking panels,
Yeah.
by this stage, I should know to say snuggle struggle, or I don't even want to go
Surprise
down those
sex.
words. Huh?
Surprise
Snuggle
sex.
struggle. Yeah, surprise sex. Yeah, that's a good one. Surprise, you know, like.
That was the Australian version of "That's not a knife." This is a nine.
That's not. That's not.
You're already giving this bitch more attention than she deserves anyway. Fuck her.
Snow, I'm not sure how to
thanks for the
interpret this
money.
comment, but you're welcome. I don't why. I feel like I understand her position as much as I need to. You're welcome to come up and explain it for her if you think I'm mistaken on something.
Snow's too empathetic and trusting, truly.
Or something.
I was that way
Yeah.
once.
She
I was
wants
naive.
to see the best. She does really want to see the best.
And she also doesn't like Tommy, right? So I mean if she's mistakenly taking my issue with Rose as any sort of support for Tommy, like two people can be wrong at once. I just think it's suspicious as fuck when you have altruists, I'm doing air quotes, altruists running around looking for grown-ass vulnerable men to take in, and then it keeps going wrong.
The funniest part of it is going up to apologize for a mistake and repeating the mistake in the apology. Like,
Immediately.
the fuck?
Immediately.
So what should I apologize to contributing to flow state? Like, I
You're
get
so
it.
humble, Mike. I've always appreciated that about you.
I mean,
I've
it
never
seems
heard
like
Mike
a
brag about
fucking
money.
battle.
Never.
You know what? Like,
She did it with O'Shea too. Oh yeah, she did. That's 4 dudes that you taken in.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Has any of you ever taken in somebody you met off YouTube at all? Ever?
Fuck
no. Yeah.
Astrology guest. I bet she's a Scorpio.
No,
she
Rob's
gets in there and finds these dudes' weaknesses, man. She
She's
finds
Rob's been
weaknesses.
kicked
Libra.
from
The
fucking
sub
YouTube
sign
for
is
30 days
Scorpio. Okay, she's clearly a Libratarian, so she's a Libra. But
A
it's
Libratarian, he says.
I
Oh,
don't
come
even-
on.
So she must be a Scorpio on the side.
Hey, Google.
I don't know, man.
What's a Libratarian?
Those are the people that tell you where your book is.
They give us scarlet letters.
You got late fees.
What's a
You
scholar ladders? What was that? Was that
That's a
word?
Russian. That's a Russian for a slut.
I just got horny first, just a split second.
Now she's gonna act like she hasn't seen
You
the
go
fucking
horny? Do you like chicks
disinformation
with accents? I'm not a chick though.
panels
Like what the
all over
fuck?
the fucking place.
I think that's what it was. It was a combination of you saying the word slut and your accent. What color hair do you have?
I ran out. It all fell apart.
You didn't
Fucking
gotta. You ran out.
Hair demon got me, bro. Grim Reaper got me.
He's got
I ran out of
camouflage
hair.
colored hair.
Hey,
Yeah, 4
that'll work.
four
That'll work over here
strays.
in Kentucky.
That is so
Wait a
weird
minute
to
now.
have such a pattern of taking in strays.
Who's from Kentucky? You ain't from Kentucky.
Shut up, EOD.
Motherfucker, I'm from Kentucky.
Motherfucker, I can tell.
Well, hot damn.
We've
Are
been
you
over
guys
this,
married?
EOD.
We have. All right, my bad.
We've
You
been
guys
over
get
it.
married or what?
You're a Christian and I'm a Christian, but I go at you sometimes because I think it's funny. I could
Well-
probably argue. I could argue better as an atheist than any atheist ever could.
Hot damn.
Excuse me, sir. I don't know if you saw me prove the existence that the universe was created by a turkey fucking sandwich.
Hey, I didn't catch
Skittles,
all of
bro.
it. I was driving, bro. I was trying to get out of that baptism tank and get home so I could get back on here. I really want to try to stick with you through all this. That when you take your nap and shit. I'm holding your hand right now, Flo. But I want to
makes
see
sense.
that. I'll go back. I'll go back and watch that.
Makes sense. The turkey fucking sandwich gives you knowledge. Do you have knowledge? That proves the existence
you have
of the turkey
mayo?
fucking sandwich.
Do you have mayo?
I don't eat
Did you
mayo.
cut-
No, that's
Spicy
cut the
mayo
crust
because
off it?
Mama didn't raise a bitch.
My Jesus would have cut it in triangles and took the crust off of it.
Because he's a good and a wise Lord. Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness, y'all are so
Calm
terrible.
down,
Now
man.
I'm committing
down.
blasphemy. It's all your fault.
You know what?
David, can I ask you a question? Like,
What?
Yeah, you
this is
just
kind
did.
of for a
Thank you.
conversation. Okay, would you rather live in a Christian society, a Muslim society, or an atheist society? Pick one.
Oh, do I have
Agnostic
to pick
society.
one? Because the
Can
last
we-
5 years,
hold on. Can we define
Alright,
out what
right,
each
right,
of the Christian and atheist
Oh.
societies look like? Because
Can
Okay,
you
sure,
add
sure.
agnostic society in there too? Because that's the one I
Hold the
choose.
platform of questions.
agnostic is that the drink that comes
Would you
out around
guys give me the
Christmas?
opportunity to ask everybody a question.
Wait,
Please.
he wants to ask everybody.
Give her hell, Mike. Talk to us, Mike. What do you got on
I'm
your
from
mind?
New York. Hello.
No,
You guys,
Hello.
or you guys are happy? Do you guys wake up happy? Are you
On
guys?
Tuesday.
Never fucking been happy.
You're not
Most men
happy?
live lives of quiet desperation. Some Joe Rogan quoted someone.
listen to this rich shit. I have not been paying attention to the back chat, but it looks like some of y'all have been having a conversation with Rose. Rose
Oh
just
my
said,
God.
none of the podcasts we guest on care about the words we use and respect us for preserving our own free speech. But Flo is just more paranoid than the professionals. I guess I don't know, or I don't understand, but he's just going to think what he's going to think, and his audience is going to have their perception. Bitch, you work for Rose or for Crow 777. What fucking platform is he on? It's not YouTube.
Yeah.
Isn't that the
You're
one
off
that,
of
lost
YouTube
the channel?
because you guys can't stop fucking up. and nobody respects you for preserving your freedom of speech while they're left carrying the bag for it. Who
But they're the-
respects you, bitch? Drop a link backstage for the person with the most clout who respects you for exercising your freedom of speech on their platform. Let's see that receipt.
These are the fucking professionals though that get kicked off.
I'm a
fucking YouTube.
yeah, the professionals.
Donald
Let me see.
Trump?
Let me see you on Alex Jones, where he's like respecting the fact. Oh wait, he's on there. Whatever. You get what I'm saying? No, just provide us a receipt. I want to see this brag manifest into anything at fucking all. This is probably the biggest channel you've been on
And
in
then they
months.
wonder why they're miserable.
Stupid. I mean, not
Fucking
stupid. How about
dumb
like?
bitch.
It's not a stupid. She's very intelligent, which is why this shit ain't flying here, homie. She's not stupid. She just has shit character.
I can tell you why you had that up, and she was kind of slow talking. I just got a vibe that she was waiting for the cam.
You can
to
hear
come
the
up.
seethe, right? There's some seethe in that voice.
Yeah. Slow walking. Man, immediately said it. I'm not going to say those hot words, and then bam. That's how we'd say it in Kentucky.
It's because girls don't have a sense of
Bam!
humor, imagination, right?
That's
Think about it. Like if they had imagination or a sense of humor, they could change it. I'm just being a dick.
Angry Casper, I appreciate you.
Only on Tuesdays. It's all right.
And 80% of the time, I don't even know what you're talking about, but give her hell, brother.
Hell yeah.
It's probably something intelligent. That's why I don't get it, but come on.
Rude
with it,
can't
you know
help
what I'm
himself now.
saying?
No, I'm not smart,
What?
dude. I just,
That's what happens when you marry your sister, David.
yeah, pretty much.
Now wait a minute.
Well,
now.
she's my sister.
You
Uncle
don't know-
Daddy.
Rose is your sister?
Is that my sister? Hey, Uncle.
Wait, are you
Uncle
related
Daddy.
to Rose?
It sure as hell would explain a lot.
If she's from Kentucky, I probably am. She's
Listen,
from Kentucky.
She's from like the
Don't-
LA area. She's from California.
Don't
Shut
play
up,
into the
EOD.
stupid stereotype, okay? The incest capital of the world is Arkansas, not Kentucky.
Stereotypes are
It's the
real,
Middle East,
though.
but
Well, I meant the United States. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm done with that joke, I guess.
I done took the piss out of it. It's my bad. I don't like that one. That pisses me off.
okay,
It
so-
ain't incestuous.
I'm not going to play any of this because obviously I don't trust her at all. However, for the sake of transparency, this is what she sent me. She sent me a link to Crow 777. This is the channel she works for, which apparently does have a YouTube channel now. 203 subs. This is from 3 weeks ago.
I got more
203,000
than that.
subscribers.
Book that.
The live content goes back
Dude.
all of 6 months.
I have to do a Jim Bowden, okay? This kind of proves my point. It's like if you work for somebody with 200 whatever and you don't understand the TOS, like I have an excuse to be stupid. Actually, I don't. Not at this stage. Well, like, yeah, I digress. It's like when you, like, how can you be this stupid and not know what you did wrong?
No,
I don't wanna
she's
fucking
not.
hear
That's
it
my
this time.
point. She's not this stupid. She knows what the fuck she's doing. She's playing a game. And all these videos on her 203,000 subscriber channel get about the same number of views as mine, which is 1,000 and a half per stream.
I was gonna say that's not overly impressive. I mean, that's good. That's
I mean, it's
impressive.
actually it's abysmal. If those are real subs and this is real views, it's abysmal.
Yeah.
I mean,
only
you should be batting a 250,000
of your
views on each thing. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what the
0.0.
game is. I don't know what the deal with this channel is. I don't know why she offered me a channel that had 6.66 thousand subscribers. I just feel like there's a lot of bullshit, a lot of game playing, and manipulated numbers going on. I don't trust you, and I know that you're not dumb, and I know that you're playing games, and you come up here and you drop hot words. If you can't figure out how to fucking speak at all, then I don't need your help on YouTube. That's for fucking sure. You're not preserving shit because YouTube's not rolling back its speech policies. You're dumbass. All you're doing is scumbagging other content creators because you're a scumbag yourself.
One of the most obvious words. One of the most obvious fucking words, dude.
No,
So-
it's who it came from. It's not even that specific word, if we're being honest. Like but it's who. Yeah.
Yes,
Like-
you're right. It's the context. The context is
Yeah.
I know she
Right.
knows.
Pretty much. It's like, how can I put? If you're a professional MMA fighter, okay, and I'm a nobody fucking geek, 5'2" guy, and I come up to you and I swing at you, and you're like, knock me the fuck out, break my spine, break my leg, and it's like it's not the same sport, right? But it's like if some dickhead comes up here and he just fucking Dusty's like, come up here and talk to me, bitch, and then they start dropping those words. He'll warn them, and those guys will usually pin down and start using code words. But like, if you I will die on this. As a content creator, you should hold yourself to a different standard on a panel. Like, if I come up here 5 minutes after joining in, okay, I'm not gonna do it. But like, and I just don't know what the panel's about. That's not cool. But if I'm a content creator who jumps straight away on somebody's panel without spending at least 5 minutes to work out the temperature of the room, then either I'm fucking really good or I'm a fucking loser. And I'm sorry, most of the people who run panels are not really good. That's top 20%, okay, 80-20, whatever. But there's my spec. Thank you for letting me fly my plane.
We love it.
So,
I love it.
have you guys heard of Lou Taylor? Lou Taylor's Britney Spears manager.
Oh, he
sorry,
fucked
I'm-
up hard, dude. That bitch is screwed.
Free Britney.
Right. Lou Taylor. And I'll pull up a little video so that you guys can get it. It's kind of an interesting thing, but this is the best theory I have is that she's trying to mimic a Lou Taylor sort of parasitic, content creator relationship dynamic, where Lou Taylor's like really good at it. She owns her. It's.
Hey, Flow State.
Yeah.
I dropped a link to their Social Blade in the back. Their gained monthly subscribers is really interesting and funny.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take a look at that. Hold on.
Interessante.
Hey, Crab, will you use the Kentucky country voice?
No,
From
we've
now
got
on.
enough of those around here. Vetoed.
Hillbilly's taking
If I get one more Southern drawl on this channel, I'm starting
Shut
a
up.
civil war.
Shut up, rude cunt. You shut up. Sorry.
Scroll down to the monthlies. There's a chart that shows you like the monthly spikes.
Yeah. No, I was just looking at because they get into the sort of the esoteric occult. I'm just trying to like 2 R's. I don't know. I feel like there's some symbolism going on in there that I don't have the time to pick apart. Let's see. Subs 000 1000.
Yeah, it seems like someone's buying 1,000 subs all the time. If you keep
Nah.
scrolling down.
Not boink,
Yeah,
boink,
look.
boink, boink,
Here's,
boink.
here's a week we bought 1,000. Here's a week we bought 1,000.
Yeah, that is quite regular.
There's your link back there too, so you can compare how your monthly subs looks. It's like more natural. So yeah, they got big subs, but they don't have big views for a reason.
Yeah, it's because it's all bots.
Thinking about doing that. I don't know shit about it though. I got like 250 subs, so I was gonna wait till I hit a certain number and then just buy 100 or what the fuck ever the increments are.
And
I
social,
really got to get content. Sorry.
so yeah, that her shit was kind of wild. Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah, they're
monthly
obviously
gained. Yeah,
they're obviously injecting shit, right? If you're gonna do it, do a little bit of
Well-
it, and then make sure you have something to try to spin up
And I'm-
interest afterward, right?
I'm not a great channel to compare this to because my sub growth has been quite flat, or actually downward trend. My subs have not grown in probably 2 months for whatever reason.
You want to know what I think?
In a minute.
Like,
but
okay,
if you
so-
look at organic growth, like on a channel that like there are events that are big sub growth events, right? So if you have a video that goes off or a collaboration, right, you'll see a pop and then a return to normalization. What you don't see is a bunch of little bloop bloop bloop. Go ahead. What's your thought?
No, like I know you can probably talk more about it. It's like a closed ecosystem, but it's not. And you're really good with networking. And I remember asking a different creator, you were there when I asked him that question, like, what is your channel about? I don't want to talk shit on somebody else. And they couldn't really answer it. I remember asking another creator, like, what is your show in a year's time? Do you get what I mean? And like having seen you for a while now, whatever, like you've developed. And if you ask me, like, what's Flo's channel about, I could actually answer it. I think I can
What is
answer
it?
it. Like, or okay, so like I did this last time on Double O's, like, and the way I described his, it's like the alternative kind of a bit more liberal-minded kind of forget everything that you know kind of conversations. Like you really have.
That's how
to
you
be
see
open-
007s.
Yeah, like you know what I mean. It's not quite tinfoil, but it's definitely tinfoil adjacent, and it's not my expertise. You know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah.
black pill, no black pill. Black pill isn't how I view pills. Like so, it's like hyper specialized, doubt everything, and let's see, etc. It's not my preferred
like a
cup of
black
tea,
pill.
but I enjoy it. Right? Like this would be like a bar where ideas. I don't know. I don't want to do yours. I want you to do yours.
Well-
okay. Well, you at least think about it.
Okay,
Like,
I'll do.
if I asked you to do blends, you could.
Actually,
you?
I want you to go first, and then I'll do it. I won't be offended if you're worried. I don't
yours.
know why you're.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna because
hear it.
It's not insulting. It's like
No, I
kind
know.
of an
I'm actually
idea
curious
clash
because I have
place.
trouble
Yeah,
with this
yeah.
question.
I get it. So it's like kind of how I see it at the moment. What's involved in it's a lot more structured than the first time I came when I lost that crispy, which is why I was like, what the fuck is this place? Like this is gonna go nowhere. But now it's like idea clashing place because you get people on here who will not hold back when they argue, if that makes sense, and I appreciate it. Like it's not an echo chamber, and a lot of other places are echo chambers, regardless of the conversations and ideas they speak on. Like you won't see me go on a panel that's an echo chamber ever, even if it's my own people. That's why when you said, "Oh, I'd only see you on a few panels," you'll only ever see me on the panels where it's no echo chamber. Like if you ask me about Mel's, that was an echo chamber. Echo chamber hug box, you fucking called it, right?
Mhm.
And it didn't work. Like if you look at Asmongold,
It's a bit
for
of a blowing
example,
guy.
Huh? Sorry, Rude.
It was
I
a
want to hear
blowing
your
guy.
opinion.
I used
Yeah,
to sneak in there, give some shit to some people, and get the fuck out.
yeah, but like, it's just this is my personal preference. I'm not saying it's good or bad. Like, if I wanted to go talk about guns or Warhammer, I'd go into an echo chamber. But like, if you want to clash ideas and have a intellectual thinking thing where like people of different, because I have my expertise, but I don't know what the fuck to do when it comes to winemaking, or whatever.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I get it. You can't explore your own ideas unless you have someone on the other side pushing
bounce
back.
off. Yeah, no AI.
need to be tested.
So like
If they're-
I like this place, but like if you look at I don't know grids is so structured it can be too anal. Nothing wrong about grid, but I'm saying like if I go on that, or if you go into the Single Father Support Club channel, I'm not going to say his name, and there's a reason why I call it that. Like,
are you talking about?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, go ahead. Anyways,
yeah, but like if you go into his shit, it's like you're not allowed to win.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In a place where it's meant to be competition, it's like this is stupid. It's literally like going into a
fake
dojo.
competition. It's a LARP
Yeah.
competition.
Exactly. Like, and it's not my place. Even if the conversations might be cool, but I'm like, this place is too fucking vomity. Or I would never go into a fucking COVID.
The best
I would never go
conversations
into a
happen
deck-
open. you
Yeah,
know?
sorry. Go ahead. I've had too much here. But I want to hear how you see your channel. Like, I see it as more, but I don't want to tell other cunts lie.
No, I'm actually, and I'm very curious in people's answer to this question because self-awareness, like, it's people don't do it well, and I am under no delusion that how I see myself is not at all how other people. And I learn a lot from like Joe Cool pointed out one time that, and it might be, it seems kind of obvious in hindsight, but that one of my best abilities is my ability to talk to anybody.
Yeah.
I just didn't, the fish is in the water, right? So I had no idea, I didn't even consider that. But I don't know. When people ask what's your channel about, I don't know. What I say now is I do live streams frequently, open panels, and let
hot
discuss
topics. Hot
Well,
topics.
You're
it's
a
not
bartender,
a variety
bro.
channel.
You're
the
a good
thing.
bartender.
You're
what
stealing
it
my
is.
meme, Rude, and I'm not gonna let you
Word.
do it, okay? Because this was my meme to Glenn at one point. I was like, because Thing was referring to his thing like as the colonial, and I have this whole other theory that's relevant to Glenn's kind of conversation. But I'm like, this is kind of like a bar, okay? Like you can have your bouncer or your, you know what I mean?
Glenn's is more of a hairdresser's. He'll yas queen you a bit too much.
Oh, you fucking can't barber shop if you're gonna be honest.
That was
okay?
funny as fuck.
But like to go back to my point, it's like you will have a guy who will come in and buy everyone a beer. Remember, I think I even said this like in a different part. Or like you'll have your bouncers, okay? You'll have your fucking Chuck and your fucking whomever. Mel had mean bouncers in her bar. The bitches just came on and screamed about their fucking power or whatever. Like shit was annoying. I digress, okay? I'm sorry. Somebody else go.
I try to do my own dirty work. And by the way, speaking of buying rounds, just leave that up here to give people I'll put it down in a second, but just so that people can feel the pressure.
Ending doom.
Right. Actually, the first person I heard refer to this is a bar substitute was Jim Bob.
Okay.
And it's like, damn, I don't disagree with
come
that.
up with it. Yeah. No, many people came up with that, I'm sure.
I'm sure he wasn't the first. He's just the first one I
Yeah.
heard about it.
How many channels has Rose lost?
More than I've had. So.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. And when she made her offer to me, this is what like makes it even more just like wild that she thought like she's smart, but apparently not smart enough to know that I'm smart enough that she's gonna have to up her camouflage, because when she made me the offer to use her channel, look, I've got a channel with way more subs than you that you can use to do your live streams on. The reason that she said that she had this channel with access to all these subs is because her channel had been taken offline for 3 years due to medical misinformation violations. It's like, well,
Flow State, would you consider yourself a centrist?
He's not.
I probably
know
not.
I think you're pretty fucking close to it, though. I think that's why you can relate to
politically
people, because you can find like the left have good points, the right have good points, so they
Oh.
both have dog shit points as well. I think that's how you can relate
He
to other
doesn't
people. 'Cause-
believe in voting, Rude.
Yeah, but that's different.
I think it's
He's
easier
way
for
more
me
black
to find
pill-
points
Oh,
of
sorry.
disagreement than points of agreement with people.
Yeah, I'd rather disagree. Fuck agreement. But
yeah,
I think that's why you're more relatable to people. And you can talk to them.
Maybe. I don't know. So when I grew up, I was homeschooled most of grade school because the Casey Mo school districts are wild, and we weren't Catholic, so we couldn't. There's a ton of Catholic schools around here that people send their kids to as an alternative, but I couldn't get into them because they were all full. So I spent a lot of my childhood moving around to different friend groups and having to learn anew how to integrate myself. Probably has something to do.
Do you know what's funny though? I can
Huh.
I can relate because I moved country, and then when I moved country, I moved schools a few times, so you're not lying. Like I don't need to
From
study
Russia,
for that.
hey.
Not from Russia, okay? Fuck you, dude. Mother Russia fucking nuke bomb you, okay?
Yeah, they're going to. They're going to after with this shit with the Iran. I'm telling you. But whatever, that's another topic.
No, then I wanted to speak about politics when you guys.
Okay, but hold on.
I
But
don't know if
like,
you
just
know
kind
my
of
take.
conclude the
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
or wrap up the thought. I think that that experience, right, having to learn how to integrate into new friend groups when I was a kid, I think that's very similar to what I've done with my channel. I don't hit viral video. I don't have viral content. I don't really get much push from the YouTube algorithm. If anything, it's been the opposite. All my viewers, I've had to go out and find somewhere else and convince them to follow back here. So, like, to a large degree, my channel has been the way my friendships were when I was a kid.
Do you
so
know
you're
what's
just
one
a
thing?
filthy narcissistic chameleon.
No, he's not. There's a difference between being
You
a
were so
chameleon and what,
pessimistic.
like, that flaw. Okay, this is semi-important. The only Okay, so this is like don't make this mistake. I don't think you would, but I'm just gonna say it out loud. Okay, so it's like watch out, cop. Okay, but you see him, and then you're like, fuck your song. Okay, so I'm telling you, like, don't lose the ability to learn, because none of us know everything. Okay, this is the biggest problem
For
I
sure.
see. Like in what's his face? Pick a fucking. They're turning the frogs gay. Like he's too stuck in his character. He can't learn.
Right.
Do you know what I mean by that? I don't know if you
He
want to
can't grow.
translate.
He can't evolve. It gets stale.
Yeah, don't do that. And whatever the fuck you do, don't lie about shit and don't stay authentic. Not that you ever lied. Like this, when I say lie, I don't mean lie like people will lie.
You mean
know what I
fake?
People lie to embellish a story or whatever. But you know what I mean by it's a
Don't-
skit.
yeah, I get exactly what you're saying, and I think it is fantastic advice.
Thank you. I'll mute.
Well, if you two are done sucking each other's dick.
I mean, I'm not
It
done
was-
yet. If you want to suck on it for a while,
I was just
Let
advice-
Casper rest
he
his
asked
jaw
for
a
it,
bit.
Yeah, the rest
no,
of
but
the
I mean,
jaw.
it is good advice because you see it all the time. You see people like think
Yeah.
about the Thorpes. They are so stuck into who they are now. People get locked into characters, and then you
Yeah,
have to
lol,
escalate and escalate and escalate, or it gets to, whatever. I think, and that's why I did sort of the review on the Andrew Jake thing. I think that this is an interesting sort of pivot point in Andrew's narrative where he's got to fucking evolve or not, right? Anyways, I think that advice was on point for content creators for sure. The good thing about me is I am so non-committal to anything, including a relationship or a schedule or a identity behavior, that me getting stuck in a character is almost impossible, I think.
I don't know. Some characters work well for some people. It worked well for Alex Jones. Man, we're all talking about.
I mean, it
aren't
did
we?
till it didn't, though, right? Like if you look at the trajectory of his career, he definitely had a higher point that was in the past. Now, I don't.
Yeah.
You know,
Before they kicked
you
him
got to
off all
keep
social
everything in
media.
perspective. Nobody's meteoric rise stays at that tempo, right? And if you expect it
Yeah.
to, then all you're going to do is not appreciate what you have while you have it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I could fall off tomorrow and get banned off the internet, and it'll still have been a hell of a ride.
Can I? This is I have to. Okay, I'm doing Jim Bowden. Okay, hold on, mate. I'm doing a hang on. Okay,
Come on,
if you
man.
think about
Chocolate
Asmongold,
chip.
if you think about Asmongold,
Yeah.
like recently had a meme, one of his videos. Okay, and it was like somebody told their grandma, like a 60-year-old, okay, about his stream, and she was, oh, he's kind of interesting, whatever. Watched it, and then she said, like, let's just say Putin. She said pumpkin pie Putin or some meme that's only on Asmongold, okay? And she's laughing, but like you have a fucking 60-year-old now who's getting her news from a gamer from Twitch. I'm sure there's a few people here who know the lore of Asmongold, okay? He's the first person to break the YouTube algorithm.
so
but
what's
all
the
I'm
point
saying
that you're
with this
illustrating,
is,
though?
what I'm saying is, like, if you look at even Joe Rogan, it's the same thing. Like word of mouth subscribers and people, like this is why you have so many live comparing to your subs. Why like fucking says it blows his mind, right?
Right.
Because the people who it's you can chase audience by creating videos for viral moments, but this is a mistake. You should be. I think I heard.
I got you.
Yeah. Or what's his name? The gun guy. I didn't steal this from him, okay? But it's like a thing you knew, but I heard him say it. Okay.
what
And he
gun
said
guy?
it's like, I don't want my friends to follow me. I want people to follow my channel for the guns, not because they like me per se.
You mean
Right?
FPS
But it's
Russia?
you're different because the personality is the product. It's not quite the same, but the same principle applies. It's like, do you really want a whole bunch of you want representatives from the word community, okay? You want that's kind of how I see this, because you get to see a guy here who's a truther, who's a flat earther, who's a science bro like me, or auto bro like or whomever, right? But and it's cool if their communities come here to challenge their ideas, but it's like you don't want the lol cows of their representations up on panel. I'm kind of taking it back to the other thing a little bit. You get what I mean? Like, I'd rather talk to the mad alchemist. I would talk to that mad alchemist cunt every day, and I absolutely hate how much he distrusts science. But I'll talk to him all day, every day, and I don't even if I spoke to him. But do you know what I'm talking about?
If I
the
could,
alchemist.
I just want to.
Go ahead. I've had too much here.
I want to cut through all the fluff, and I just want to get down to the point. I think what you're saying
I can't
is that
do
you
that. I'm
appreciate.
working on that.
You appreciate Dusty for having a conversatable kind of fucking forum where people just get together and have a good time.
Yeah. This is all to go back.
We're being more genuine than most people who are fucking
have to.
characters trying to have a brand or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that's stupid.
That's more empathetic to the audience for
Yeah.
sure.
Just exaggerate to the people who want to come up on panels. It's like, I'm clearly not like this in real life, but I am.
You're not. That's disappointing to me.
No, but do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not 100% like this. Or like, I'm sure Rude Crab doesn't go around calling people cunts all day.
He's Australian.
Wrong.
Of course he does.
Well, I bet he does. I bet he does.
Okay, you just play into the meme, okay? So it's like, if you're new and you come up here, it's like, you can exaggerate the thing about yourself to have a character for some anonymity. But if you can't keep it up, if it's not truly you, you're just pretending, and then people are going to smell it.
Yeah, that's one thing that I recognize is that despite my audience size, like my performance relative to my size is phenomenal. It's like unrivaled, and I recognize that authenticity is something that has worked for me through my life.
Yeah.
And that would be my number one advice to anybody before coming to YouTube. If you're going to do this shit, if you're going to be sitting up here in front of people who are recording you and watching you this much, you cannot get away with shit. They will catch you. So be authentic.
That's what pissed me off about Imperius, by the way. That's why I have a problem with him. Because they called him out. Like, he just said a stupid lie that was completely irrelevant. And then after that, I'm like, I can't trust you anymore. It's over. Like,
Let's look what Rose did to Jack. When was that, Flo, when she did that?
Are you still talking about fucking Titanic? Are you serious?
No.
That was a year. That was over a year ago, and it was fantastic. She set him up.
Right. It was a masterpiece of a hit piece.
It was the most beautifully executed, planned out backstab ever. It was so good. I love it.
And now they're buddy.
And now she's trying to act like she's just some poor old dummy. Bitch, I've seen you work.
Yep.
And Namaste the fuck away goes, I wonder why Jason, which is her boyfriend, tolerates / supports her bed and breakfast, which would refer to that at least 4 that I know of, homeless men who she's moved into just for who knows what. And that's a good question. I've had that thought as well. It would make sense if they share bills, that they share revenue sources.
Dun dun dun.
But you know what? Let me back off what I just said, because I don't have the evidence to support that sort of a accusation, really. So I got a little bit ahead of myself.
It's tinfoil hat shit, man. We're conspiratorializing.
I mean,
whatever.
scammers are not a conspiracy theory. They technically they literally are, but yeah. If you don't think YouTube is full of scammers and sketchy people, like, I don't know, you shouldn't be here. You're too naive to be in these YouTube streets if you think that this is, if that sounds absurd to you.
That's a fact.
for sure.
Okay, here's interesting because you mentioned maybe this is a conversation too, like how hard it is to do introspection on oneself. I bet you if you do this exercise with me, okay? Like if I ask you about Glenn's channel, don't say it out loud. Whatever you can, because I tried to do pause. God damn it! Can we not?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Glenn's a nice guy. He's good.
As I was saying, okay. Anyway, like if you were to describe, like I can describe whatever panel, right? But if you ask me if you had a channel of your own, could you describe it? Probably not. I'm kind of putting myself in your shoes. Like I bet you if I asked you to describe Glenn's channel, everyone here could, yourself included, right?
Yeah.
But I bet you if you ask Glenn, like his will be, he might get it right because he's trying, like, he has a game plan, so to speak, right?
He has more of a
You know what I
topical
mean?
focus.
Yeah, like he'd be able to answer it, but I bet you your description of his thing will differ, and I wonder whose would be more true. You understand what I'm trying to say? Can you translate
Yes.
it from Spig? Okay, I'll shut
Yes.
up.
So the powder dusty is a lot easier for me to describe than flow state was, because flow state evolved over time, and it's where it started out and where it ended up were entirely different things. This is just a continuation of where it ended, right? And so it's been consistent the whole time.
Yeah.
It's variety
But
show. It's frequently open panel, and there's topic. It's topical, but only kind of.
Can I have to, I'm doing Joe Biden, okay? One thing, because I was here for that, okay? I remember when you started this, one of the keystones was try to stay in TOS because flow state is not.
Yeah, he
Right?
learned his lessons over there.
Yeah,
on
which
those
is why
parts.
that.
Wait, what
this
happened?
whole
Say that again.
I remember, like, when you were doing the powder dusty, one of the reasons was because you can't get the other one monetized. So
Yes.
one of the cornerstones was, can we just not fuck with TOS and play at least, like, okay, we're gonna be speeding, but it's like that speed when the cop passes you. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah. I can go 4 over.
Yeah, like you're going 4 over, like, but everyone else is like, if you get pinned, then that's not YouTube anymore. Like we're moving to Kick, right? Anyway, I'm done. That's why it's
Well,
like, can we
flow
just
state was monetized at one point, but it was all
yeah.
the
And
the,
here's
the
another.
words that got him.
Just I'll shut up, okay? But here's another one. Like I made a mistake and I said a word and I said sorry and we just moved on, but it wasn't even a topic. So it's like if you have somebody who comes up here and says, +1, +2, +3. It's like, bitch, let me as a non-hardcore panelist make that mistake, right?
Oh yeah.
You get what I mean?
I can
Like,
tell the
why
difference
does
between
she
a
have to
sincere
take
mistake and a
the
fuck you
yellow
mistake.
card? Yeah,
Yeah.
like let
Yeah.
somebody else. Like David's not here that often. Like he might say that word because he's just not used to it, and he will. I don't mean
But
to pick on you.
even I know. Yeah, I mean, but
Yeah, but you'll pin yourself, and we'll take the yellow card. Okay, we're gonna take one for the team.
What you don't get to do is
Yeah.
pretend to be confused and brag
Mm-hmm.
about standing up for your freedom of speech in the next breath.
On your channel. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
It-
so
it-
were you
it
being a
don't matter.
freedom fighter or are you stupid? Which one of these are you gonna go with?
Let me use your channels to say my words so I don't get in trouble on my channel.
Yeah, I've
And
been
whether
there
it's
plenty of times
TOS
before.
or not, if you're on somebody else's panel, then shut the fuck up. Don't say what you know is gonna be, crossing the lines.
And
One thing
here's
that
oh, sorry. See, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna say never do. Here's what pisses me off too. Okay, and no, I've just done it, but it's like I've seen this so often because when the panel host says "shut up," this is where you need the bouncer, right? And Chuck should have told me let Flo speak, but that's just the flavor of the show. It's
I
like, when the
prefer to do
panel-
my own
I'll shut up.
bouncing, actually.
Yeah, but can you cook my point for me? Otherwise, I'm gonna. Be
I
the
don't know
guy.
what your point is. Just microwave it real quick.
Never speak over you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think people are pretty good about that. And like someone like Chuck, just to use as an example, if Chuck were to continue to push through something, Chuck's been here long enough. Like Chuck has built up repertoire that I'd probably just move aside, right? Because I know that this is not like he must have something to say.
Yeah, I'm not a
You
bulldozer.
clout. You have clout. Okay.
I don't remember what I was gonna say, and that's all my fault. I told you go ahead, but anyways.
No, this was
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Behavior on panels. because like that was one thing that you could see panels are getting better at. But like somebody in chat earlier was saying like how these panels have a top size, and they do to an extent. It's not necessarily true, okay? Like
What?
because
It is though.
I'll give you an example. Pearl has like 2,000 people watching sometimes, and it's the same format of a panel show.
Well, okay, I guess what I'm talking about is like the people on the panel. You can't have 15 people on a panel and
Correct.
anything
Correct.
meaningful happen. Right?
Correct.
This is
Yeah.
actually probably an ideal size. And for a while,
Yeah.
I did dabble around with restricting panel sizes, and it was great shows. The audience, it seems to me, preferred it. Maybe just the ones who liked it were vocal, but it was just it's more. work for
I'll
me.
give you another panel. Okay, so watch this other. Oh, sorry. Let me land it because I'm in New Zealand. Okay, like well, I have my train of thought. Like I watch this other panel, and they literally because it's about the European brotherly love. Okay.
Are you suggesting that Kiwis suffer from ADHD? All of
No,
them?
I am in New Zealand. I am over there and I have satellite phone. Like lag is real for me because speed of
I'm
light
sorry.
exists.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm fucking.
I know, but they literally all have to have cameras, okay, and it's a contentious topic because they're talking about the conflict, and they all have to raise their finger, and like the person who puts their finger down is responsible for knowing who's the next person who speaks. Like if you have larger panels, you can still do this, but then you have to introduce gimmicks. Anyway,
Or you talking like using a talking stick? I know what you mean.
Yeah. Or you could have a ball like on the screen that you move around. Like I don't know, whatever. Fuck me. You can solve it. Like the size.
It's solvable. It is solvable.
Yeah.
I think that I would. I think what's more likely for me, just knowing myself, is I'll start kicking off the weaker panelists and then just limit it and let the conversation flow freely. Then because I'm not a manager. I'm not. I hate actively managing shit.
Can I shit on debate bros for a second?
Oh, please do.
Okay, so this is the other thing that pisses me off. Okay, and why I don't lose arguments often is because I know when to shut the fuck up.
Lord, that's some Melanie.
I'll explain. Yesterday,
I
see you straight away got triggered. It must be a good topic. I'll explain. So when you have to decide, like, if there's the topic and I can't contribute to it, I'm not gonna go up and argue it. And right now, people are practicing. And I'm shitting on Grid a little bit, I guess, and it's not meant to be. It's like you can't be just argue any point and be forced to have an opinion and only accept your opinion, even if you're probably uninformed. Because there's no fucking way I can argue economy with Flo. Like it's impossible. He studied. Right. But like there'll be people who will come up here and they won't even like give him the grace, the faith, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's like, bro, it's an economist. Because when you were speaking earlier, like was it on you? I think on your show I showed you the hyperinflation and you saw all the money in Serbia and it was just like more and more zeros. Right? Because they were literally resetting the economy just by printing more money.
Right.
And like I understand, but I would still not argue economy with you. But I lived through a hyperinflation as a teenager.
Right.
It's funny. Like I remember as a kid going to a grocery store and counting zeros on the price and then counting zeros on my bills, trying to work out if I've got the right version of money. Yeah. It's
Hell, I got a 4-mark stamp from World War II that's got 4 million overstamped on it.
Yeah, it's insane.
Is that really $4 million?
Casper, you saying people shouldn't argue, but you also said that why you
No.
like this channel is that it's not a.
I get
It's
the
on a debate
hypocrisy.
platform, yeah.
I'll eat it. I'll eat it. What I mean is like from the regulars, and there was more shitting on debate bros, because it's like if you never are capable of just having a conversation, you're gonna be stuck defining words, and it's fucking boring. I'm not interested.
There's
I'd
some
rather
people that
argue-
try to
yeah.
force debate well past the point. It's like you don't even like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, who cares? It's,
And then,
I'll give-
the
yeah.
debate turns into how to debate and fucking.
Okay.
Yeah, your source isn't good enough because you didn't actually
Look,
verify
every
what you was
argument
talking
either
about, and you
devolves
don't understand what words
into
mean.
definition, defining words, or into violence. And on YouTube, you really only have word definition.
What do you mean by defining words?
Yeah. What was that? Was that on Justice Show
What does
I
he
love
mean by
last
literally?
night?
I want
Right.
to
What does he mean
know.
by
I'm gonna get it
literally?
somehow. I'm gonna do research.
One cunt at a time.
This OBS, Casper, I'll show you.
Wait a minute now. Is there a woman in here?
Oh no, I'm being Australian.
Oh, okay.
Well, I thought most gingers were kind.
The
I'm gonna kick you in the balls, Chuck.
is megatid not a common word in Australia? Because I've had Australians tell me they don't know what megatid means.
I know what maggoted means.
Can you tell them? Because I might not. Because there's some Australians
Very-
they're like, what?
Very, very inebriated, very drunk.
Usually
well,
mixing drugs though, right? It's mixing two like it can be whatever.
Doesn't have to be.
But usually is at that point, right?
Yeah, people do drugs in the majority.
That's like spewing and not remembering stage.
Like everybody just does drugs, man. It just kind of happens. Yeah.
Dude, we had do you know? Did you guys have this in America? I think we had in Australia. Like they were selling party. Yeah, did you have party pills in America? Like literally, fucking.
Yeah, man. There's ecstasy and fucking Molly and all that.
No,
shit.
but we had it legally. You could literally go into a shop and buy it, and like you'd be tripping balls. It's like
I think that's what fucking Dusty was arrested for right there. Yeah.
Pills and shit.
If you just went and talked to the guy standing outside of the bathroom at the bar, probably look like this, then
Casper, it's not that they were legal. It's just that, like, when a new things
that a
develop,
mugshot,
they
Mom?
haven't got laws against it yet. Like, there was a pre-workout a long time ago that had
Yeah.
dimethylamine as the main active ingredient, and it was like being on fucking speed, dude.
no, this is my
But-
Walmart passport.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yes, it's a mugshot. It's a mugshot.
Why do you have the
Walmart
fucking
passport.
gay thing in your ear, dude? That is so. Okay, I'm done.
You know
He's
what?
talking to his Bitcoin dealer, dude.
They
Hey.
don't when you're getting your mugshot taken. They don't normally show you the picture. And go, how do you like this one? Are you happy with it?
Yeah, no, they don't ask.
Looking like a stockbroker.
Yeah.
Gotta
Nope.
stay connected.
Don't they remove your personal effects, though?
I pulled up
Breaking down bricks.
OBS
chopping up
because
holes.
Mudcrab referenced it, and then I was going to ask how he gets his. I have graphic to do the little voicey thing, and then I realized like nobody wants to listen to an OBS tutorial. Even I don't
can
want to
show you
listen to that.
Discord.
I want to know it.
I can
You
show
see
you how
that
to do it in
feature?
like 5 minutes in Discord later.
Okay, tits.
Tits.
We, ladies and gentlemen, we have a famous rapper to the stage. Welcome, Clue Channel.
Drive fancy cars, everybody know you. It's like you a trap star. You breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. Breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. You got big money. You drive fancy cars, everybody know you. It's like you a trap star. You breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. Breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. You go to the club, you never.
Wow, what
Look
an
at them
intro. What an
George.
intro.
Wow.
What's up, Powder Dusty?
People
What's
don't
going on?
realize that because you got that background on that you actually look like him, at least in your avatar. It's funny because it's true. But anyways, what's going on? We're
Yeah.
just shooting the shit.
Yo, what's up, y'all?
We're shooting the shit. I'm doing a membership drive. We're down to about an hour and 15 minutes left on the stream, unless somebody refuels the
Memberships. Yep.
memberships.
Are you okay, Powder Dusty? You sure?
I don't know. Am I? I thought I was, and then you asked me the question. What's wrong?
You sound kind of off a little bit.
Oh
You trying
shit!
to gaslight
Maybe it's
him?
me.
You gaslighting
Maybe it's
Clue?
just me.
normal.
I don't know.
Hold on. Am I okay? Should I end the stream and just?
No, you shouldn't end the stream. Maybe
End it
something's
off,
going
Flo.
on
End
with
it
you.
off.
Maybe.
Oof.
See what you done went and did, Clue?
That hurt. Actually, that gunshot that hurt my head. But go ahead.
Head like that, it's bound to hurt.
I'm curious where the gaslighting is going, though. Clue, please continue.
There's no gaslighting. I don't do gaslighting. I'm just
Why are you
chilling.
saying he's off? Apparently, there's a pattern here you're
Uh,
trying to point at.
I say he's off because his speech pattern's a little bit different tonight. a little bit different.
A little. I told you to lay off that
Would you
mess.
agree or disagree?
He ain't getting
Disagree.
attacked by a bunch of Christians. We got our. Are you want to get baptized?
I think Clue's projecting. I think Clue's speech pattern's a bit off. He's seeming rather low energy. Are you okay, Clue?
I'm cool. I'm living.
You asking these questions
low
because you want
energy,
someone to ask you that question, Clue?
Unironically, he is lower energy than normal.
I'm living a good
Well,
life. I'm cool.
if you had to carry that spinner around all
Rude
the
mud
time.
crab. I'm cool. I'm cool. I'm cool. I was just worried about Mr. Dusty here. He sounds different. That's all I'm saying.
What do you mean
You
different? In
sound
what way?
different. Well, you sound like
Sophisticated,
defeated, actually.
pompous.
Defeated?
What? No.
Defeated. Yeah. Yeah.
He had like 2
You know
weeks
what?
off
Times
sick.
have been tough. Now that you
That's
mentioned
bait.
it.
That's
Did you
bait
miss
right
the
there.
episode before about when we had like the thing covered? Oh, never mind.
I mean, Clue. Now that thank you for noticing. Things have been rough for me lately.
I understand because it's been rough for me too. So go ahead.
You should donate.
But since I appreciate you being the one to notice, to care, to have my best interest at heart, could you help out and fund some more time on the clock for the membership drive? That's really what would, I think,
A membership.
rejuvenate the issues that you care enough to notice.
Okay.
It changes whole demeanor.
What would this
Flo,
membership drive
it's that
accomplish?
cancer you don't know you got, Flo.
Huh?
What would this membership drive accomplish, Mr. Dusty?
Well, it depends on how
different
much more you fund. But let me just reset the premise. This is a membership drive. I will continue the live streaming as long as people continue putting quarters in the machine. Every
Okay.
new membership or membership gifted, either way, I don't care how it's done. Adds
Okay,
3 minutes.
I
to the
can do
clock.
that. Where do I send that to? YouTube or your Cash App or what?
Well, it's
Bio.
membership drive. You get it to me either however you want, and if it's through PayPal or Cash App, and you want that time accrued, instead of buying a membership, yeah, that'll work too.
Oh, you talking about YouTube memberships? Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I'm referring
Yeah,
to
I can
YouTube
do that.
memberships. But if you wanted to, if you're like, nah, fuck that, I want to send a Cash App, I'd be like, okay, well, we can work that out too.
Okay.
By the way,
sir, what's your Cash App? Let's do this, right? Let's do this.
Let's do
If
this.
I'm gonna troll Dusty, I gotta pay the price, right? Let's do this.
Gotta
guy's
pay the troll
invested.
toll to get in that boy's hole.
This guy's invested.
Let's
I-
go.
Yeah,
I put it in
What's your
there.
Cash App, bro?
I put the cash tag in back because it's letters and numbers, and it's not actually convenient to say at all.
Okay, you put you put it in the bag.
Here.
Let me see.
I can put it up on
Oh,
a
there
banner.
it is. Okay, I see it. Okay, I got you, bro. Let me
All right, look,
do this.
I feel like I'm part and parcel to a drug deal right now, so I'm just gonna leave.
Different
I mean-
tone incoming. different tone incoming.
You're
I
kind
love
of
you guys. Thank you for having me,
sensitive
Dusty. It's
there,
good to see you,
EOD.
man.
Thank
Cheers.
you for joining.
Okay.
Have a good one. Stay ginger.
Yeah,
Catch you
yeah.
later, EOD.
Screw you, mud crab. Screw you. You're full of shit.
It's like a
Stay ginger.
Hey,
You-
Ginger, let's go.
Okay, Rude. Honestly, you should like keep that as your evil card, but don't pull it out too often. Okay, so like if something's really,
I mean, that is a great. Yes, I agree. This is a great.
I'm just
thing to
having
have
fun
on
with it at the moment. Yeah, I got a couple of them so far. I'm making a catalog. Like
the
Yeah,
Kentucky
fucking-
accent is rocking.
if you
Ah,
get
that's
fast at it, yeah, but like if you get fast at it and it's a random new person, you could really like fuck up someone's day. Don't be. Yeah.
I feel
What
like
do you reckon about
if,
this one?
if they were if
Oh,
if you put a little bit more animosity or extroversion into the duo of Hornet and Mud Crab, their archiving and quick wit, like those two combined, could be used for a lot of good evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, but honestly, I just wanted to know what you think about financial abortions.
I think that is very self-serving interest for
Stop talking about my kids. Stop talking about my kids.
What do you mean, your little body shields?
Yeah, that's it. But
I dislike the guy so quickly. Like I don't Okay, yeah.
The first time I met him, I was introduced to him as he thinks that he's black, and I had to swallow the thoughts that I was having so
You had to
hard.
swallow.
I deserve that. I deserve that.
Pause.
Hey, Dusty, let me know when you got the cash app so I can start talking shit after you.
Clue, you have
You got it?
cured. What's wrong with me? Clue sends in $20. Hold
Yeah.
on, fuck on. You get some bombs.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down. The most important rule of all is never to stand staring at the sky. If you don't take cover, you may get hurt.
That is kick ass, by the way. I like that.
Thank
shit.
you. And
That's
that
some good
adds
shit.
10 minutes onto the clock. So, anyways, now talk your shit.
Yeah. Powder Dusty. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Huh?
That's better. That's better energy.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You talk a lot of shit in these spaces.
That's the fucking.
You talk
pay
a lot of
$20
shit in
to
these
talk-
spaces.
You paid 20. You paid any money to talk that kind of shit. That's what you're gonna bring to the table.
He paid
With your own
$20 to
money.
cure
With your own
himself.
fucking money.
Why do you talk shit, man? What? How can I help you? How
Oh, are
can
you-
I help you?
I
Powder
don't. I
Dusty?
can't tell if this is still the bad shit talking or if you.
This is
actually,
bad shit
Help
talking.
me, help you, help me.
This is
This
Exactly.
sounds like
Exactly.
this sounds like Calcott therapy. Damn.
Why do you do the things that you do, Powder Dusty?
Mostly for my. Even though I know that I act like it's for money, honestly, it's all for my own amusement, basically.
For your own amusement. Okay. Keep talking.
I think that I'm more motivated by novelty than I am by finances, but who knows?
Really? Okay. Okay.
Or maybe it's competition. I don't know. You guys are probably actually all in better position.
Do you know what's the worst way to ask that? It's like, what do you think are the external factors that led you into this shithole of the shit spaces?
Oh,
it's a joke.
The external factors was I caught a felon. I'm here because
Yeah, I know.
this is
I
an
know,
extension
it's
of
like-
jail, guys.
I know. Well, like, see,
It's
if I was
the
like a black
cancer
belt, I'd
that
be
he
like,
doesn't
because
know he
that
has.
was the closing. Huh? Sorry, Chad, go.
I said it's the cancer that he doesn't know he has. It's an unknown.
Grip cancer.
He's got cancer.
Yeah.
What?
No,
You
it's
got
it's a joke. It actually became a short.
Very good short.
It's a good short.
Hilarious.
Because explaining like, and then this like this shit, that shit doesn't ever work well. Give me a second. I'll pull it up here.
I don't have a beef with you, Dusty.
I think Ortho uses it for
pretend like I
opening.
had a beef with you. That's all.
You got a beef with him. Don't lie.
I don't have a
Blue.
beef with Dusty. Nope.
Here's
Who
a.
sent you?
I want to check my check answer first. Okay, somebody else can do questions too. Okay, fuck you all. Why do you think there's so many? Because I noticed this. Okay, and I wonder if you have. There's people who like if I have a problem with somebody, it can be if it's a problem over an idea. I don't have a problem with the person, right? If I have a problem with a person, I tend to tell them. That's just me. But to me, what I've noticed is I'm one of the types. But there's types who will be all sweet and nice to you, but they hate your guts.
Right.
Like I can't do that. To me, that's abnormal, and I think that's one of the fuck ups in society. But like, I don't know. Like even when you mentioned the other guy, it's like
It's pragmatism.
but there's your authenticity gone. Like people who want to be content creators and do this shit, their authenticity is not like to me that's like a red flag,
doesn't
you know,
mean-
whatever. Fuck me.
Yeah,
Maybe it's a
no, I
topic.
get what you're saying. I think, and people mistake authenticity for rudeness. Like I can dislike somebody and
It's
still
on the
be
other side of the
polite
coin,
to them because I authentically recognize that. Well, you just can't be a douchebag to everybody, or you're childish, and you're gonna have all your energy going towards fighting off enemies. Like,
disagree.
Yeah, it's my problem.
that's not. That's not. It's
Yeah.
That's childish. That's immature. That's not.
Yeah, but I was more talking about the other side, like them approaching you kindly while they want to step, like the other channel that died. Okay, like that chick would still be kind to people. That she's like, while she's like got the fucking poison running through their veins, and she's feeding them
It's
rotten fruit.
Machiavellian behavior. It's just human behavior. I mean, I don't know what the
know
question,
more about it.
The question. I mean, you're asking a question that makes obvious sense.
I know, but
You're
why
just
is
saying
there
you
not
don't
an
I think you
obvious
don't relate to
answer?
it. I would not expect that behavior out of you because I don't think that you could manage the energy to sustain it.
Yeah, I can't be fucked. I'd rather spend my cycles on, like, I don't want to have to remember lies. I think,
But I mean, but you have
Yeah.
you have to recognize that different things are different degrees of taxing for different personalities.
And priority. Yeah, okay. Oh, thank you.
There's a lot of
Yeah,
people
no.
who find conflict very uncomfortable. You don't see a lot of them.
Keep going, Dusty.
I mean, that's it. It's just a personality type difference. Specifically, it's agreeableness. And I used to. You were around. I used to jokingly call my channel a safe sanctuary city for disagreeable people.
It's gangster.
When I
but
took
that's how I describe this channel, by the way. Do you see?
I mean, yeah.
There you go.
When I took the Big 5 personality test the last time, I scored in the 99th percentile of disagreeable people. I am there. That's the highest. That's the most precise it scores. So it said basically there's nobody more disagreeable than you. I disagree. I think that there's lots of people as agreeable as me. I didn't even do that on purpose, actually.
I disagree with that. Yeah, fucking prove it right.
And actually, when I was in jail, and
questioning is not the same.
In jail, I kept trying to get to be a trustee, which is like kind of like, you know,
In jail?
In jail, they have trustees, and trustees get extra access, and like they get to like help with meal prep, but they also get to leave their cell and drink coffee and shit like that. So I kept trying to get to be a trustee, and finally, the administrator was ignoring my request to him. Finally, he came back and he said, "You will never be a trustee in my jail." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "You're too disagreeable." And I said, "You're right," which I thought was brilliant. But anyways, but yeah. So I think that's what it is. I think that the echo chamber we are in is YouTube is full of narcissistic, disagreeable people, and I'm not excluding myself.
What's wrong with
There
narcissism?
is no, that's self-selection.
What's wrong with narcissism, Mr. Dusty?
It's not. It doesn't. Can I disagree with them?
It's a delusionary defense mechanism. Go ahead.
This is a nicer way. Like the people who are not who are extremely disagreeable and not cooperative. If society is dependent on cooperation to the point of being drones, so it's like if we go too much into the animal side, and this is black pill. Okay, so now be my specialty, which is like if you look at the animal kingdom, the top alpha apes end up having their gonads ripped off when they act out, when they misuse the power given to them, and there's like video evidence of this now. It's not like it's real. So it's like that's the one extreme, and the other extreme, you can have a world of specialists where you're paying a guy to change your oil and tire because you're an incompetent fuck who didn't have a father or grandfather, right?
No, I agree. I agree with your disagreement.
Thank you, sir.
But I mean, it sort of misses the spirit of what I'm saying. There are personality types that are inclined towards being combative. We're all those.
Yeah, but if can I sorry, this is the same important. If somebody disagrees with you, the way you explain it, it's like it's a biology thing, but if you explain it to somebody, not that he does, who thinks this is not a negative trait, you have to show them how it affects them, because it's the only way they'll understand, like, what's my benefit for ignoring this primal trait that I have, if that makes sense.
I probably made sense, but I zoned out for half of it.
No, I'll explain it again. So it's like
zoned out.
If I tell you why and it doesn't affect your life, you're not going to care. But if I tell you why the conflict in Arabia does affect your life, you're going to care. So you'll have guys who will say, who gives a shit what's happening in fucking tent land? Okay, who cares? Like, but it does affect your life because you're paying for it by us, which is what Jim Bowden tries to explain, but he can't say it when he says it's you people.
I think that you're assuming that disagreeableness is a negative trait.
No, people who won't accept that as fact, you have to explain it to them by telling them how it affects them. Otherwise, they're not going to give a fuck. But I wasn't talking a clue. I was just more like as an example. I'm not an expert.
I
but
lost
when-
how that ties in the context. Of
If I tell you why you should like
Casper.
let's say you tell me or you do it, or am I?
No, I'm just saying. Flow state falls asleep on long flights. Like,
Oh, okay. I'll land my plane. So it's like,
dude, I fall asleep
if
on.
you're
short-
a man, do you really care about Smith motion? No. Some men will say, I don't care, right? But it's like, if I tell you that that's going to affect the economy and you understand it, then you'll be like, oh, wait, maybe I should care.
Oh, yeah. About me?
That's
for
what I was
sure.
trying to say. Anyway, I'm muting.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's everybody. You got
Yeah.
people like I can spout all the personality gobbledygook that I know all for the rest of the fucking week and teach you what I know, and still none of it will cumulatively it will all be less useful than as far as managing people's behavior than just a carrot and a stick.
Yeah. And here's dude, AI. Dude, here's something when I was speaking in your thing. It's like there's a huge difference if you understand something or you know it. And there was like a kid showing off the fucking Chat GPT that got him his doctorate or whatever. Have you seen, like, it went viral? I don't even know if it's staged, right? But he's like, look, fucking AI did my homework, wrote my papers for me.
I heard about that, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, but it's like, but that kid doesn't understand what the fuck he's doing. So it's like you can tell somebody a fact, but if they don't understand, it's not gonna matter.
But I
Right.
think that I mean maybe I'm getting too far
This has
into
got a
the
lot to
specific
do with
example
your
and missing-
economic takes. Like bricks, bro. Like when you mentioned them taking Russia's money, I'm like, there's so many people that have an opinion on the whole conflict, but they don't even know that as a fact. Like that Russia's money is tied up in the fucking the SWIFT.
The SWIFT account system. Yeah. Well, SWIFT is the global. It's the infrastructure for all global payments.
Exporting inflation.
Well, no. The point is that like we need SWIFT in place because that is how
No, we
payments are transferred globally, and that's
we
our system,
No, we
right?
don't.
That's how
We
we
don't
keep
need
control
SWIFT.
of that infrastructure. That'd be
don't
like
need
us blowing up the literal Silk Road back, or whatever.
Yeah,
need SWIFT.
it's a.
We
I
don't
love
need
the
SWIFT.
analogy. I'm stealing it.
Yeah, go for it. But it's crazy. And people who don't have an economic or a financial background, like I understand that this is a very key, huge, but also extremely niche perspective. Like I'm pretty fucking sure that my perspective on this is right and everyone else's is wrong, just because nobody else knows about it, right? So if you don't know about the fact,
Yeah. No, but that's like if you have that list of things, you know what I mean? Like, here's a funny one for you. It's like Biden already shot that bullet, and the moment like America weaponized that system, it's like nobody can trust it anymore to be the safe haven because it was meant to be outside the politics world. It was meant to be a
Swift
wonder
was-
of the world.
Yes,
A modern
Swift,
wonder
the
of the world.
reason that it was adopted so broadly is because it had such a perfect history of not being abused, and then Biden abused it.
Yeah, it changed everything. And
What
here's
did
the
he
other
do
one.
to it?
So he used it to steal money, personally owned money, private money from rich Russian individuals who were accused of being in organized crime or something.
Okay.
He looted it.
Yeah, it's like it was tried to globally. This is just okay. Don't I don't want to fly this plane, but like when I say go weaponized, it's like they were trying to enforce sanctions upon Russia by fucking with that system. Like the way they like if they were gonna fuck with India and China for not following, the sanctions, they would do it using that system. That's the hammer that they hold over their head. It's like the bank telling you, "Fuck you can't withdraw your money." Or,
Correct. And
or phone-
but the
or phone
reason,
lines
but
cut.
Swift is the system across. There is no competitor for it, and we're in charge of it.
Actually, yes, there is.
Now there is.
Yeah.
Now there is.
Yeah, it is. And I'm
because
invested in it.
when Biden did that, that came to come right on the heels of the lockdowns, right? Like we just have all this fresh inflation to deport, and you're going to compromise our capacity to do so.
I don't know.
So-
Dude, BRICS is not because there's a shared border between these two like China and Russia have a shared
whether it's
border.
BRICS or something else, right? Everything's limited.
Yeah. But
Right.
you guys got to eavesdrop. You could tell everything. Do you know what I mean? You were like the oval, like
oh yeah, huge information source as well.
and now you have no fucking idea. But I'm done.
It's like we took our golden goose and made dinner with it because we didn't want to go to the store tonight.
Hey, Dusty, I'm gonna drop down. Good to see y'all. Good to see
Man, thank you for the support. I feel like
Agreed.
you didn't get enough shit talking in. Is there anything you want to say to the people? You want to plug your channel? What do you want to do?
Actually, I want to tell your audience, fuck the powdered Dusty. He's no good. He'll steal your wife. He's very dishonest. Fuck the powdered Dusty. That's all I want.
Some
to say.
frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
I don't have an earring, but he's right about everything else.
Yeah, he wasn't talking about you.
I don't have an earring, but he's right about all the other things. Salute to you, Powder Dusty. Salute David Wayne. Salute Angry Catherine in the building. Chuck, and I'm out. Peace.
Be good.
See you later, Clue.
Thank you. Thank you.
He leaves better behind.
Rude. I was like, oh look, he changed his profile picture back at the end.
Why did he?
Did he?
Why did that Enslavia guy get stuck though? Like he
he was butthurt.
Like not that, but he's stuck. Like it's the same as Telcott. Like it's like mind progression, and it takes like a wrong path, and then he's just stuck. Like some of the shit
you mean like
about, yeah,
entirely in his life, or like something specifically tonight? Because I can answer that. I think.
Okay, I
So
because
Paul's first channel, Paul popped virally right out the gate. He had a video that went pretty viral, and he got a lot of attention real fast. And I think that this is, I didn't know him at that time. I didn't know him until afterwards. But he's only hemorrhaged clout since then. When I met him, he would do 12. He would stream constantly. He always had lines. His panels were popping. Now, he's lucky to have one other person on. He streams 3 times a week.
He stopped learning and evolving.
He thought
Sorry,
he
I
made
didn't
it.
mean. Yeah,
He thought he was
this
shit.
just came into my head. Remember how I said you always have to learn and evolve? Because I think you can. I'm not saying I'm going to change your mind on religion. I'm not that guy. Okay, but I'm saying like I wouldn't be surprised. And some people probably told you this. If in 2 years you're like, okay, I kind of got to know this shit and blah. I'm not talking about it. Okay, different conversation. Or like you'll have your mind change. You'll be like, okay, so this is a fact now that I wasn't aware, like about bricks, and then you can alter your system quickly, right? Your worldview.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. I would.
But
look,
that guy can't. Remember how I said they see different colors? Like they're not, like he can't evolve unironically, and he's like unslaved. It's like, dude,
it's an ego thing. It's an ego thing.
His audience will evolve past him.
He can't allow himself
It's
to
audience
evolve. That's
capture.
why he's stuck on the money thing.
Yeah, he has to maintain that audience. He's got to pander to it. He's audience capture.
I don't think he's pandering to an audience that demands that of him. I think he's pandering to his own inability to, just have any humility.
Do you have to have ego death to be a good panel host?
I think you have to have ego death. Wait, first of all, have I had?
However you define it. Okay, we're not doing that.
I think that in order to have a lot of virtues, right, like humility, wisdom, perspective,
Yeah.
like you have to get fucked up by life a bit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but just regardless of how it comes, like some dudes might just do it through Sylvia. I wouldn't.
Regardless of how it comes, yes.
Yeah.
I think that I've
But,
had,
like,
I don't know if you want to call it a blessing, but life's fucked
Yeah, you
me
had
up.
an event. Like the rest of it would be regardless. If you went through that, like, because I'm not. There's sometimes you'll say a
perspective.
thing
It's
that people
about
don't remember, and I'm
perspective.
just anal. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
about perspective because people like and people have you think higher of yourself than you deserve until
Yeah.
like some shit gets really threatened. Then you realize like this doesn't matter, that doesn't matter, this does matter, and you're better able to prioritize things. And you realize like your this own self-image, or like I'm right about everything. Like being right about shit doesn't matter that much. Like, okay, I can be wrong about something. I don't fucking care. That's not gonna threaten my identity. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Wrong as fuck.
Yep, and you can learn. But he can't, and neither can Talcott. Because like last time I heard him, like the dude is still saying similar shit. Like he's not bad like the other one. Like he doesn't have malice, but he's kind of like.
I think
How could you have a same conversation with that person when it's not
Jack
a
has
skit?
more malice.
Huh? Dude, okay, I don't know. I don't follow that shit, bro.
He hides it better. I think that Jack is wiser or more experienced with his malice, but
How can
I
people
think
do this? It's so waste of time. Then
yeah.
he's wasting his own time. Whatever. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm
I mean, it's whatever. I agree. But he's living his life, and if he values X more than Y, who am I to tell him Y is better?
You can eat all the sugars you want.
Did Jack get any increased interest or success after his little?
He
fame?
lost subscribers from that.
And
yeah, because it was
he had a good chance.
couple
to
of
plug
shows
his channel.
back. He was bitching about. He thought he was going to increase exponentially, and he was bitching. All it did was cost him subs.
Is Jack a vet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, I don't know if you've been back there very long. I just saw you.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't been. I just here for a minute.
Sorry.
Spam private chat.
Here, I'm screen sharing. I've been screen sharing this for fucking ever, and I forgot to.
Okay.
The short, real quick. The cancer. Where'd my cancer go? It's harder than me. Hold on.
I can't.
1 second. Mandy says that Dolly grifts harder than me. This is fucking unacceptable.
Get called out, bitch. You don't grift enough.
I really haven't been grifting hard enough. You guys, I just found out I have cancer.
Your bank account cancer?
Cancer?
Cancer in your PP?
I'm going to clips that. They're going to have me perfect. you have cancer, me too.
All right, but seriously, donate some fucking money just because I might have cancer and just not know about it.
And to be fair, that is untreated, unknown cancer is the worst type of cancer because it's untreated.
Right,
So I think
and
that's-
unknown.
For untreated cancer people, get out your wallets, open your wallets, open your hearts.
I can't believe I have the worst type of cancer there is. This is tragic. I just need some money to cure me.
It's
Mandy
tragic.
says that Dolly.
I get it. I get it.
I just need some money.
Yeah, it came up in conversation a little bit ago, and I went to go look for it, and then I found it, and I got distracted by something else entirely.
So it's coming into manipulation. Oh, look at this guy. He's manipulating. Oh, yeah.
No,
we brought it up as a joke for Clue. That's where it came from. That's right.
Mhm.
We was going to show it to Clue.
Yeah, I wasn't like holding on to it to play for you when you came back.
Do you know what's hilarious? There was I think that was on Twitch, by the way. Somebody was raising money for fake. See,
I mean, it happens all
like
the time.
it actually happened. Yeah.
Benton did it. Benton had fake. He had what do you have? Fake pancreatic cancer forever.
Something, yeah.
And you know, whatever happened with I don't know where I fall on whatever happened with Wizard, but Wizard was certainly at least questionable. And yeah, I mean it happens constantly.
I have to crusty cunt. Wasn't that
Crusty
medical?
cunt. Speakeasy still hasn't gone to Niagara Falls. Yeah, did that during a stream about 1.5 years ago.
Crusty cunt. You talking about Christy?
Didn't go to Con either.
Yeah, I renamed her. That's what I called her before everyone hated her. It's all right, it's old. No, I had I picked up that she's maybe a fake, like real quick. Just like
I was disappointed in her behavior, but I got upset with her when she fucking called me a liar. I didn't appreciate that.
I saw it coming, you know, like how even what I was raging about before, like how people will be nice to you and then behind your back they won't be nice to you. But it's like if you have a problem with me, unless you tell me how the fuck am I gonna know? If it's personal, go eat a dick. I'm not interested. But like if
Well,
it's an
she
idea,
did have some bad allergies though.
Fuck off, dude. But it's not even that. Like the reason I saw, but the reason I saw it coming, it's like I saw it typing. Like, who cares about details? But it's like you can't be talking kind to somebody and then be talking shit behind them at the same time. That doesn't compute in my world. Maybe that's feminine, okay? Whatever.
No, here's how it computes because it wasn't. It was a matter of
wasn't even you weren't even.
It makes perfect sense. The strategy is your results are not going to be better helped by alerting somebody that, by the way, you might want to defend yourself, right? That's not going to help.
Yeah.
It's
It wasn't my
competitive.
it wasn't my business. Like, do you know what I mean, Dusty? But like it was none of my business, but it's like I'm not gonna play with you if you're gonna do this shit to me. It's like, nah, just fuck you, bitch. And then when I saw it doing, like, I don't want to go over it. Who gives a fuck, right? It's all done and dusted, right? But like, yeah, you can see these people coming, and then she was my favorite. That's why I call it crusty cunt. Like Dusty knows about it. I don't know if he wants to talk about it. Fuck that.
So, if I may.